Legend has it that on Mount Wang there's a mystical herb that, when steeped in bathwater, transforms you into a past version of yourself. Once, a young man sought to climb Mount Wang in search of this herb, but the mountain was forbidden to men. So the boy listened to the keepers, bathed in the water, and turned into a female dog. By the time the dog boy returned with the herb, the sun had set. And so the village of the guardians vanished like a dream, and the young man could never return to his original form. Our main character is named Kim Sang-gyun, and he's heard this strange story from his grandmother hundreds of times. He always thought his grandmother was trying to stop him from getting plastic surgery, since his dream was to become an idol. And for good reason. His face and height simply don't meet the standards to become an idol, but he refuses to give up on his childhood dream, no matter how much others ridicule him. Even at 20, Sang-gyun believes that with enough effort, he'll get his chance, and someone will recognize his talent. Today marks his nth audition at an entertainment company. Predictably, his talent is praised once again. But the problem remains his looks and age. Still, Sang-gyun passes the first round and returns home to await the company's decision. But a blemish on his record leads to yet another rejection. And fate brings him face to face with Hanwhan at his own home, a former regular at his grandmother's fortune-telling shop. Though she hadn't visited in a while, they still kept in touch, and today she was here to see him. Duan, noticing his curiosity, asked Sang-gyun if he was free, then handed him a card. "This is my business card." Sang-gyun looked down suspiciously, thinking to himself, "Is this a dream? Parang Entertainment, isn't that a huge company? But why me?" The two then went to a cafe where he opened up. "Oh, so you've been to all the auditions, and you've never been accepted?" He sadly replied, "I tried a few smaller companies, and I mostly trained as a trainee, but I guess I failed from the start." Hearing this, Duan's tone turned doubtful. "Really? So, you weren't kicked out?" Sang-gyun fell silent upon hearing this. Seeing this, Duan smiled and attacked. "Sang-gyun, I heard you used to be a school bully." His face fell, but her sharp voice continued. "Was it back in high school? Did you drop out of school, and now you're trying to become an idol with that past?" Sang-gyun can only hang his head in fear, wondering who this woman is. There's no way she'd tell a client about this. "Did she investigate me?" When he didn't answer, Duan continued. "That would be a big problem for the company, wouldn't it? If you hide something like that, why would anyone ever confess these things?" After a moment, Sang-gyun propped his chin up, tilting his head as he retorted, "If you know so much, what is it you want to say to me?" Du pressed, "Oh, so you're not denying it?" "So it is true then?" Sang-gyun questioned, seemingly calloused. "What do you want me to explain?" She drawled mockingly. "Never mind, I don't really care." Yuan smiled, tilting her head as she stared intently at him, "Because no matter the reason, I'm going to bring you back to our company as an intern." Sang-gyun froze at her words. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked up at the hotel before him. "However, there's a simple test you need to pass. Are you willing to try?" And that's why Sang-gyun is following her, gazing up at the hotel before him. Sang-gyun glanced at John in disbelief. Was this test really what he thought it was? Why a hotel? Meanwhile, she's excitedly booking a room. "A room for two, please. Thank you." After they both entered, she slowly took off her bag. "Okay, so she hasn't finished speaking yet," Sang-gyun hastily speculated. "Is she really just a company employee? She seems so dangerous. Should I run? But why would I run when I followed her all the way here?" Duan calmly turns to him. "What is it? Tense?" Sang-gyun sweats and glances away. "Oh no, not really." At this moment, he suddenly opens his bag. "What do you need to do?" He looked down from above, awaiting the answer from the nervous, blushing boy. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he pulled out a large, blue, palm-sized sphere. "It's a bath bomb. You know what that is, right? The kind you put in the bath, where you soak your whole body in water with this dissolved in it," Sang-gyun asked blankly. "That's it? No singing or dancing required?" Duan immediately confirmed. "It's not easy, is it?" "Don't worry, it's nothing weird or toxic." Still, Sang-gyun remained suspicious, just following instructions without understanding anything. "Could you at least tell me what you're testing?" Duan retorts, averting her gaze. "If you don't want to, you can just leave. Looks like your dreams aren't as important to you as you made them out to be." These words immediately darkened his gaze. Without another thought, Sang-gyun grabbed the bath bomb, and before he went into the bathroom, he turned back to ask one more time, "All I have to do is soak in the tub with this, right?" Duan slowly sat on the bed and replied, "From head to toe." He went inside and started running the water. Sang-gyun nervously crouches by the tub, reassuring himself that he can do this. It's not that difficult. When have I ever been in a position to choose an opportunity? So what if it's a scam? Raising my hopes only to be disappointed again. I should be used to this by now. The more he thought about it, the more determined he was to get in the water. If this was a chance for someone like him, he'd take it, no matter the cost. Outside, Yoon's phone buzzed softly, and she quickly answered. Yes, Director, I've had him try it just now. At that moment, the blue water began to transform, each ripple slowly merging together. Sang Yoon's consciousness begins to fade. Huh? What's going on? Did I just fall asleep? He slowly stepped out of the bath, filled with questions. Was I really that tired? I only soaked for a little bit. How long has it been? Sanjun suddenly looked down at his smooth, white hands. But is this the effect of the bath bomb? He let his hands fall and approached the sink. His shoulders ached, and he felt disconnected from his own body. When Sang-gyun looked in the mirror, he no longer saw his ordinary face, but the visage of a stunning, dewy girl. At the same time, an explanation was given. If the past life version of the drug is real, and it actually works, then that means we've added another female trainee to our company's roster of artists. As she spoke, Sang-gyun screamed in a panic, staring at his reflection in disbelief. Who is it? Duan wiggled her toes, lost in thought. She's been assessing this place for a while now. Why isn't he coming out? Just then, a sound echoed from the door, and Duan went to open it. Sang-gyun grabs her collar, demanding, Hey, what have you done to my body? Duan, stunned, asked, Who are you? He muttered in frustration. I did as you said, and now I've become this. You said it wasn't anything weird, but look at my body now. Clearly you just took it without asking. Sorry, I'm a little shocked. Give me a few seconds to process what's happening. Sang-gyun trembles, saying, A woman. Duan tries to explain. I'm not 100% sure myself, but it seems to have worked. Then she seriously analyzes. I'll explain everything. First, that bath bomb I gave you. Ron reveals something important. It effectively turns a person into a version of their past life. Enraged, he shouts, Hey, are you kidding me? She calmly replies, I'm just stating what I know. This is the first time I've seen it work too. Sang-yu, why? Has anyone ever told you that in your past life, you were a devastatingly beautiful woman? Sang-jun retorts, clearly displeased. What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I ever listen to such nonsense? Then he suddenly remembered something. Wait, now I remember. Pan once told Sanun when he was little, You're not the type for the screen, so why are you still trying to sing? He quickly retorted, Looks aren't everything. There's plastic surgery these days. To which she patiently explained that if it were his face from his past life, that would be a useful tool to captivate people. Sang-jun immediately retorted, What are you talking about? You're losing it, Grandma. I think you should retire from being a shaman, San-hyun angrily reminds him. How dare you speak to her like that? Don't worry about him, Grandma. He just wants to be an artist so he doesn't have to study, Sang-jun dismissively retorts. I told you it wasn't like that. But coming back to reality, he realizes it might be possible. After a moment of thought, Sang-yun speaks up. Did she hear something strange from my grandmother? What is the relationship between you two? He didn't want to talk about it and urged her on. Never mind, just change me back. I can't live like this forever. Duan quickly reassured her, telling her not to worry that there was a way. But Sang-gyun is startled by John's actions and recoils. What's wrong? She confessed her feelings, saying, Oh my God, you're even more beautiful than I imagined. You're definitely one of the most beautiful women I've ever met. He suddenly trembled as he spoke. So that's what the test was about. Duan was puzzled. The test? You passed. Then she happily announces, You can join our company. Sang-gyun was stunned by this information, wondering if he was dreaming. A moment later, she explained seriously that the red lump would return him to his original form, and to use it, he just needed to take a bath like before. Then she stood and said, Take some time to consider the offer, and you can join our company. I'll go see the director and send you the details as soon as possible. Duan stared at him, smiling. I like you. I look forward to seeing you again. As she left the room, Sang-gyun wondered. She said she liked me after only meeting once. But as he stood, plotting to dissolve the bath bomb, the sudden ring of his phone startled him. So he answers the phone. Hello, is it time to check out already? As he left the room, Sang-yun cursed under his breath, glancing around awkwardly. Now I'm supposed to find a bathtub, but I don't even have a place to sleep, and I can't go to Grandma's. Sang-gyun suddenly had an idea. That's right. His grandma might know something. He quickly heads to her house. Sang-jun stood outside the gate, wondering, Is she not here? She's not answering her phone? Why now of all times? He muttered, deeply troubled, What's going on? The nosy neighbor spots Sang-gyun and says, That shaman is away on business, you know. He turned to see his nosy neighbor staring at Sang-jun, wondering who she was. A celebrity? He wondered aloud. On assignment? Do you know when she'll be back? The nosy neighbor, still sizing Sang-jun up, remarked on his long legs before replying, I'm not sure. She didn't say when she'd be back. The neighbor lady shared what she'd overheard, saying she was in some rural area with no reception, so don't bother calling. He was stunned and didn't reply. Time passes, and soon it's evening. On the information page, a question appears. Is it okay to use the public bath's tub? Someone replied, "Are you crazy?" Sang-gyun felt the same way. He was going crazy. He stared forlornly at his phone, realizing he had no one to ask to use their bathtub. Should I use the sink instead? But that woman said I had to soak my whole body and I only have one. If he fails, everything will be even more messed up. Sang-yun pulls up the blanket, not even daring to look down. No one understands his plight, and the most terrifying thing is that this body isn't even his. Well, how can I prove that I'm Kim Sang-jun? There's just no way. There's no use dwelling on it now. Sang-gyun tried to fall asleep, but he tossed and turned, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. Sang-jun gritted his teeth, looking uncomfortable. He couldn't stand the state of the restroom any longer. I tried not to think about it, but I failed to escape reality. The next morning, he suddenly remembered how he only needed to see that woman again. And how shocked she was when she blurted out, "So that's why you're here? I'm sorry." Duan glances at Sang-gun, whose pants are cinched tight with a rubber band, and sighs at the sight of his slippers. "I'm glad you came. Our director is here. Let's go meet him first." Then she led him inside. Sang-gyun stepped inside, taking in the surroundings, never imagining he'd have the chance to set foot in such a large company. Suddenly, someone called out to Sang-yun, and Duan led him into a room saying it was this way. She pulls another outfit off the table, telling him to change into it as he looks rather uncomfortable. He politely replied, "Thank you, you're very kind." Before leaving the changing room, he added, "This is our company's training gear. Not everyone gets to wear it." He was surprised to learn this information and silently stared at the logo printed on the clothes. Sang-jun paused, lost in thought. "Strange. I feel like I belong here." Then he voiced his concerns. So celebrities don't work here? I thought I might see some since it's an entertainment company." She answered Sang-yun's question, saying they didn't have that kind of time. "Even we rarely get to see them." She suddenly seemed mysterious. "But you might get to meet one person." He was stunned by this information. Then upon entering the room, he spoke, "Director, we're coming in." Hearing this, the person inside replied, "Oh, please, come in." Bunun excitedly speaks up, "So this must be Sang-gun?" Sang-gyun stammers in confusion, but she quickly explains. "Oh, Bi-jun," he realized with a start. "Oh, Bi-jun, you mean the original superstar? I thought he started his own entertainment company." John didn't expect Sang-gyun's reaction, and he pointed behind him, saying it was here. "Blood Entertainment." He uttered the name in stunned disbelief. Bizun kindly explained that Blood Entertainment, founded last year by Mr. Boon from Parang Entertainment, is a record label under Parang Entertainment. He happily introduced himself, implying their company had significant backing, while Duan chimed in, saying there was no need to be disappointed since they were all under one roof. Bunun quickly chimed in, noting the slight complication of the two companies sharing a building, which triggered Sang-jun's memory of a logo on the business card. "I didn't pay close enough attention. How foolish of me." He then scratched his head, admitting he hadn't checked the business card carefully. "Sorry, he's looking for something right now, so let me explain the training process first." Sang-jun asked in surprise, "You're accepting me without a brain performance test? After all, I'm just a normal person, except my body has changed in a rather strange way." Bi-jun didn't understand what he meant. "What? Didn't you come here to sign the contract?" She chimed in, "He's here because circumstances prevent him from using the remaining bath bomb." Upon hearing this, he exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, is that so?" Bjorn then turns his gaze to the tablet screen. "You don't need to attend the audition now. I completely trust your abilities after seeing your audition video at the other company." Sang-jun is shocked by this revelation, wondering how he even got his hands on them. Looking at the documents in his hands, he assessed, "Sang-jun, you're a very lucky man." Startled, Sang-jun exclaimed, only to see Bun's serious expression. "The past life version of the bath bomb you got from Manager Han, it's not for everyone. It only works on certain people with special constitutions." Sang-jun was stunned by this information. He's talking about bath bombs now. Seriously, could past lives really be a thing? He suddenly realizes this isn't just some old wives' tale from his childhood. What is going on? He seems to recall Pan screaming, "Woong San." At this moment, he points out that when the manager first suggested it, he didn't agree. But since the first girl group was formed, he wanted more quality trainees at any cost. Just then, Sanun trembles and speaks up, "Wait, I think I understand a little now." But he hesitantly confessed, "I'm a man. It's true my body has changed into a woman's, but a girl group?" Bi-jun immediately elaborated. "You're no ordinary girl. Have you even looked in a mirror? You can't buy a face like that." But Sang-yun didn't care. "No, it's not about being pretty or not. He gets to the heart of the matter. Male and female idols have different goals." Sang-gyun voiced his desire. "Can't I do those things in my normal form? I can show you my singing and dancing skills right now." He fell silent after hearing this. After a moment, CEO Bae Jun seriously asks, Sanjiun, what do you think is most important to become an idol? Sanjiun, caught off guard by the question, gasps. He pondered for a moment, then answered, skills and personality, I guess? Bunun immediately confirmed. Of course those things are necessary, but the most important thing is luck. He explained earnestly, I've never seen a job so dependent on luck. So what do you think your luck is? Bunun then points to the tablet screen. After watching these videos hundreds of times, surely there's a company that will want you and is willing to change your face if necessary. He exposes Sangyun's secret, but it turns out he has a history of school violence. His face pales, but it's not really that bad, is it? But Bunun continues to ramble on. Whether it's true or not, it's amazing that you keep challenging yourself. However, the lucky will always succeed no matter what. But you're not one of those people, are you? He then stares intently at Sanjun. If you were still the Sanjun we knew, there'd be no reason to accept you. He remained silent, unsure how to react. Jun points out without hesitation, since you've participated in so many auditions. I think you understand that Kim Sangjun has absolutely no potential. He paused suddenly, but Bun makes a crucial point. A beauty with no past and incredible skill has great potential. That's your luck. He's momentarily stunned by this. Meanwhile, Jun carefully reminds him, consider this carefully. Will you return to being a bully with nowhere to go, or will you start over with this new body? Sangjun recalls a time when he asked, Brother, can you secretly sign me up for the academy? The music academy? His brother, San Hyun, immediately rejected him, coldly asking, Academy? What academy? We're broke, aren't we? Still, he tries to persuade him, saying that this is essential to pass the audition, and the sooner he starts, the better. He immediately began to criticize, You want to dance while other kids are studying? I'm ashamed to have a brother like you. Sanjun was not happy to hear that. Damn it, I'm the one who should be ashamed. The reason we can't even afford to go to the academy is because Grandma's always wasting money on shamanistic rituals. Enraged, San Hyun's brother resorts to violence, calling him a bastard. How dare you speak about Grandma like that? All I can do is suffer and scream in pain. Only then did he stop, clinging to a sliver of hope. At least ask about the tuition first. My brother knows you're helping me. Cut to the lavish school, where Sangyun whispers in class, and he immediately speaks up. I'll help with the dance you asked me to look at from your club. Se-young is overjoyed by this news. Really? Thanks. She suddenly felt curious. Didn't you say you were busy studying at the academy? Sanjun quickly explained. It's vacation time, so I don't have a place to practice. I'll help out and practice at the same time. Sao knows the truth and reminds him not to be so hard on himself. Pointing out that they're not training to be idols like him is just a hobby. He understands the meaning behind Se-young's words, of course. A classmate behind him sneered, Every time I see him, he's bragging about becoming an idol soon. He shamelessly criticizes, acting like he's so special. Doesn't he feel embarrassed to declare he'll be a celebrity with that face? Laughter and whispers filled the air. What's his deal this time? Hearing those words, Sangyun wondered, what about you? She didn't want to pay attention to the people behind her. Just ignore him, the confused male classmate said. What? Annoyed, he turns back saying, Do you think you're doing something so special that you have to run your mouth like that? He was speechless, unable to retort, until his male classmate finally spoke. I don't waste my time on pipe dreams like you. If I want something, I get it immediately. Meanwhile, Sangyun turns to assess him, thinking, wow, the rich really are different. Provoked, he narrowed his eyes and remained silent as the scene shifts to the selection area where someone asks, Oh, did you used to be in the school's dance club? He bluntly states the truth. No, I wasn't a member. I just temporarily guided some younger students. Upon learning this, the recruiter comments, You've got the makings of a coach. She then asks, Have you ever considered that path? If you like dancing, couldn't you just be a dancer? The interviewer wondered. Why choose to become an idol? Sangyun hesitated, then said, I believe it's the right path for me. Not stopping there, she asked, Are there any promising students among those you've trained? Surprised by the question, he exclaimed before Sangyun finally spoke. They just see it as a hobby. The interviewer seemed a little disappointed. Really? That's a shame. Then show us what you prepared. A moment later, he walked out of the interview room. Sangyun gritted his teeth, upset that they were undermining his confidence before he even began, when he overheard a voice inside. Not bad. The others inside are saying his skills are far better than the rest. No way. Sangyun listened intently to what was happening inside. If we debut someone like that, we'll get flack. People will say anyone can be an idol these days. Every word of criticism reached his ears. Too short, too skinny. Are we here to be judges? Try to find someone who's easy to make money off of. There are plenty of good-looking and talented kids out there. Why bother with him? After everything, Sangjun told himself. No matter what others say, I still believe this choice is the right one. But the more time passed, the more anxious I became, growing older and constantly failing auditions. What can I do in this situation? Then someone looked at the information on their phone and wondered. Kim Sang-gyun, you skipped school again the other day to go to those auditions, didn't you? Sang-gyun coldly replied. That's my business. His reaction was unexpected. He suddenly wore a sinister smile as his classmate snatched the phone from his hand. He suddenly grew curious. Why is our future idol star so gloomy? Let me take a look. The classmate quickly discovered the phone's contents and sneered. Oh, a rejection letter? Sang-gyun, enraged, spat out each word. Hey, give it back. He couldn't hold back his anger, shouting, Damn it, I said give it back! Seeing this, he was confused. Hey! A classmate grabs Sang-gyun's hair, asking what his problem is and if he wants a broken nose. Another classmate shoves his head while criticizing him, saying he's taking out his anger after failing the exam himself. Well, is it any wonder he can't amount to anything? What an idiot. Sang-gyun just sits there and takes it. Will you ever wise up with your head in the clouds? Don't you feel guilty for wasting your parents' money like this? It seems it's too late for you to come to your senses. Maybe dying early would be the best way to repay your parents. Afterward, covered in wounds, he stared at the paper in his hand. Was this truly compensation? Sang-gyun was baffled. A broken nose shouldn't warrant such a large sum of money. It was truly absurd. The teacher explained that it was compensation for emotional distress, but he didn't sound happy about it. From what I understand, you guys joke around like that all the time, punching someone over a simple jest. Do you even realize what you've done? The teacher sighed, burying his face in his hands. Out of everyone, why did you have to pick on that kid? This isn't going to end well. Get your parents to cooperate. He was momentarily stunned by this information as the scene shifts to Pan speaking in the hospital. She'll have the surgery when she has the money. Understand? I can't let my life be ruined because of this. Sangjun, Ban, who was there, spoke up to reassure him. Don't even think about doing something foolish. This isn't your fault. He was stunned as he processed this information, and the scene shifts to the school as someone speaks up. Why did you do that? If you just held back like you always do, none of this would have happened. Sang-gyun grits his teeth at the criticism. What? Endure it again? He tries to justify himself. You know how he's always treated me, so I deserve this because I fought back once? Seo-hyung quickly explained, That's not what I meant. You need to think about your future. You've endured so much up until now. She tries to advise him, wondering why he's acting like he has nothing to lose. After everything, Sang-gyun mutters, I don't want to listen to Pandang. No, I can't. Sang-gyun has to admit that he was the one who threw the punch. Seyang is right. I should have kept my cool. He understood his mistake. I let myself waver because of such cheap provocation. And now my family has to borrow money from every corner to help me. And I've ruined all my efforts over the past few years. The more Sang-gyun thought about it, the more confused he became. What on earth had he done? All he could do was admit fault, apologizing for everything. Time passed, and the school violence committee convened after compensation was paid, as if someone had orchestrated it all. Rumors I'd never heard before kept popping up, and everything was working against me. There was a huge scandal about bullying in the 11th grade. John rushed in. Soy, have you heard? The one who caused this incident is the upperclassman who taught us how to dance, Kim Sang-hyun. Upon hearing this, Soy froze, knowing Sang-gyun had endured so much criticism. Just as I decided to quit school, I was branded a thug by everyone, and the company that finally accepted me fired me the very next day. Despair washed over him. He truly considered giving up. She sent Sang-gyun a screenshot with a message. This is what people are saying about you. Online, people commented that he was always stirring up trouble and now wanted to be an idol. How could someone with that face even dream of being a public idol? He's filled with rage, wanting to teach them a lesson for not knowing their place, judging him by his looks. Why must his dreams end as a joke to them? I won't allow it. Sang-gyun's determination solidifies as he returns to reality. I will do it. He declared with conviction that he wasn't sure if he could do well with this body. No, he would do his best. I'll do whatever it takes. Soon after Bun's instructions, all the necessary documents were prepared. Leave the rest to Manager Han. John quickly agrees. Yes. As they left the room, she wondered, You want to return to your original form, don't you? But before that, let me give you a quick tour of the company building. Sang-gyun walked ahead, and Ron wondered. But I keep wondering, how was my personal information so easily accessed? She walked ahead, calmly answering. Don't you find it convenient to skip all the complicated procedures? He asked, oblivious to her meaning, as the elevator arrived at basement level 2. She kindly explains that this is the female trainee area, which he certainly couldn't see in his male form. Lucky for you, it's convenient this time, Song Duan said, voicing her suspicions. You said you couldn't change back because there's no bathtub. Is there another reason? She begins to speculate, suggesting that since he's in the form of a beautiful woman, he might be up to something. Sangjun was taken aback by this. What? He couldn't understand what she was implying. What was this girl talking about? Duan then calmly continued, saying that since it's his body, it doesn't matter if he does anything weird. Sang Ji-yoon then sadly confessed his own awkwardness, saying who knows what might happen if he did those things carelessly. Realizing she'd gone too far, she sighed, "You really can't take a joke." Sang-yoon? To be honest, I'm still not comfortable with you admitting that. Even hearing my own voice turn feminine is hard to get used to, and of course, I haven't had time to really think about it. Realizing this, Duan reminded him, you should try to get used to it as soon as possible. Caught off guard, Sangjin calmly replies, from now on, Sangjin, you're in a men-only zone. She points out the important issue. Only the director and I know your secret. Meaning he'd have to play the role of a girl among 20-some women? Just then, Duan's phone rang, and she quickly answered. The director's looking for me. I wonder what's up. Sorry, could you wait for me in the lobby on the first floor? He immediately agreed. Oh, okay. In an instant, Sang Jian was alone in the female trainee area, and he panicked a little. What are you afraid of? You know this is crazy, just act normal. Sangjun approached a practice room, wondering, are they practicing? Then he nervously shook his head, telling himself he wasn't thinking anything strange, just trying to boost his morale. Then, Sang-gyun slowly looked up, stunned by the sight before him. Meanwhile, Han entered Byun's room, asking if he was needed. Bijun, seeing her, urged, Manager Han, come take a look at this. The old man, a bit senile, spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, we may need to double-check this. Duan is shocked by the information in the documents, while Sangjun is stunned in the trainee area. Seeing him, Soy wondered, was someone from his high school here? Sangjun was shocked by her appearance and blurted out. Back, confused, asks, how do you know my name? Who are you? Sangjun's face pales as he turns and flees, wondering, why is she here? Just then, the elevator doors opened, and John sighed. Too late. He quickly explained, my fault, I usually don't pay attention to everyone's school. Sung-yoon, what's your relationship with her? You even know her name? She wondered why he was silent, and Duan suddenly raised her voice. Don't tell me you two had something going on? Sang Ji-yoon quickly explained, we're just acquaintances. He ruffled his hair, muttering, there's no way anything happened between us. She used to be the talk of the company. Everyone was surprised they found someone like her. I'd only heard she joined an entertainment company, but I never imagined it would be this one, Sang-yoon lamented. She might recognize me. The rumors about that school violence incident spread all over. He looked up, helpless. What should he do? If she finds out, she'll just brush it off. You're worrying about nothing. Duan points to Sang-yoon and analyzes, who would know you're Kim Sang-yoon looking like that? Think about it, which is more likely? There's no way I'll be found out, so don't worry. Hearing that, he gradually felt relieved. That's right, my face and even my gender are different now, and come to think of it, it would be strange if anyone recognized me. Duan teased, but if you act like that, people will think you're weird. I told you, you have to pretend to be a girl. She tells Sanoon it's time to go. She has to return his old body to him. He suddenly calls out, startling manager Duan. Huh? Sang-yoon wondered. Can I just stay like this today? It's so sunny out. Standing on the bus, Sang-yoon thought he needed to quickly familiarize himself with this body before starting anything, as he knew nothing about it. He was too flustered to notice before, but being shorter, the world looks different now. And these are heavy. Is this normal? My shoulders keep wanting to slouch. Now that I'm aware this is a woman's body, it's really uncomfortable. Some girls behind him kept staring, then whispered to each other, Hey, did you see that? As Sanoon stepped off the ferry, he heard someone calling out, Hey, you! He turned back and asked, Are you calling me? The other person stammered a reply. Are you famous? This question caused Sang-yoon to frown in confusion. He immediately ran away, ignoring the other person's desperate cries for his Instagram ID. The first thing he did when he got home was find shoes and clothes that fit. A short-haired girl blurts out as soon as she sees Sang-yoon, that girl. The girl flinched as Sang-yoon took the box, thinking to himself, I must be mistaken. He asked the girl again. 50,000, right? The girl replied softly. I only took 40,000, just for looking. Sang-yoon gasped in astonishment, still dazed even after he was in his room. Is this the power of appearance? I've never experienced this kind of life before. Sang-jian suddenly remembered stopping by the convenience store on the way home, where the part-time worker, who never paid him any attention, was now incredibly enthusiastic. This is buy one, get one free. Let me grab it for you. He suddenly did a 180 and became super friendly. Sang-yoon tilted his head, looking in the mirror. He had to admit it was tempting. Sang-joon hesitated, taking off his shirt, reassuring himself. Well, I have to get naked to shower anyway, and I need to take a good look at that thing. What's there to see? It's my own body, after all. He marveled. It's beautiful. Coming to his senses, he realized he'd been observing for over 10 minutes. Soon, the next morning arrived, and Sanjun was awakened by the sunlight. He threw off the covers in a hurry, amused by his own reaction. What am I even checking for? The culprit's already gone. I guess I'm still not used to this. He gently smoothed his long, silky hair, telling himself that today was finally here. Chatter filled the office. Right, we have a new person starting. They're probably waiting outside. And John's voice echoed through John's phone. Don't be too surprised if the new person does anything strange. She politely replied, yes. Duan suddenly looked up and quietly exclaimed, Oh, is that her? She found Sanoon in front of the mirror, admiring himself, muttering, How can someone be this beautiful? I can't believe this is my face, John suddenly says. Hello, she said, quickly introducing herself. I'm Yoon John, the head of the trainee training department. Did you receive the regulations and schedule from management? John inwardly assessed her, thinking that her princess attitude was a bit annoying, but she was undeniably genuine. She smiled kindly at Sung-yoon, saying there was no need for orientation and they would start training right away. If she didn't know something, she could ask any time. With that, John gently opened the door, and in that instant, Sang-yoon felt a surge of anticipation. Inside the room were many girls, some chatting, some focused on warming up. Min-jae muttered, It's that time of year again. Jin Trang asks, What season? She giggles. You only arrived last month, so you wouldn't know, would you? It's time to find replacements for those who fail the end-of-month evaluation. Jin Jang's eyes widened. So isn't that the person I saw outside the door last time? She's a savage. Dong-ae turns to Soy, asking if she knows the girl. She even knows my name. She quickly denies it. That's not it. Just then, a cough drew everyone's attention. Gather around, everyone. She introduces the new recruit. Sang-jun raised an eyebrow slightly, as Poi Soy was indeed staring blankly at him. Sang-jun reassured himself that with this appearance, he absolutely wouldn't be suspected. He told himself to just do as he was told, just like Duan had said. Now that your body has changed, your identity needs to match, right? I've simplified things to avoid confusion. Memorize this before you go in. She handed Sanjun a piece of paper and asked, How about it? Do you like the name? I thought of it while imagining what it would be like to have a daughter. Duan encouraged him. Besides the written information, try to avoid saying anything else. Don't stress too much, just be natural, okay? She rises, then extends a hand for another introduction. I'm Hansen, Bruce's general manager. So, even in male form, I'm still called Sang-yoon, right? Sang-yoon slowly stepped forward and boldly spoke. I'm Han-yoi, and I look forward to working with you all. Murmurs of admiration filled the air. Dab whispers to the person next to her, saying that he might be the most beautiful trainee they've ever had. Right? Suryong replied with a faint smile. So, she wonders to herself, is it really the time to add someone like that when the debut group selection is coming up? It's obvious they want to make her a hidden member of the group. Just then, a voice announced, Now that introductions are done, let's have Yoi show us what she can do before we start practice. Confused, Sang-yoon turned and asked, Huh? Du continued to encourage him. Sing or dance, just do something you're comfortable with, it's just a formality. But then Sang-yoon hesitated. Then I'll dance. He thought nervously, this is too much pressure. Sang-yoon thought to himself, showing my skills on the first day. If I mess this up, it'll be a disaster. He suddenly smirked, thinking confidently that Sun Ji-yoon had nothing to do with him. Dancing is my forte. I used to train the dance club in high school, and I was always at the top of my class in the academy. Everyone admired my skills at every audition. Despite failing before, he sees this as a chance to prove himself to the judging eyes. Sang-jun clenches his fists, determined that despite his changed appearance, he is still Kim Sang-jun. With that thought, Sang-jun confidently strikes a pose, prompting W-jin to raise an eyebrow, impressed by his professional stance. But suddenly, a cracking sound shattered all expectations. Sang-jun wondered in a panic. What was that sound just now? Was that sound coming from my body? He wondered in disbelief. No way. San's legs turned to stone and slammed together, sending him crashing face first into the ground, leaving everyone stunned. Ujjain couldn't help but laugh. Sang-gyun struggled to sit up, his eyes wide with horror. How could this be? Silence fills the air as John rushes to help Sang-gyun up, asking if he's all right. Hey, are you hurt? That was physical comedy just now. Was that really slapstick? Murmurs of doubt echoed around them. Duan quickly breaks the tension. All right, everyone, let's get to practice. Let's all do our best today. The trainees will practice freely in the morning according to the schedule, and when the instructor arrives, they will gather to begin group choreography. As Sangjun stretched, he thought, wake up and loosen up a little. Oh my God, how embarrassing. What was that all about? He made an excuse for himself, blaming it on nerves, telling himself it was just the first day and not a lack of ability. Jarim approached Sangyun and introduced herself. Hello, you must be new. I'm Kim Jarim, the choreographer. He politely replied. Hello. She suggested I watch, so she's been studying at the academy for quite some time, right? Show me your wave. Sangjun, of course, agreed. Yes. The creaking of bones echoed continuously. This confused Jarim, who wondered, it says her specialty is inverted jumping, so was there a mistake? Jarim immediately asked Hojun to give the newcomer some space to practice. Hojun quickly obliged. Okay. Sangyun wondered if he had to start all over from scratch. After some training, Hojun finally spoke, telling him to stop and take a 1-minute break, wondering why he was already panting after only 10 minutes. Hojun advises, you really need to work on your stamina. Sangyun is dejected, realizing something is definitely not right after his body changed. Suri noticed Sangyun's condition, and Duan asked him with concern. She heard Sangyun's weak voice. Hello, was the morning practice okay? Manager Han, can we meet privately later? Seeing his miserable state, Duan pondered. I can think of 2 possibilities. Duan begins to list the possibilities. Either he's not used to his new body and hasn't regained his senses, so it will take time to learn how to control it. Or, she analyzes, his past life never danced, which is why he's so stiff now. If it's a hardware problem, Sangyun says fearfully, then Duan immediately offered comfort. What's wrong? It's only the first day. I can figure something out from here. She gently rubbed Sangyun's shoulders and said, you have vocal music class tonight, right? Why not test Kei's singing ability while you're at it? She cheerfully saw him off, but as soon as Sangyun left, John's expression darkened. This is bad. Just a few days ago, she was checking up on Bijun. So, what did you think after seeing them today? They're good, right? He chuckled and replied, though Duan still found it absurd, Blue Entertainment had suggested they give it a try. Duan added that more options are always better, and since this is their first group, they have to succeed. Bunin coldly stated that if there are any problems, they can just disband them, since this is just an experiment anyway. That's right, like being treated coldly by him or being told that he's nothing but a pretty face. But since they know Sanjun's abilities, there's nothing to worry about. Duan forces a smile. Surely they wouldn't disband us right away, would they? Sangyun, setting down his tray, absent-mindedly thinks it's the only thing he can rely on. It felt as though a lifetime of experience had vanished in an instant. Sangyun was devastated. Yesterday he was happily exploring, but he failed to check the most important thing. I'm such an idiot. He suddenly heard chatter behind him. Seriously, did those girls who were chatting in groups go to the convenience store? Sanjun felt extremely embarrassed and quickly ate lunch amidst the girls' laughter. Soon it was time for Dabin's vocal class, and the vocal coach asked Sangjun in confusion. Are you not feeling well? He asked, panicking. She continued to demand, that sounds weird. Sing it again. The pronunciation and pitch are correct, but San thinks nervously that the vocals aren't as important as the dancing. He frowned, but there was nothing to celebrate yet. Sangyun glanced at the girls beside him. As expected of a large company, everyone was above average. He realized that no one slacked off, not even for a moment, and Sangjun blamed himself, knowing he was the only weak link. As dusk settles, Duan raises a document, asking, Private training? Oh, I just need to sign up to use the practice room here. She asks with concern, Aren't you tired? Sangjun, pleased that she's staying late on her first day, fills out the form and replies, I'm fine. He slowly heads to the training room, knowing he needs to take action to find a solution. Sangyun felt restless, having only done basic exercises all day. Then he noticed Suri was in the gym. Sangjun wondered if she was staying late too and hesitantly greeted her. Suri politely replied, You mean Han Yoi? She gave a perfectly standard smile. We're the same age, both 20. Just call me Dong Suyeon. Sangyun blushed slightly. Then let's speak comfortably. Suri, that's a beautiful name. Suri then voiced his question. Yeah, you're still a trainee, right? He didn't hide it either, that's right. Ah, I stare intently at Sanon. So, how is it? How was your first day? He asked awkwardly. It's definitely not easy. Everyone here is so talented. Sangjun clutched his aching arm, blaming himself as yet another unexpected problem arose. He'd only intended to do a few strong moves, but even a little dancing had caused excruciating pain. He forces a smile, wondering if he'll get used to it, if it'll get better. Inwardly, Sangjun is begging for mercy when Sarayan tells him he doesn't think it'll take a week. You already quit, didn't you? Sangyun was stunned, his eyes wide, as she feigned surprise. You weren't planning on quitting? Suri chuckled. Being a fifth-year intern, I've seen your type a lot. They come in thinking it'll be easy, relying on their looks, but quickly realize their limitations and give up. Suryong continued to criticize, wondering who would try to look cool. People come in here with such simple thoughts. I thought you were one of them. I'm being very serious right now. But if you're only half-hearted about being here, I think it's a bit disrespectful to the other trainees. Why put yourself through a week of such hard work? She leaned in and said mockingly, if you're going to continue like that, I hope you quit soon. Sang Ji-yoon was dumbfounded by Suri's words, and as he saw her turn away, he quickly stood up. Hey. Sang Ji-yoon spoke her mind, admitting she knew she looked ridiculous, but she wasn't taking this halfway. He affirms that he's never taken this lightly and is, in fact, very serious. Just then, Suri's gaze is fixed on something, Sang Ji-yoon's enviable chest. Ignoring his confusion, she walked right up to him and brazenly pulled open Sang-jun's shirt to get a better look. He never expected she would dare to do such a thing. A moment later, Sang-yoon hurriedly covered herself. What are you doing? Suri simply sighed with composure. She gave me a sideways glance, criticizing me, saying she was serious but couldn't even wear a bra when dancing. It was then that Sang-yoon realized the important issue. Suryong didn't argue, simply leaving him as the phone began to ring incessantly. Sang-jun stirred, reaching out to silence the alarm, then sat up with disheveled hair. Sang-jun nervously swallowed, changed his clothes, and went downstairs for a run, glancing down at his shirt as he ran. Well, it's certainly better than nothing. I was in a hurry, so I don't even know if it fits. He knew he'd have to train harder than anyone else to regain his former strength. First, he needed to build up his stamina. A 2-hour run before training should do the trick. Sang-jun quickly grew tired and breathless. After only 10 minutes, it was clear he must have hated exercise in his past life. He collapsed, feeling like he was going to throw up. At this rate, how long would it take to recover? A passerby noticed and asked with concern if he was all right. Time passes during his first week as a trainee and everything goes according to plan. For now, I'll receive basic training with the assistant coach. Hun proactively suggests that the teacher guide her training schedule. Sang-gun glanced at the 15-year-old beside him, and a Thai member who had joined not long before, pondering as he trained with them. Come to think of it, we've never spoken before. I wonder if she understands Korean. He watched their movements and commented, the basic posture is good. Meanwhile, Hoon patiently instructs from behind, keep your shoulders still, just turn your neck, only your neck. Eyes fixed forward, Sang Ji-yoon stared at himself in the mirror, silently cursing. That mouth is so annoying. A moment later, he glanced at the clock. Okay, time's up. Hope you all have a good lunch. He sat on the ground, panting, thinking, I already knew how to walk, so why do I have to learn from the basics again? Sang-yoon's eyes drifted towards Ma-na, and after a moment of silence, he hesitated. Just then, Li Wang, age 15, and Kim Ha, age 16, approached. Hey, you done training? Want to grab a bite? Startled, Soon-gun looked up at the two of them, but she reacted faster, immediately standing up. Yeon then asked Han if his training was going well, to which Horan replied with a smile. Yes, he seized the scene, disappointed and pensive. He knew it. How could he ever compare? After that, Sang-yoon went to the cafeteria alone for lunch, and after eating, he put his things away. His small stomach filled up quickly. Finishing quickly has its perks. Just then, something catches Sang-yoon's eye. Soa's presence draws attention as she watches him pass by. Olivia glanced at Sang-yoon as he hurried past, and someone wondered aloud, watching his retreating figure. Is that look supposed to be condescending? She seems to think so. Seriously, we shouldn't have bothered talking to him first. Time flowed like a river, and after that forgettable introduction, Sang-yoon was in a daze when someone exclaimed. Startled by the sudden appearance, he saw Soy approaching to greet him. Hello, I wanted to talk to Sang-yoon. I'm a year younger than Yoi, so please feel free to speak casually. He avoided her gaze, pretending to know while she tried to get acquainted. Didn't we run into each other before when you came? I think you even called my name. It was then that Sang-yoon realized, that's right. Soy was still going on about it. He suddenly had an idea and spoke up, wondering if they had met before. Actually, I heard about Park Soy from the manager before. They said you were quite the character, so I wondered if it was you. Sang Ji-yoon felt pleased with what he'd just said. A spur-of-the-moment lie that actually sounded pretty good. She was a little surprised to hear his reason. Ah, I see. After hearing Sang-yi's words, the others began to murmur, You call that living? That must be what they meant. He's in the red. They openly criticized, perhaps because they didn't want to be friends. He muttered to himself, realizing how much he hated her and tried to avoid her as much as possible. Even though I could pretend not to know her and act like a stranger, just seeing her face made me uncomfortable. And things continued on. And so, the training continued day after day, with Sang-yoon attending foreign language conversation classes. Next, he took vocal lessons seriously, as well as difficult physical training. Sunjun practiced incredibly hard. After finishing his daily schedule, he continued to practice alone until midnight, not daring to slack off for even a moment. Back in his room, he'd review the day's videos and study girl group dances. When Sangjun struggled, he would occasionally send videos to Hun for feedback. But as a trainee, direct feedback was rare, and his health condition meant he had to study even harder on his own. Hun always encouraged him, telling him to keep going. Now Sangjun dejectedly reaches up to hold his head. What he was once most confident in was tumbling or street dancing. But because his body won't cooperate and he occasionally reverts to old habits, he looks even clumsier. In the end, all that's left is to train his strength and start over from the basics. Suddenly he realizes, oh, it's time for exercise. Just then, someone speaks, startling Sanon. Ah, Han Yi. He quickly turned around. Yes, just then, John spoke up to remind him. It's Yoi's turn to present her homework, and Sanjun suddenly realizes a critical problem. Oh no, I completely forgot about the news report assignment. Seeing his reaction, she knew he hadn't prepared anything. Sanjun awkwardly accepts the assignment, saying, I'm sorry. Duan speaks up, displeased. It's not a good look to fail the first assignment. He stumbles, muttering to himself, wondering if this will go on his record. Crap, at this rate I'll be fired before my trial week is even over. Sanjun is drowsy from overexerting himself during his morning workout. He wishes he could have his old body back. His eyes are starting to droop again. He stumbles toward his room, knowing he needs to stay awake. Now is the time I need to build up my strength at all costs. Then, Sanjun unconsciously walked into the men's room, needing to wash his face with cold water. The sign clearly indicates a men's restroom. Sanjun looks up, realizes something, but continues on, unfazed. Is the director here too? Sangjun nodded slightly, greeting him as if it were normal. Bez frowned and shouted a reminder, Hey, this is the men's room. It was only then that he realized his situation. Oh right, sorry about that, sir. He thought to himself, good thing it was only me who saw that. Are you really adjusting well? How do you even mistake the restroom? Come to think of it, the probationary period is almost over, isn't it? Sangjun worried to himself. At this rate, a full-time contract seems... Bijun points out the dark circles under his eyes, asking how he's getting along with the other interns. Have you made any friends? He repeats the question, bewildered. Make friends? Silence immediately fills the space between them. He chuckled. Are you already isolated? It can't be easy being thrown into a group of girls. Shouldn't you be asking Manager Han for help right now? What is she even doing? He should ask how girls become friends with each other, he thought to himself. That's not the main issue right now, Sangjun thought to himself in the restroom. Next is acting class, huh? I just want to pass out right here. A female voice suddenly spoke, startling him. Did you guys see him dozing off today? Not even doing the assignments is a bit much. Just like Suri said, he really did come here on a whim. Dab hesitantly says, the last time I tried to talk to her, she ignored me. Finished with bin 17. Yuri asked, dissatisfied. Why did you talk to her? She honestly replies, I was just curious and wanted to ask a few questions. She was dazed, gave a half-hearted answer, and then vanished. How annoying, she thought. This is insane. Utterly absurd. Is it because she got in here based on her looks that she judges people by their faces? Hun Yuri 17 Dab asks, is there something on my face? Yuri continued to sneer. And you dare to act superior to Suri? Suri feigns concern, saying she's just worried about her ruining the atmosphere they're trying to create. Aren't you all worried? A naive voice wondered. Worried about what? I think she's having fun dancing. Oh, Min 17 is like a newborn colt, jumping around like crazy. But that mismatched face is hilarious, another girl exclaims. It's coming out now. That's intense. Brush your teeth before you talk, Sangjun thought to himself, skeptical. Don't they realize someone's in the bathroom? Yuri concludes they probably want to leave soon anyway. Hey, what are you doing? Min playfully asks. Usually this is when someone involved overhears everything. Hey, she snapped uncomfortably. Don't ruin the mood, she chuckled, trying to smooth things over. Sorry, carry on with what you were doing. Suri froze as someone emerged, and Hiwang was a little embarrassed to meet her. Dab speaks up, and Hojang Yuri suddenly feels uneasy. What's this? Was someone really eavesdropping? Suri calmly continued. So what? We weren't talking behind anyone's back, so what's the point of staying? He knew it was hard to back down and save face. A voice echoed in agreement. That's right. Sangyun stood frozen in the room as the others disbanded and left. Sangyun tirelessly trains, haunted by Surayan's mocking words, know your limits and give up. Is he stubbornly refusing to back down? Not a chance. As night falls, Sang-gyun collapses to the floor, gasping for breath. His body ached all over from the training, and he began to doubt himself. Even now, he wasn't sure if he was improving. How could he fix his clumsiness overnight? The director thinks highly of me. To resort to such measures to get here, only to end up like this. How pathetic. Thanks to Manager Han, I have this body. If the company fires me, I won't be able to use it anymore, right? So, I'll go back to being Kim Sang-gun, running around just to attend auditions I'll never be a part of. Sang-gun pondered as the door behind him creaked open and he reflexively turned around. Hyoang explained hesitantly, I heard it was closing early today, but the lights were still on. Sang-gun thought to himself, closing early? It's just practice. He replied, sorry, I'll be leaving now. Sang-jun quickly stepped past her to leave as he said he would. Hyoang watched his retreating figure with some doubt, then suddenly called out, hey wait, something's wrong with you. Something's wrong. Sang-gyun's face is gaunt and he's even bleeding from his nose. Hyoang recoils and Sang-jun collapses to the floor as a shadowy figure tries to rouse him. Yoi? Sang-jun wearily forced his eyes open. John asked gently, are you awake? I heard you collapsed in front of the gym with a nosebleed? Hyo was there to help stop the bleeding. Good thing I was still at the office then. Are you pushing yourself too hard? You've maintained a female form all this time? It must be exhausting. Your body isn't suited for it. Just change back already. You're denying that I just want to go home. A good night's sleep will fix me right up. Her worrying and blaming you is beyond help. Aren't you afraid of ruining this unfamiliar body? I'll help you ask for time off tomorrow. Sang-jun doesn't argue back. Will all my efforts be for nothing after the trial week? Morning, my foot. Just say you want me to pack my bags and leave. You can't even sing properly. Who would sign a contract with such an amateur? Duan wondered if he was being told to pack his bags. Why, the reason we haven't signed you yet is because we want to give you more time to think. Many kids dream about this industry, and the pressure is immense. The first few days are spent learning dry, basic knowledge, and after just a week, you'll be asking yourself if you really want this job. Yoi, you may be determined, but what if your change in gender really did make your abilities disappear? He remains unmoved. In that case, she smiles, promising the contract will still be signed as long as he doesn't give up because it's too difficult. Of course, it will be very hard from now on. He was stunned for a moment, and Sanun asked again to be sure. So I won't be kicked out immediately just for not performing well, right? Duan now realizes that he's obsessed with quickly regaining his strength. He couldn't help but blame her, thinking it would have been better if she had spoken up sooner. She thought to herself, it's a good thing the director isn't too strict about this. He sighs again, knowing it's just a matter of delaying the inevitable. Ron chimed in, reminding him to recharge his energy with his old body for the sake of the future. You need to rest sometimes. Sanun frowned curiously. So, does this mean another trip to the hotel? She asked suggestively. Let's go to my place, he says, resting his head on his hand as he contemplates. A thought flashes. What? Duan comments that switching bodies and staying in hotels all the time is expensive. Does money grow on trees? Mr. Gu Bianming, the company is only 5 minutes away and has a decent bathtub. She added, actually, never mind. I don't think I need to go back to my old body. Sang-gyun objects, saying she still has things to check. He was filled with regret, wishing he'd asked to go back to his own home. Sang-jun hesitantly asks if it isn't too late, and if he'd be intruding on her family. Duan bluntly replied, I live alone, so make yourself at home. He couldn't believe it. She turned around and invited you in, so go on. Sang-jun questions if he's doing the right thing, but Ron speaks up nonchalantly. What are you hesitating for? It's just to borrow the bathroom. Sang-jun hesitantly agreed. Oh, okay. Then it hit him. This is the guy who brings people he just met to hotels. If it wasn't intentional at this point, what was it? Sang-jun shook off his embarrassment and stepped inside. Sorry for the intrusion. He suddenly froze, his eyes catching on the clothes hanging there. Sang-jun instinctively looks away as Duan turns back and smiles. How about some coffee while we wait for the bath? He was too shocked to even notice. Being here makes me uncomfortable, Sang-jun stated bluntly. She quickly pointed the way, saying her shirt was stained and she wanted to hand wash it in the bathroom first. Is that so? The bathroom is over there. You brought the antidote, right? He moved immediately. I'm off then. Sang-yun quickly went into the bathroom. Oblivious, Duan is completely off guard, and he still has to drive later. I'll just take off these socks. I'm suffocating. I forgot to bring in the laundry this morning. I wonder if she's dressed properly. Wearing the same clothes every day. The little stars have adorned the night sky. Sang-gyun grimaces as he steps out of the bathroom. A week has passed, but nothing feels foreign to him. His senses have fully returned, and his old body is indeed the most comfortable. Duan startled him for a moment as well. What was that about? What's going on? She sighs in exasperation, saying a man suddenly appearing in her house scared her half to death. That's right, this is how it should be. Duan suddenly turned to see her hastily gathering the laundry, leaving him at a loss. Are you just noticing now? Duan suddenly turned around, puzzled. Right, I noticed a while ago. But what's with that ugly gray tracksuit? Didn't I give you company workout clothes? Songjin replies. I've kept them carefully at home. To prevent disaster if I suddenly revert, I specifically bought this oversized one. She suspiciously assesses, there's not much difference in size, but it's best not to say anything. 170 centimeters down to 168 centimeters. So it's just because it's tight-fitting, 2 hot coffees are served. Here, drink your coffee. He picked up his cup, reminiscing. What was it you wanted to check earlier? Duan asked curiously. How does your body feel? Did the exhaustion and fatigue disappear after the body swap? Sang Ji-yoon shrugged, frowning as he replied. No, I'm still sore and tired. She assessed seriously. I thought I could recover while waiting for the switch time. It seems my biological state can't be changed. I suddenly feel guilty. I don't really understand this transformation drug either. I should have been more careful, but I thought it would be fine and ignored everything, never imagining how difficult the body changes would be. But Sang-yoon, you're more reckless than I thought. I don't know if that's admirable or foolish, but from now on, I'll take responsibility and help you adapt and solve problems together. Sang-yoon suddenly raised his coffee cup and drank it all, quickly setting the cup down. No thanks, I'm fine. If it were my original body, this would be nothing. This was just a slight miscalculation in adjusting the pace. Now that I'm here, how could I not have foreseen this? She stared blankly at him. Hurry with what? Her voice cut through the night. Wake up at 5 a.m. to run? Sanan replied nonchalantly. I was simply free at that time. He bluntly states, isn't that how it always is? He confessed frankly, I dropped out of school and ran away from home. I really couldn't stand training to be an idol while having to read my family's expressions. The image resurfaced in his mind, but nearby a construction site was underway, the academy in the afternoon, and part-time work in the early morning. I wanted to sleep in, but the construction woke me up. I felt like the whole world was against me. She slowly concluded, and he continued. So, until that construction was finished, I ran every morning, treating the construction noise like an alarm clock. And so, waking up early became easier. Duan reflected, feeling like she was beginning to understand Sangjun's personality more and more. You seem to enjoy punishing yourself when things don't go your way. Come to my place tomorrow. We need to switch our bodies back before the contract is signed. Sangjun replied from outside, goodbye, and wearily dragged himself home. I'm so tired and starving. Was it because I ate so little when I was a girl? In any case, stomach capacity differs. Sangjun remembers he's out of food at home. The strange refrigerator was filled with all sorts of food and drinks, stunning him for a moment. Leftovers from his grandmother's business trip. Later, my grandmother told me over the phone about Director Han, the eldest daughter of a regular at her pharmacy and fortune-telling shop, who apparently met me as a child, though I don't remember it at all. The voice on the phone excitedly recounted. I once joked with that child that a beautiful woman would occasionally appear, shining behind my grandson. I was just saying that, but it could be a guardian spirit or a past life. And that kid believed it and came to find me recently. Duan's voice echoes, I discovered an extremely precious herb in my family's storage. I've processed it for easier use, and I'm going to try it on your grandson. Sang-yoon was confused. What was that way of speaking? Is that Sang-ji-yoon on the other end? Now that you have this chance, you have to give it your all so you don't have any regrets. Though the method is strange, isn't this what you've always wanted? He replied. My grandmother never wanted me to become an idol, but after that incident, she stopped scolding me or interfering. Maybe she was just tired of her useless grandson clinging to a hopeless dream. I thought she'd completely given up on her grandson. Ron glanced out the car window. Is that the apartment Sang-ji-yoon mentioned? She couldn't help but laugh. Sang-jin smiled, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Grandma. Of course, I'll do my very best. A new day begins, and Hound turns to chat. Yoi, I heard you're signing your contract today. He chimes in, hello, everyone. He made a timely observation. Today, you officially graduate from the basics. Sang-jin hesitated slightly. Yes, Ho-yeon continued. I spoke with Ms. Jerem yesterday. Jerem expressed that she thought A was special, saying that at first her movements seemed imitated from somewhere. But upon closer inspection, she's been trying to eliminate the awkward group movements and focus solely on precision. Lately. It's strange to see that natural feel flow out when the basics aren't even mastered yet. Could it be strong in theory but lacking in practice? Ho-jun quickly explained. Jerem A actually sends me videos every day. She couldn't hide her surprise, which quickly turned to suspicion. What? Practice videos? How is a trainee getting personal feedback? There's something going on, isn't there? He states bluntly. She's already found her own mistakes, so I didn't have much to add. She seems to be trying to figure out her current condition. It seems she's frustrated that her body can't keep up, Juri muses. It's strange. She hasn't just returned to dancing recently. Oh no, she's got cramps, Han observes. So he thinks someone like Yoi would learn very quickly with proper instruction, and that it's better to jump into real combat once you've trained to a certain point. Song-gyun was touched, seeing that the instructor remembered his advice. And don't send the video too late. Send it as soon as you're done filming, and I'll give you proper feedback. He immediately bowed in gratitude, saying, Yes, thank you, I will do my best. Manao smiles softly, thinking to herself, how envious, already on week 3 of basic training. Jirim announces, Focus up, today I'll show you the next dance to learn. Hwang turns his head, realizing something. Yoi will be training with us from now on. He glances at Suri, considering positions. I quietly mocked him. I didn't see you this morning, I thought you'd given up, so you haven't? Yoi, you're really talented. I only gave you that one piece of advice. You're already working with us? If you fall like you did on your first day, it'll be a problem. Her voice rings out, signaling the start of the first exercise. He's still provoking me. If I get kicked out right after becoming a trainee, San is confident he'll confront them directly. That won't happen. A week after arriving at Blood Entertainment, I became an official trainee and began participating in serious lessons. Jerem offered enthusiastic feedback. Great, now let's turn on the music. There, lift your leg higher. Yoi, your movements have been sloppy for a while now. Sanjun collapses, exhausted but relieved to have made it through. The instructor announces that they're done for the day. Suri, the long-eared rabbit, taunted, Just you? Next to her, a flattering voice replied, No, you're doing great, barely able to concentrate amidst the sounds of near death. He inwardly regretted showing off earlier. He couldn't even balance at first, but he didn't fall once today. Has he improved a little? All that running these past few days wasn't for nothing. He suddenly realized something. Hyo Jiang was resting nearby, and his hesitant voice caught her attention. She smiled and said, Yoi? Thank you for your help yesterday, he said shyly. I fainted and don't remember much, but I heard you stayed with me. She admits she didn't see you this morning and was a little worried. Are you feeling better now? It seems you've signed the official contract, right? How wonderful. So, we'll be seeing each other every day from now on. I look forward to working with you. Sanun blushes slightly, flustered. Me too, he thinks to himself. What is this? What is this heavy feeling? It's been so long since I've felt such kindness. Should I ask what the next class is? Mu Yang says it's personality, and she complains that she's about to hear a bunch of boring, brainwashing education. Hyo Jiang suddenly realizes the break is over, and she leaves. He looks at her shyly, shrinking back. She suggested we go together. Do you want to sit with her too? Duan happily announces that today's lesson will be special, as an artist from the company will be teaching us. Whispers filled the classroom. Who do you think the company celebrity is? Barely containing her excitement, Yuri wonders if it's the new male group Parang Entertainment just debuted. Minji laughs, wondering who would listen to a rookie giving a lecture. Bijun smiles as he enters. Hello everyone, I'm the lecturer invited here today. Oh, Byun. Silence immediately fills the room. She stammered. Why is the atmosphere like this? It was so hard to get him here, guys. Some people chimed in, agreeing that the director was indeed handsome. Hyung quietly introduced her. I'm Beho Jeng, and I'm 24 years old. Sangyun is a little surprised. So, you're 4 years older than me? 24 years old? She realized with some embarrassment. Am I too old for this? I actually debuted with Summer Gone, but we weren't popular and disbanded after only a year. So, she's starting over from scratch, he muttered to himself. Summer Gone. Hang quickly interrupts. Don't look anything up about me, okay? I'd be so embarrassed. Sangyun sincerely considers this, but points out that debuting at all means she must have some skill. Ho Jiang humbly denies it, saying she's not that good. Calling it a debut is a stretch, since no one even recognizes me. And here I'm just average. But the truly talented ones are over there. He points to Liujin, 20, Sato, and Izumi, 18. They've been chosen for the debut team. Though there's no official announcement, they've consistently ranked first and second in the monthly evaluations, and the company has arranged special training sessions for them. The clear voice echoed, As young as you are, this process may seem unfair and harsh, but being an idol means surviving on skill, existing with the right attitude, and perfecting your spirit. Staying here means you've accepted all of that, understand? Don't see it as coercion, but as a process to help us become our best. Any questions? Minji jokes that the director should tell them about his first love. But inside as he walked, these young people are terrifying. John followed, saying it was a truly wonderful lecture. The food tray was then placed on the table, director. At dinner, Hanga cheerfully admits that she often eats alone too. That's too bad, Sang-yoon empathized. Me too, he thought to himself. Why is such a good person always alone? Is it because he doesn't have friends his own age? Could that be the reason? But I didn't expect two people to be chosen for the debut team already. No wonder I barely see them outside of group practices. I've only been here a week. I wonder when I'll get my skills back and if there's even room for me. Hours earlier, a voice spoke. So with this, Han Yoi is officially signed, huh? He replied, I'll do my best. Boonan anxiously reminded him, you really have to work hard. Sang-yoon shyly agreed, and he helplessly explained that he'd heard a little about the situation and understood, but the trainer's evaluations last week were truly awful. Duan chimed in. He muses that while there's no guarantee the debut group will be chosen based on skill, trainees above average must be pushed to the next round. Sang-jun began. You mean Hyundong? She excitedly asks, what's going on? He asked directly, can you tell me who the best trainees are, besides the two who are already in the debut group? Hang was a little surprised, but answered anyway. Huh? Okay, I'll tell you based on last month's evaluations then. First, in vocals, the top trainee is Haeyeon, sitting over there. She nudges Mayang, telling her not to doze off while eating. She mentioned that Soy used to sing as a child and was quite famous. But since she's young and hasn't gone through puberty yet, she still needs to be monitored. Among those praised by the teachers is Soy, who started late but has a great voice. He pondered, not a dancer but a vocalist. Hojung continued, besides the top vocalist, Vap Yuri. Minji is second in dance, only behind the two debut team members who went to arts high school together. Each of those mentioned excels in a specific area, but overall, Suri is the most well-rounded. Sang-yoon has to admit it. Now that I think about her words, she never thought I couldn't do it. Her taunts flash through my mind again. Back down, afraid of ruining the atmosphere. So, now you're good enough to hang with us? I see, so there was a reason to be wary of me? Even Deng Swang feels inferior to others? What's with the immediate denial? That's not it. Yo, you're very beautiful. Haeyang is now embarrassed to be aware of her surroundings. She means that if you were just average, the boss wouldn't have bothered with you. It's like feeling threatened, because now is the selection phase for the debut team, so everyone is tense. When you first arrived, everyone probably felt the same way I did. And honestly, you're the most beautiful person I've ever met. Yoi must hear that a lot, but I wanted to say it at least once. He replied awkwardly, huh? Ah yes, Sang-yoon was suspicious. It's so easy for girls to say embarrassing things to each other. It feels so strange. A voice echoes, everyone, you've worked hard. Hyang turned to her and asked, are you staying to practice today? He replied, yes, I probably will. Sang-yoon thought to himself, I have a private lesson tomorrow, don't I? I've been focusing so much on dancing lately that I've completely forgotten about it. I've been doing enough physical training lately. I need to focus on singing today? She asked worriedly. Tired. I can't deny it. A little, but a bit of exercise will perk me right up. Hyo repeated, worried I'd push myself too hard and faint from a nosebleed like yesterday, but I reassured her it wouldn't come to that, though she still insisted a break before practice would be better. Hyo shifted her position, patting her lap as she offered. Why don't you close your eyes for a bit? Just resting them will help with the fatigue. No, Hyang, she insists. Come on, just lie down. If you fall asleep, I'll wake you up. He blushes with embarrassment. A crash echoes, and Hyo asks with concern. Yoi, are you okay? I'm sorry. You don't like it? I guess I was being a little too forward. A white car was already waiting in the parking garage, and Duan sat inside, deep in thought. A gentle tap on the window drew her attention, and she saw Duan waving hello. She spoke up immediately. The director smiled. Have you been busy lately? I haven't seen you around, and I heard you've been through a lot. From the company's inception, I've doubted whether someone as indecisive as Byun is fit to be director. I've raised him for over a decade. Of course I know him. CEO of Parang Entertainment, so you need to support him well. She replied, yes. Duan leaned in and whispered, reminding her to tell him to use the past life drug carefully and properly. Duan replied, of course. You don't need to worry about that. I'm sure Director John is busy preparing to debut a new group, right? He chuckled in acknowledgement. That's right. That's all good luck. She bowed a quick farewell, wearily slumped into her chair, and Duan couldn't help but grimace. She sighed, thinking, seriously, am I Bi-jun's secretary? What bad luck, running into someone I shouldn't have first thing in the morning? Duan picks up the phone, confirming team leader Yoon's personal training session for the week. Yes, send it over to me. Duan suddenly realizes that the evaluation is coming up soon. I need to share the weekly evaluations with the producer and production team. And EOI needs to quickly improve her dancing, so she'll focus on dance class. She's even added yoga to improve her flexibility, she assesses. Seems good. Keep it up. John asked through the receiver, Are you tired today? Her voice sounded so lifeless, and she couldn't deny it. A little, she admits, wondering if Yoi is doing all right. Last night, I picked up some tricks for vocalizations. Simply put, it's a matter of adaptation. It's like hearing your recorded voice for the first time, so I practiced until it sounded natural. If I spend enough time, I should be able to dance well, too. The woman opens the door and enters, followed by trainee Aoi. He replies, Yes, hello. Dabin smiled, asking him to warm up his voice and sing the whole song, which Sangyun immediately did. He wondered if he was doing well, thinking it didn't sound too bad, and she commented that it was much better than the first time. What is this? The pronunciation is good and the breathing is stable. He breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Dabin hesitated. But I'm singing in my original key, right? Sangyun was suspicious, though. He'd intentionally raised his voice higher than normal. She glances back at the file in her hands. You mentioned taking singing lessons before, right? He asks directly, Is there a problem? Din denies it. No, there isn't. There's nothing to adjust. It's perfect. Sangyun is also stunned. Is it over? It's only been 10 minutes. Hyo, what are your thoughts? Okay, Dabin won't interfere much if she thinks it's good, so it's because you're doing well. I realized that after watching you practice last night, Dabin probably didn't say anything because you can adjust on your own. Oh right, we actually have 2 vocal coaches. There's also a coach who specializes in debut groups and those who are still weak. I took a few initial lessons with her. She's super strict, Yoi. If I get a bad evaluation today, I'll be transferred to her class, Sanjun sincerely considers. Hojong sang pretty well yesterday, huh? Is it because of her experience combined with her great voice? She laughs modestly. Not at all. I've only improved since coming here, she replied as he pressed on, unable to hide his curiosity. Summer gone, right? The group you used to be in. I'm so curious. I'll have to look it up later. Hyo shouts in embarrassment. No way! That group flopped, so their performances were lame. The concept was bad from the start, so there's really nothing to see. Sangyun replied with doubt. Really? I wonder how bad they must be for her to react like that. So, not good, not bad, just average. It's a little anticlimactic after practicing so hard all night. But I know dancing is what really matters. Well, one less thing to worry about, but standing right in front of me, she slowly turns around. Sanjun approaches to greet him, while manager Han Ron looks dejected. Oh, come on, this was my secret spot, he asked, defeated. Isn't this just the rooftop? She points. See that building over there? Back in the day, there were cannons set up there to photograph idols smoking up here. Sangjun couldn't hide his shock. What, I suddenly have chills? Duan smiled, adding, That's why not many people come up to the rooftop, except for trainees who don't know about the rumors. And sometimes people who deliberately come up here to pretend to run into an idol. He hastily explained, I just wanted a place to stretch after eating. Did you come up here to smoke? She retorts, I can't smoke. What's that you're holding? Is it a drink? Sangyun holds it up. This? Bei Hojang bought it for me, Duan says happily. So you've become close friends, he recounts with a smile. She even stayed to help me train that night. Isn't she great? She suddenly reached out her hand. Let me have a sip. Suddenly feeling parched, Sangyun reluctantly hands it over. Just don't drink it all. Duan laughs and promises. I won't even let it touch my lips. Here she holds the can away from her mouth. He bluntly commented, You're going to choke drinking like that. Duan, who was drinking, suddenly paused. See, I told you it would spill everywhere. She replied shyly. Sorry, I don't blame you. It's okay. Duan teases with a smile. While you're at it, get it washed and find something else to wear. Why do you wear that same ugly gray tracksuit every day? Her eyes widened slightly. Oh, are you free this afternoon? Sangyun replies, Yeah, I'm free around 4. Wow. Duan suggests, Then come with me for a bit. He's suspicious, but she reminds him, Make sure you're free then. Sangyun wondered, Where are we going? Well, where else could we be? He replied. Of course, we're going shopping. Duan gestures to the racks of stylish clothes, arranged to entice shoppers. Du mentions, This place is close to my company, so a lot of idols come here. Let's browse the clothes first. What kind of women's fashion do you like? Sanjun frowned slightly. Me? I just like what everyone else likes, like a white tee and jeans. She thinks that's so old school. It's not the clothes that are beautiful, but the person wearing them. He silently retorted. She was the one who asked after all. Sangyun indifferently agrees. Of course. Ron quickly picks out some clothes, deciding to just buy the basics today. What about this? Anything would look good on you. But he hastily refused. What? It may look good, but I never said I wanted to wear it, she retorted. What are you talking about? I'm picking out clothes for you to wear. He was stunned for a moment. What? Duan explains that she's helping him adapt to his new identity. And partly because your usual sloppy attire offends my eyes, I'll take this chance to turn you into a proper girl. Perhaps we should start with something simple since we're just getting acquainted, Sanji-eun stammered. That outfit looks better. Does it have to be so revealing? What is that, an off-the-shoulder top? She's already wearing an off-the-shoulder dress. Is she okay with that? How about an off-the-shoulder square neck? Or maybe just a one-shoulder look? Sanjin reluctantly asks if they can just pick something normal. Why does it have to be off the shoulder? Duan reluctantly agreed. Okay, I get it. How about a normal dress then? He sternly added that she should choose pants if possible. She turned and asked, how about this one? He remarked emotionlessly that the pants were a bit too tight. Silence fell between them, and Duan began to lose patience. Just be quiet and let me pick something out. All you have to do is try it on. Sang-yeon quickly stopped her, saying, wait, no. Or forget it. We can just buy a few more sets of workout clothes. She adamantly refuses, saying it's for comfortable workouts. Enough with the workout clothes already. His eyes reddened as he spoke. It's just an outfit. Why make such a big deal out of it? Even if I could change my gender or grow a thicker skin, I still couldn't wear clothes like this. Duan couldn't help but think he was overreacting. You're currently living as a female idol trainee. Didn't you consider this? If I have to wear it anyway, why not now? What if I have to wear something even worse later? Did you think I'd go on stage in workout clothes? Of course I know that. Ever since becoming a trainee, I knew this day would come. After all, it's not the first time this has happened. Underwear, well, you can excuse that with practicality, but women's clothing, it's a very conscious choice, inside and out. But this resistance feels different somehow. It's clearly for show. Even if my gender is changing, this is quite the experience. This is a matter of a little remaining pride. Is that a voice calling out to him? Are you having an identity crisis just from wearing an outfit? If you're a man, then put it on with pride. What's taking so long? Do you need help getting dressed? Sang-hyun calls the manager over, pointing out that the bra strap is showing. Duan acts like she's just realizing now. I forgot about it. I should probably find another strapless bra. And while I'm at it, I'll check out the lingerie. Sang-hyun belatedly realizes, was this intentional? You didn't have to go to such lengths. I've measured my size too. She peeks in, curious. Really? Then what are you wearing? Let me see. A girl like me should be the one guiding you through this. Yeah, you're being too slow. He forced a reply, telling her to just wait a little longer. The wind blowing from below feels strange. Duan nudges his shoulder. Don't overdo it. I picked out the most normal clothes for you. Just walk normally. Don't embarrass yourself. No one's going to look at you strangely. Don't worry, Zhang thinks helplessly. More like a lot of people are staring. She exclaimed, shopping is more fun than you'd think, right? I wish I didn't enjoy shopping, but dressing up a beautiful woman gives me a strange thrill. Let's try this one on next. It's gorgeous. He wondered if he was being turned into a dress-up doll as Sang-yeon quickly approached. Do you like that outfit? She asked with a smile. Want to try it on? He suggested. Then why don't you wear it? I think it suits you. Duan immediately pushed the outfit toward him, saying, I'm not really into feminine styles like this. He silently protested, feeling helpless. Then why did you make me? Sang-yeon wearily takes a seat on the long chair as she approaches with a pile of clothes. Sorry for the wait. I think this should be enough clothes for you. Next, he's startled and exclaims, What was that? What kind of girl sits with her legs spread open while wearing a dress? Duan scolded angrily. Seriously, even now you still don't realize anything? Get up, we still have to go look at cosmetics. Sangjin complained, Hey, isn't this moving a little too fast? She explained, Stop nagging. With a face like that, you should at least take care of it properly. Who knew you only used cucumber soap? For now, I'll just buy some basic cosmetics and toiletries. I just went along with it. Okay, I get it. An hour later, she walks out, satisfied with her purchases. And with that, Sangyun sighs in exhaustion. I want to go home. Oh man, look at that bank notification. I think she went a little overboard. He turned, questioning if it was all her own money. Duan retorted, Did you think I was using company money? It also gives me an excuse to splurge a little, even if it is for work. Sanjin gratefully replies, Thank you. For me, she reminds him. If you're so grateful, would you wear all these clothes for me? Sanjin thought to herself as she walked. The coffee shop came into view, and he turned to Han in surprise. Manager, we've been walking for so long, aren't you tired? Let me treat you to coffee. John was stunned for a moment, then said, Enjoy your meal. He added, Just ask if you need anything else. Duan inquired, Have you been troubled by anything lately, like something at school? Sang-gyun hesitated. Brother Tran True. I wanted to ask about the debut team. Should I ask here? Sang-Jun mentioned. Before, you said you couldn't guarantee the debut team would be chosen based on skill, right? Are there specific criteria for that? She confessed. Don't read too much into it. I just said that to motivate you. Why do you ask all of a sudden? He recounts that today's vocal lesson went smoothly, but frankly, he has nothing to be proud of right now. I really need a powerful weapon, like dancing, Duan points out. Oh, what about my face then? He asked, defeated. Aside from your face, she doesn't understand why it can't be you. You're an idol. I'm not saying you can slack off just because you're handsome. But Ioi, it seems to me you haven't really learned how to use the powerful advantages this body gives you and are just trying to prove yourself with your skills, right? But how can I use this face? Am I supposed to give up my natural abilities? I'm finally starting to see some hope in my dancing. The problem is, Sanun's wondering, Manager, when is the debut team lineup finalized? Does she realize you're afraid you won't regain your skills in time? Well, that's not something we can tell a trainee. I guess I can understand that, Duan teased. But if I just leave it at that, you'll start overthinking things again and repeat your past mistakes. For now, it won't be this year. Parang Company is planning to debut a new boy group soon, so we need to avoid overlapping our debut with theirs. This is a common rumor, so all the trainees must know. You seem interested. A boy band, huh? She ruthlessly shut that down. What's with that look? Are you jealous? You can't have him, Waioi? Don't even dream about it, Sun grimly admits. I knew it, the receptionist's voice echoed. Welcome, esteemed guests, Duan offered as he stood up. Time to head back. The two quickly gathered their things and left. Gong notices something, glancing down. A wallet has fallen to the ground. Hey, you dropped your wallet. He quickly picks it up to call out to him, but suddenly freezes for a moment. Sang-Gyun's real ID card is revealed, and he immediately turns around in a panic as Sang-Gyun lunges forward, trying to take the wallet back from Gong. He eyed him suspiciously as Suri happily recognized him and quickly interjected. We just found that wallet a little while ago. We were just about to take it somewhere nearby to turn it in. He seemed a bit suspicious. Is that so? He impatiently holds out his hand. That's right. Just give it back to me. He still refuses to return it. Gong suddenly suggested that he hold on to the wallet. The owner of that wallet is someone I know, Duan quietly reminded him. Wait, don't say anything and just stay still. Sensing something was off, she tried to reassure him, saying, No one's going to eat your wallet. Just leave it to me. I'll take care of it. I remember now. You're the rookie getting ready to debut at Parang, right? What? Sang-Gyun is frustrated. Why is she stopping me? In the end, you couldn't even get your wallet back. Is that what you're worried about right now? Isn't this going too far? You even know Father Gong? Tell me the truth. What's your connection to my company? And even Parsoi? How do you know so many people? Just classmates at the academy, Duan mused. First the same school and now the same academy? Impressive. He admits, I'm not even close to him. She wonders why he's so concerned about the wallet. And he even had to return it to you personally. I have to admit, he's much better looking in person, with a face that shines so bright it's hard to deny. But that old director really did have an eye for talent. Sang-Gyun doesn't think so? Not at all. Duan was doubtful. What's this? I thought you said you weren't close. He figures that even if they're not close, he knows that type of person. Cha Gong-wan can't dance, and he sings terribly. Frankly, all he has going for him is his face. Sang-Gyun felt a pang of guilt and paused for a moment, bad at dancing, bad at singing, only his face. He pondered his words. Wait, isn't she continuing the conversation? Not bad. Maybe I should just ask him directly. What's the secret to debuting someone who can't sing or dance? He glances at his phone, and as soon as he thinks of someone, they appear. A message pops up. Cha Gong-ji, you just went to the 20 shopping mall, right? Not surprised, huh? I have your wallet. You're still nearby, right? Come to the address I sent. What is he trying to pull? He replies with a message. Then take it to the police station or send it by courier, he replied. I'm not that free. Sang-Gyun was visibly annoyed. Then why did she insist on keeping it? She almost blurted out her thoughts. Wait, this address, Duan wondered. What's wrong? Where did he ask you to meet? He points downwards and Sang-Gyun looks worried. No, you have to go in my place. She's helpless. They just met. Now you're telling me to go see. Are you serious? Calm down. Goodness, hurry and find a place to change and switch bodies back. You know where my house is, right? I have something to take care of, so I can't go with you. He numbly grabs the house keys. Is this okay? Duan sighed. Look at how happy you are. You must be exhausted today, having to wear that outfit all day. Sang-Gyun happily exclaims that this is the only outfit that brings him comfort. I'll be back soon, so it's fine, she says bluntly. Yoi, are you still clinging to your old body? I was trying to be patient, knowing that adapting takes time and isn't easy. But do you know why I brought you out today to try on clothes and makeup? Because how you dress not only affects your aura, but also how others see you and how you see yourself. That messy hair, the image you long for, the disparity you feel. It will only become more pronounced with time, and if you can't let go of who you were, all this change will be for nothing. What if you keep hesitating and it becomes a habit? Look at today. I went to the trouble of buying you all these nice things. Oh, of course, it's for work, he replies. I think I understand now, Duan said, looking dejected. What a shame. I was going to have you try on some outfits I bought today. Sang Ji-eun muttered. You always said it was for work. Those memories keep flashing back, but you just wanted to hang out with me, didn't you? The room quickly fell silent as he left. John was still stunned for a few seconds, and she suddenly looked over, pondering what he had just said, making Duan blush with embarrassment. Sangjin judged as he walked away, debuting despite not knowing how to dance or sing. It just doesn't make sense. Because other than his face, Chagong World really doesn't have any strengths or charms, and it's not like I'm jealous or anything. The day Chagong World first came to the academy, he confidently introduced himself. I'm Chagong from Company 20. Even among the handsome men gathered here, he still inspires despair. The guy next to him couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, I'm giving up." That's what trainee Parong Shich said before he actually quit school the next day, and the crowd gathered around, curious. Where's Company 20? Gong asks directly. It's a small company, so you wouldn't know it. No practice rooms, no personal trainers. I was scouted on the street. Seriously, they told me to come here, learn to dance and sing, and then go back. The two boys standing there exchanged amused remarks upon hearing this. So he really is just a regular guy. Judging by his build, he probably just knows a few dance moves. The guy in the blue pants accidentally steps on someone's foot, who cries out in pain. What is this? Why are you here not paying attention to your position? He quickly adjusts his movements, apologizing as he tries to reach her heart. The frustrated teacher orders him out, complaining about his touch, and soon no one pays attention to Gong World anymore. People gradually leave, but the problem isn't your skill. How pathetic. The only pathetic one here is Yang Shik. Gong-o sits alone, noticing the distorted sound as Sang-yoon enters and offers a compliment. Hey, you sing well. I thought you could only dance. I deny it. I was just humming. You can hear that? The sound quality's terrible, isn't it? Gong-o wonders why he sometimes imitates a crow's call, and Sang-yoon explains it's to get a breath for the hiccup technique. You don't know Michael Jackson? He's a bit out of it. Huh? Oh yeah, I know him. A foreign singer, right? Does Michael sing with hiccups? Interesting, he thought to himself. Is he trying to pick a fight? Sang-yoon replays the scene in his mind. Does he know this dance? Gong seemed to recognize it. Is this it? The Black Dwarf Star. He corrected it to Moonwalk. Isn't he crazy? Gong agrees, adding that the dance can also be done on the spot. Sang-yoon offers to teach him, saying it's easy. He hesitantly refuses, saying he'd rather not. Hey, I really admire you. A girl suddenly walked in. Gong World, the professor is off today. Let's go to the Manga Cafe on the first floor with me. He happily replied. Is that even allowed? Oh well, it's a rare day off. He wondered, were the two of them dating? The girl shyly denies it, saying that's not the case. They're just acquaintances until they pass the selection. But who knows? Maybe they'll keep in touch after that? Gong replies that it's fine as long as he's okay with it. Songjun frowns, wondering what he's even doing here. As time passes, Gong asks if he's been rejected. They said if there's no improvement after 2 weeks, I should just leave. Since I already paid for a month, the academy said I can continue if I want. But what do they expect from a newbie after only 2 weeks? How can I be motivated if I don't improve? I know full well I have no talent, he consoled. How can you be so sure after only 2 weeks? He joked that combining his looks with my talent would be amazing, and Sang-yoon laughed in agreement. That's ridiculous. What if we combined my looks with your abilities? Gong-go muses, oh man, I can't even imagine it. I'm only just noticing now. The way he talks just rubs me the wrong way. I'm not that ugly, am I? That's right. Gong is even trying every day to become an idol. He made up his mind. Maybe he should give it a serious try too? My memories of Gong World's father are condensed into one pure, hateful sentence. As Sang-yoon wonders why he called him here if he wasn't going to show up. One just wanders around in dresses all day, while the other lacks talent, but still debuted first. How pathetic. The question from before suddenly flashed through his mind. Does he still long for his old body? He quickly denied it. That can't be. This is much better than when I was eliminated right away. The only thing I miss is my dancing skills. Her words echo in my mind. All changes will be for naught. If he can't let go of his past self, he'll be caught red-handed. And Buksoy is still in training. Why is she already outside? Oh no, she's looking this way. She silently turns and walks away. Sang-jeon is momentarily stunned with disappointment. She definitely looked this way. No, that's obvious. A promising intern at a major company caught out with a man. It's even more dangerous if rumors spread about her involvement with a former bully. But even so, was that expression really necessary? Memories flashed through his mind. If he had met her back then in his old body, just like the image the aloof guy requested. Senior, what are you doing here? I'm sorry, but please don't pretend you know me. It wasn't that bad, but it was a close call. So I quietly walks away, looking around and wondering if it's nearby. She accidentally bumps into someone and apologizes, then freezes in surprise. Gong waves goodbye, saying, "Hey, Kim Sangjin, sorry I'm late." "I'm truly sorry. I'm debuting soon, so I don't know when we'll meet again. Take this, Sanghyun. I'm not exactly free either. I had to take a day off from practice." "What? So you still haven't given up on your idol dreams?" He barely avoids eye contact, and Gong sighs. "Wow, you really are crazy. I'm busy, so I have to go." You can take a look around the company before you go. Outsiders usually don't get to see inside. But an opportunity to come to Parang Entertainment like this is rare. Calling me to the company just to return my wallet, is he trying to mock me? I don't know about anything else, but I'm sure I've worked harder and yearned for it more than him. Yet he's the one who got the spot I've been longing for. Sang-yoon calls out, "Chagong Geon, what do you think got you here? Do you feel you've improved at all? Or perhaps you've discovered a new talent?" Gong-oh candidly admits. "I don't know. I'm better than before, but still far behind the others. I'm still training while enduring harsh words I've never heard before. It wasn't about skill from the start. If you can even call it talent, I couldn't argue if you said I was just relying on my looks. Because it's true that I'm handsome." Sang-yoon instantly froze. "It's not just about looks. I've completely abandoned myself." He scoffed. "Are you crazy?" he retorted. "You probably wouldn't understand since all you do is dance. Training to debut must be incredibly difficult." Sang-yoon quietly left, exhausted from the day's events. "Wait, I can't go back looking like this." He turns toward the sound of Duan's car horn, a reminder. "If you keep loitering around with that body, people will misunderstand, you know? Are you done? The clothes we bought today are in the car. Remember to bring it back." Sang-yoon quickly approaches. "Good. Here's the key to my place. So, you'll be waiting for me at your place, right? We still need to switch bodies back. We have to go to your place together." The key slipped from her grasp and fell. "What's wrong? You dropped something." She speaks up. "No. That's a bit inappropriate." He looked visibly confused. "Why the sudden change? You said you didn't have money for a hotel." Duan remembers, "Oh, that's right. I did say that, but having you come and go from my place all the time is a hassle." "As if it'd be any better as a girl," Sang-yoon retorts. "Well, I'm a girl when I leave anyway," she retorts. "You're the one who switched bodies to meet your friend. But you were so generous to give me your house key earlier. What am I supposed to do now?" Duan blankly suggests, "Or find a big pot, even though it sounds absurd to him." "Just kidding, I'll figure something out. Get in the car for now." He's also considering it a big tub, huh? Good idea, and night begins to fall. In the small room, a girl's figure appears. This makeshift bathtub isn't half bad. If I'd found this while shopping, well, no use thinking about it now, even if it looks a little strange. He recalls that they said once the soap is dissolved in the liquid, it can't be reused. So he can just throw out the bathwater then. Discard it? After cooling down, I've come to understand, somewhat. Chagong World realizes he can't compete with others in dancing or singing. So his strategy is to use his looks to project the aura and appeal of a male idol. It's a very different path from mine. Someone who's trying to prove themselves with skill. I couldn't accept that, especially after the interviewers tried to comfort me. What is this? Still not home? Don't be too discouraged about being eliminated this time. You're still young. That's right. Your jumping skills were truly top-notch. The only thing I could choose was strength." A hand lifts the pot and pours water. "Kim Sang-yoon, you've realized that an ordinary person can become special. Kim Sang-yoon, you stubbornly relied on skill. You made a foolish choice." And the reflection calling his name suddenly appears. Senior Sangjin. Kim Sang-yoon, reeling from a kick by a junior after so long, watches the spilled water vanish, and before him stands a clumsy girl, seemingly devoid of talent, save for her stunning beauty. This is Han Yoi, Sang-yoon told herself. Though her body may have changed, one thing would never change: her dedication. He would help this girl become even more perfect in the time to come, he thought, as he grabbed the newly bought clothes from the bag. Sang-yoon hesitated for a moment, then resolved, "I am Han Yoi now." "I'm Han Yoi," he stammered. "I'm a girl." A voice speaks up, mentioning that the short-haired girl is likely a manager from the lower floors. Gong World vaguely recognizes it, the affiliate company that Senior Bijun established. Fro something. Did the manager correct it to Brute? How can you remember such a name? He wondered. "So, the person next to her is him," he replied slowly. "I heard a beautiful new trainee joined recently. That must be her. What a shame. If I'd met her sooner, I would have recruited her." Even Gong recognized her talent. No wonder her aura was so different. Did she already know who I was? The manager turned back and reminded him, I'll say it again. Absolutely do not stand out too much before your debut, or you'll be in trouble with the higher-ups. He feigned innocence, saying he'd done nothing wrong and that she was the one who made the first move. He's suspicious. Is he talking about the wallet? But it wasn't even hers to begin with. What arrogance. Gongo remains ever so smug. I'm at a loss. What am I supposed to do? Who flirts this blatantly? Voices chime in with discussion. Is today the day the results are announced? Hopefully I'll get into a good group this time, maybe even the same group as someone who's already debuted. I'm counting on you, ancestors. Suri refuted him, saying, What are you talking about? Remember that guy who got eliminated last time? He was in the same group as a debut member. After the argument, they were kicked out. Dab couldn't hide his surprise. Seriously, Yuri snapped, clearly annoyed. Good grief, what's with all the racket while eating? Take it outside. She's confused. Bayun Minho? I'm just eating breakfast, another voice explained. Yuri's just sensitive because her voice is hoarse today. She thought to herself, annoyed that Yuri was always picking on her, and decided she needed to look at something beautiful to soothe her soul. Sangyun was warming up with Horang, who was so mesmerized that she dropped her apple, thinking he looked even more handsome than usual. As Dab bent to pick it up, Soy suddenly entered, and the two collided, sending Soy staggering. Sangyun immediately understood the situation and turned to face Phi. Sangyun quickly caught her before she fell, and Soy looked up at him. With a smile, he asked, Are you all right? I've decided I won't avoid you anymore, she quickly replied. Thank you. Hyung, standing behind her, praised her profusely. Wow, you were so cool just now. Her spin was lightning fast. Could it be from her recent yoga sessions? Sangjun wonders if she was really that fast, reflecting on her movements. Indeed, aside from a few spots, her body does feel lighter. She asks curiously, What are you doing? For men, muscles are concentrated in the upper body, so the center of gravity is also there. When jumping, leveraging weight for propulsion is key. In contrast, a woman's center of gravity is in her hips and buttocks, and the teacher is eager to help. Come on, let's stretch a little more. Instead of strength, we need flexibility and balance. The essence of dance isn't about the body, but now I'm a girl. A backflip is too much. It's been a while, but let's see if I still got it. Sanjun suddenly drops into a one-legged stance. His empty hand pushes off the floor and his whole body spins up, leaving Soy staring in astonishment. Sangyun, caught off balance, stumbled, and Hyoang rushed to steady him. What are you doing? That's dangerous. Sangyun clutches his stomach and groans, lamenting that his landing was perfect until his stomach suddenly... Minji approaches, reminding him that she's the only one using the practice room. They're with Dongsu and everyone's on edge these days. Be careful. Though what's with Jongsu always falling? He stared intently at Sangyun and asked frankly, Minji, what do you think of my dancing lately? She asked suspiciously, Why are you asking me that? He replied, I heard that besides the debut group, you've been dancing here the longest. Besides, Min's voice flashed through my mind. Watching her dance is like watching a newborn foal. I've always secretly watched her practice. Is there something you want to say? She remained silent, offering no rebuttal. I was just watching because it was funny. That's all. Suri chimes in, Why don't you ask Hyo Trang? She's the most experienced one here. Didn't you know that, Yoi? Yuri chimed in sarcastically. Oh, that's right. After all, she's already debuted. Hyung must be so sad. Sangjun, confused, asks, Why are they being so rude to you? Hojang agrees that the atmosphere feels tense today. I heard there's a schedule today. Have you seen it? I see. The monthly evaluation is scheduled for the 16th. So the end-of-month evaluation is in 2 weeks. Ah, the monthly evaluation. As the name suggests, it's a monthly test to evaluate progress. Unlike before, this time there will be outside judges and high-ranking officials observing. A good impression could lead to immediate debut, but trainees deemed to have no potential will be cut from the company. No matter how many times I go through this, I can't forget it. This is another chance to prove myself. Duan smiles, announcing that there will be both an individual and a group competition, so they will compete twice in total. Everyone, please prepare well. Duan winked, waved, and then spoke. Now, I'll announce the team assignments. Did you think the managers arranged the teams? Team C Hojang 24 greets CNI 18. Hoi 20 and Sun are a little embarrassed to be on the same team as Soy. The manager... What was that all about? Everyone starts discussing. The group chat has been created, so please share your schedules. We'll meet again during the break. Okay, fine. This doesn't affect me at all because I'm Han 2 now. Hyung carries a tray and approaches 2. Hey, want to go to the convenience store? But he quickly refuses. I need to go to the rooftop for a bit. She's puzzled. Again? Hairang watches him, crestfallen, as the man turns to ask, Hey, Younga, have you ordered yet? He lazily turns him down, saying he already ate at the cafeteria today. The man exclaims in surprise. What a surprise! What delicious dishes await today? Gongjun wondered with anticipation. I wonder if I'll run into her in the cafeteria. But I guess the interns eat at different times. Nearby whispers spoke of a beautiful woman running alone on the rooftop. So what? As if he's even worthy of talking to her. He immediately took notice of the conversation. Sanjin grumbled as he climbed the stairs, wondering how long he'd have to endure this. Why couldn't interns use the gym? He thought to himself that with his internship ending, this evaluation was his real battle, and he had to work hard not to drag the team down. But why was his stomach hurting again? Hopefully there's nothing wrong with my body. A sharp pain shoots through him, causing him to wince. Not his stomach, but lower. Sanjun belatedly noticed footsteps approaching. Gong slowly approaches and says, Finally found you. You're the one from the cafe in the shopping district, right? So, you two do work at the same company. Oh, and I returned the wallet to its owner. He's just an old acquaintance. He replies nonchalantly. Oh, really? I knew it already, even without you telling me. What's this? Aren't artists supposed to stay off the roof? Gong was silent for a moment, unsure of what to say, before continuing to climb closer. He shouts, telling her not to come over, asking if he hasn't heard the rumors. There are rumors of someone with a camera in the building across the way. Gongo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. Ah, what are you worried about? It's just the company rooftop. I thought that rumor was from years ago. It would be troublesome if we were misunderstood. Sanun thought to himself, annoyed. If you know, then hurry up and leave. He's stubbornly provoking me, but I just want to get closer. If you're scared, why don't you come down here? He looked down in astonishment. What's this jerk's problem? Min-jae stepped forward to remind him. Has everyone eaten? Are we all finished? Don't forget, our group is meeting up at 1 EU, Hyojang replied. Oh, I know. She's getting more and more anxious. Yoai's still on the roof, huh? I'll bring her some water while I'm up there. Beihojang is 24 years old. Though the oldest of the plowed trainees, her treatment is ambiguous, to say the least. At first glance, she seems unremarkable, but she actually has experience as a member of a girl group from 3 years ago. Summergon used an outdated sexy concept, a desperate move, wearing swimsuits all year round. It's hard to say if it was good or bad, but at least it made some noise. For a small agency's idol group, the stylist's skills are acceptable, I guess. 287 comments. Ugh, how outdated. That's just ruining B's image. I heard they danced outside in the winter like that. No surprise they disbanded. Why did they fail? I think their style is pretty good. You don't see many girl groups like this these days. What's their name? I don't know. Those who weren't born with the looks should just get plastic surgery. It's so damn hard to make a living. In the end, only a few gifs were posted online, marking the end of a failed idol group. But Yoi is amazing. If I were born with that face, I would have chosen an easier path. Every time I see her, she's practicing, as if she's never relied on her looks as an advantage. A stubborn challenge, but I want to go this way. If you're scared, why don't you head down first? His legs quickly moved forward. Sangjin coldly brushes past him, saying he can use the rooftop however he wants and she'll stay out of his way. He inwardly groaned, wishing he'd rather die than be near this guy. When he suddenly noticed the blood, Gong immediately takes off his jacket, wanting to give it to Sanjun. Hey, wait a minute. Hyung suddenly burst through the door. Found you, Yoi. She immediately panicked, saying, I'm sorry, but male and female trainees aren't allowed to talk to each other. Gong teases in response, but I'm not an intern, am I? She was flustered, then realized, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were a senior. He feigns sympathy, saying it's a common occurrence. Your name is Yoi? That's an unusual name. Is that your real name? Hyojang wondered. Does the senior have some business with Yoi? Sanjun suddenly grabbed her hand, offering, since you're here, why don't you run with us? Gongo quickly calls out, hey, wait a minute. He looks around, puzzled, sensing that something is definitely off. Wasn't she signaling me? Then why do I get the feeling she hates me? Hyo worried that this would make it seem like they were looking down on her. What if she's our senior in the future? What should we do? He inwardly groaned, the thought alone giving him goosebumps as she questioned, but isn't it a bit strange? It looks like they're trying to flirt with you. He's debuting soon and he's still like this? Sangjun agreed. That's right, he thought with disdain, truly speechless. Throwing himself away, he seems exactly the same as before. I was wrong to ever think I could learn anything from him. Hwang, how much further do we have to run? Sangjin paused, remembering something, and continued hesitantly. Haijong was worried outside the women's restroom. Oh no, is it that time of the month? At that moment, Hani Kim Sanun felt a fear he'd never known before. Duan mentioned not knowing if that applies to his current body, but it's better to be safe than sorry. There should be spare tampons in the trainee group's office. Look up how to use them online. It might be difficult the first time. Since vigorous activity was unavoidable, she quickly ran off. Wait here, I'll go get it for you. With a jacket tied around her waist, Sang-hyun asked, How is it? Hang replies. It's okay now. You can't see it anymore. He thinks it got on his pants earlier. Please don't tell me Father Gong saw it. Damn it. This is bad, but it's normal for girls, so I have to get used to it. What is this? Damn it, this is so uncomfortable. She mentions that the group agreed to meet in an hour. Let's hurry. He reaches out and tugs at her sleeve. He awkwardly realizes his blunder and stammers, I'm sorry. Hee-kyung smiles knowingly. So all the voices of discussion are here, huh? So, let's start choosing our performance style and song. Does anyone have a style or song they'd like to do? It doesn't have to be a girl group song, does it? Sang-hyun suggests. Why don't we cover a song by a male idol group? It'll definitely be more impressive. Seanie slowly added, It's not impossible, but it would be a little more difficult than usual. Yoi's got Minji J cutting in with a flurry of comments. It seems this is her first monthly evaluation, so she doesn't quite grasp the situation yet. But the team's biggest weakness is you. Wai was stunned, shocked that this could be true. He trained to be a male idol, Sang-hyun realizes belatedly. Right, sorry about that. Hyo quietly consoled him. Well, since Minji made the announcement, we'll go with the majority. Our team's performance style will be cute and innocent. Oh, great, and the song has been decided too. It's a song from Limu 99's debut album. He inwardly laments, I want to die. Ho-hoon walks around to check on everyone. This group has already voted Min as their leader. Ah, she announces. We've made our choice, sir, he says as he approaches. Is that so? Then show me the signature dance move. Hound secretly noticed that Yoi's movements had become much smoother. He's been caught, he thought, turning his head as if nothing happened. His voice rises. Isn't it, or is she just exhausted? You're absolutely right. Good choice of song. How's the song selection going? Don't just lie there. I'm just resting for a bit. Practicing these songs over and over to find the right one has worn me out. Without a second thought, he pulled up his shirt to wipe the sweat from his face, but Hyanga rushed to pull it back down. Wai, what are you doing? Hojin's here too. Sang-hyun doesn't understand. There are plenty of people who show off their abs in this industry. Is this going too far? Hound turns to offer praise. That's right, Ioi, you did great today. Surprised, he replied, Auntie, no way. To be honest, I wasn't feeling my best today, and I thought I'd be criticized for being sloppy. He seemed a little surprised. Really? But your movements suited the song better today, even though they still need some adjustment. But just now, you had better control of your strength. Min looked up, muttering. So that's it. Yoi, you've only ever practiced dancing to boy idol groups, haven't you? Hoon begins to suspect something as well. So that's it? It seems Ioi's practice videos are full of her own commentary. Street hip-hop for the girls, huh? But that's not seductive at all. He marvels at how perceptive she is. Min-jae teases that Yoi is acting strange, like she's becoming a girl but doesn't want to be seductive. Just cool. He agreed, saying he could understand that feeling to some extent. Imagine a man dancing to an idol group's choreography. She thought it sounded creepy. Hojun replied, So that's what you think? But if you ever meet a true professional, you won't think that way anymore. He immediately started dancing to demonstrate, and it's been a while since we've seen Mr. Hojun dance himself. I've already mastered all these girl group dances. You just need to be more confident. Each of them commented that his dancing was great, but I really don't want to have to watch it again. I'm sorry, teacher. Ho-yun smiles, replying, You guys are so mean. Sang-yoon suddenly spoke up. No, it's okay. You're really amazing, teacher. He turns away shyly. Thank you. I've never felt shy or uncomfortable with girl group dances before, because a truly skilled person doesn't discriminate between genres. But no matter how well I imitate, I can't replicate that unique quality that only girls possess. No matter how well he danced, he still felt like something was missing. Hound suggested he try looking at idol groups with a more relaxed and light style. He continued to observe, unknowingly searching through old idol groups. I remember there being so many girl groups with this style when I was younger. Sangjin pondered deeply. Some are gone. Even the name sounds cute. Why isn't she showing up at the top? I heard they disbanded after only a year. Found her. The image of Hikang, gentle and refined, is etched in his mind. Yai. The mole moved to the X. Don't look anymore. I've tried my best. So I is humming a tune. It's nothing. It's just that my heart seems to have cracked a little. How about you? Min comments that Soy will take the final ah part, which is great. Is anyone dissatisfied with their singing part? Hwang asks anxiously. You're not feeling well today either? Sunjun replies. I'm fine. Not fine at all. Yi, who had to wake up in the middle of the night to wash blankets and underwear, was feeling very uncomfortable. I really don't want to relive this childhood memory. Min-jae speaks frankly, saying that Yi is the hardest to assess. I gave you the killing part, so at least show some gratitude. With your abilities, I just want to hide you away somewhere. But the problem is, her looks are so striking, it's impossible to hide her. He hesitated. Oh yeah, thanks. She's right, this position is so high profile that one wrong move and everyone will notice. If she doesn't want to lose face, she has to try her best, Sanjun realizes. I know, the pressure is on. Sani thought to herself, they seem pretty close. She turns to start a conversation. Soy? Our group is actually the most stable one, Suai inquires. Is that so? How are the other groups doing? She recounts that Olivia was cursing up a storm in the dorms yesterday. It seems she's demanding to switch groups altogether. Group D, she spoke up. Then I'll take this whole part. No one has any objections, right? She hesitantly mentions that Yuri has 2 rappers, so she deliberately chose a song with a long rap section. If you take all the rap parts, Dabi will only have the chorus. That's the end of Dabi. Sub 17. Olivia, 16, agreed, saying, That's right. Does Hun Yuri have no conscience? Yuri retorts. How can we put these completely opposite styles together? Dabi add a transition before the chorus. That's been spared, Dab says, dissatisfied. This isn't much different from before, Olivia added irritably. Does that mean you'll lick up any crumbs someone throws your way? She snapped angrily. Hey, foreigner, are you trying to provoke me? She quickly intervened. Hey, calm down. She was bitter, asking why he kept provoking her. Dung loses patience and decides, hey, you guys, stop arguing. Oh, this is maddening. Well, I'll just split the armor pieces in half like the original. She's not happy at all. None of these teammates are to her liking. I should have been on a team with Suryong. Team A, Dung Swang, 20, she's too lazy to decide. Let's just settle on something. There's barely enough time to practice our individual performances. Leon Jane, 20, she asks for opinions. So, does everyone think that last idea works? Lim Wang, 15. She agrees, saying yes. She loves this song because it's totally hip-hop. But is it Kim or Ion, 16? She continued. I'm fine with any genre, really. Suri thought to himself that one person seemed a bit out of place. Jean asks again, or Ion? Because if so, you'll be at a disadvantage. Is this okay? Hey, Ion already confirmed that she's fine. Everyone thinks I'm not suited for the GC style, right? Just leave it to me. I'll definitely make it work. How cute. Come on, I'm being serious here, hip-hop. GC Hang turns to Yoi, asking her to review the video they just shot. They've barely nailed the choreography and are already facing an unexpected crisis. A voice marveled that the person on screen seemed to come to life, but Min-jae noted that overall it seemed to lack a certain charm. She leans in, suggesting, what if we exaggerated a little more? CNY speaks up saying, I have an idea. Why don't we try a different pose each time we call out Lin P? It might leave a better impression. Then the 3 of us, me, Soy, and Yi, will each come up with a pose. The cuter, the better. Hyo seems intrigued. IOI, did you hear that? Sangyun replied hesitantly. Yes, I heard you. A cute pose, right? Minji bluntly points out that Yoi is already dancing better than expected. But if you added a little allure to your expressions, it would be perfect. Smiling isn't just about turning up the corners of your mouth. Don't rely on your pretty face and put in no effort, she realizes. Yoi, are you embarrassed? Startled, he looked up as Sangyun stammered an excuse. No, it's not like that. Hwang is understanding, saying it's normal to feel awkward doing something you don't usually do. But I'm not the type to smile much anyway. You quickly deny it, but you're not that embarrassed. She admits it's true, Sanjun explains sheepishly. I just don't think I look good when I smile. I used to get judged for it. People said it made me look awful. He realizes he's misspoke, accidentally bringing up a story from when he was a boy. Hyojiang is shocked. No way, can someone like that really exist in this world? So I wonders if that person has severe myopia, thinking it's because of what her brother said. Minji walked over helplessly. Yoi, look. That's the difference between amateur and professional. The thought of doing that makes him shudder, Sangyun remarks. Someone as naturally cute as you would look good doing anything. Ah, no, sorry, I'll try practicing on my own first. Did he notice she liked it? He quietly dragged his body away. Sanjun blames herself, realizing it's not a matter of ability. I'm just failing at the most basic requirement of an idol. Even Haijang can do that. Was that a style she willingly chose? Just thinking about it feels disrespectful. Stop it. Think about other people. The videos I watched yesterday had plenty of people around for reference. Damn it, I'll just try it once. Ta-ra-bun froze in shock, and a mortified Sang-gyun quickly fled the scene. He asks Yoi out of curiosity, where are they going? He awkwardly requests, no, please don't mind me. Please, does Bonin think I'm practicing my expressions? Yoi, come here for a second. Sanjun is curious. What are you looking for? Is he looking for someone to consult with? I can introduce you to her. A photo of a beautiful idol is held up. The world's most brutal audition program, Genesis 9. 9 girls will lead the next generation. And the final member is Liuha? Hyewang asked curiously, "Why do you suddenly have her photo card?" He answered frankly, "Someone gave it to me. Bijun gave this to me as a souvenir of Lua's M for you." Songjun suspects he's just trying to get rid of junk. He was suspicious, but why her? He lazily replied, "It's a long story, just figure it out. You and this girl are alike, Yi." He's shocked, wondering if that person is also a son in disguise. Byun desperately denies it, saying that's not the case. Songyun walks along, lost in thought. That name sounds so familiar, and the face too. He suddenly realizes this poster has been up for a long time. Lua was once a trainee at Parang, then participated in a survival show called N9 before debuting with Limu 99. Our group's song was also Limu 99's debut song. Eoi, are you really not interested in girl groups? Sanghyun quickly improvises. No, I know the group, but I don't know the members' details, and I've never watched those audition shows. She expressed that Lua had a strong presence. Even though she barely made the cut, Luha was the most prominent member of Limu 99 and also suffered a lot of bad press because of that audition program. She must be mentally strong. In any case, she's very talented, especially in the final episode. You said you've never seen it, right? If I say anything, I'll spoil it. As time passed, what Hyewang mentioned could easily be found in a few videos about Lua, Scene 3 of N9. Luha's intense battle. I'm good, so you guys take care of yourselves. So, everyone thinks that's what I meant, right? To be honest, I don't think of us as teammates. With arrogance, she declares, I always give my best on stage. If others can't keep up, that's their problem. And isn't adjusting my abilities for the sake of team balance going against the purpose of this show? He wondered if being so blunt on camera was a good idea. The comments were already full of hate, and it seemed she couldn't get along with the other contestants. Her rigid way of speaking and her constantly blank expression. I hope I'm not like her in any way. Is she like this on stage too? Yun closes her eyes to focus, and as soon as the lights hit her, she immediately changes her expression, captivating everyone. Sang-gyun must feel defeated, watching a superstar captivate both fans and haters alike. A stage performance that explodes in contrast to the chaotic comments, an expressive power so strong it leaps off the screen. This is incredible. I can't believe she's the same person we were just talking about. It's been a long time since I've been this impressed by a girl group. Limu 99's activities ended 2 months ago, so is she going solo now? Or maybe Parang Entertainment is forming a new idol group? A comment he skimmed over made him stop and pay attention. Luha mentioned Esa's fans in her livestream, saying she was afraid to open fan gifts, fearing they were from a stalker. Please, make them stop. Sung Fanun continues to watch the shows featuring Yang Yang. He paused at a video of Nin's first broadcast, where young contestants from all over the world tried to stand out and impress the judges and the audience. I came to Korea with one goal, to debut and reach the top. In that moment, I knew I would shine on this show. Hi everyone, I'm from the US. I'm going to show you my sincerity and my willingness to die for my dream. When it was her turn, she gave a rather cold self-introduction. I'm Lee Ruha, a trainee from Parang Entertainment. After the performance, one of the judges commented on her, I've had my eye on trainee Lee Ruha for a while now. Since you walked in here, it seems you haven't said a single word. Meanwhile, YW sat motionless. See how everyone else is smiling brightly and trying to find the cameras? Did you perhaps come to the wrong show? The judge continued, his tone full of amusement and praise for YW. I thought so until I saw your performance on stage. I thought you were a different person, especially the confidence in your acting. Your expressions resembled someone who had already debuted successfully. Her face remained unchanged as she politely bowed and replied, Thank you. With his comments finished, the judge passed the microphone to the person next to him. He took the mic and asked Yan in a low voice, You don't smile much off stage, do you? Without hesitation, she honestly replied, Yes, this is just my personality. I tried to force myself to raise the tension, but it doesn't seem to fit. That person seems quite eccentric. He bluntly replied, Frankly, our praise for Lee Duha's performance doesn't mean much, because the decision of who debuts comes 100% from the audience's votes. His deep-set eyes bore into Yang with a complex gaze, and whether Lee Ruha's professional demeanor is an attraction is for the audience to decide. After the broadcast of Next Nine's first episode, reporters swarmed Yang W with questions about Lee Ruha, the contestant ranked number 1. Luha, how do you feel about achieving first place? I still can't believe it's real. Thank you all so much. You must be happy, right? A lot of people are saying that the contrast between your usual calm demeanor and your stage presence is really captivating, or that your performance was explosive. Watching the screen intently, Sang-yoon mutters in admiration. She seems so cold normally, but she transforms completely when the music starts. He thought to himself, The more I watch Luha's videos, the clearer it becomes that what I lack isn't dancing or singing, but the radiant image of UW shining in my mind. Even if I wear an ill-fitting skin, I have to make others believe that this is the real me. Sangjun recalled a past event, remembering that he had studied acting before, but this time was a little different. In acting class, the instructor taught him to use abdominal breathing to introduce himself. The next moment, he recalls his own attempts to be cute and bites his lip. Simply imitating isn't enough to erase those forgettable memories. Sangyun stared at the photo in his hand, a look of uncertainty in his eyes. Was there anyone he could ask for advice? Director Hojun, honestly, I'm starting to find men a little, that picture is of Yoon. Sangyun stares intently, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Now that I know the perfect ideal like Lai Ruha, I can't find anyone else appealing. He lowered his head, muttering to himself, wondering if he'd chosen the wrong path. Just then, someone approached and called out to him. Jaru, Jaru. Sangyun didn't look up right away. Iru, liru, ha. After a few seconds, he looked up, momentarily stunned to see Izumi before him. She looked at him, smiled softly, and said, Sorry, my pronunciation is a little off. Sanjun immediately recognized her as Sato Izumi from the debut group. She spoke to him naturally, her voice incredibly sweet. Hey, Jiru's a fan of Lu, too. Huh? Yumi's question leaves Sangjun speechless. Is Jiru talking about me? Then he hesitantly answers, Van. Not really. I've only recently started paying attention to her. Yumi smiled adorably at his response. She immediately moves closer to Sangun, her face a mixture of curiosity and excitement, asking when she started paying attention. What sparked your interest? Sangjun, startled by her sudden action, leaned back slightly to create some distance. Stuttering, she replies, No, I've only started paying attention recently. Izumi chuckles teasingly. Sounds like you're still in denial. She seems to be a fan of Yuan. When talking about Yuan, she's so proud and boastful. Our Ruha is actually a very hardworking and serious idol. It's just N9's malicious editing that framed her as rude. During the show, she unofficially earned the title of celebrity with the most offensive nicknames. A moment later, Izumi's expression changed as she puffed out her cheeks and continued angrily. Limu 99 already disbanded, but she's still getting hate. It's so upsetting. And recently, something bad happened too. It's so frustrating. Sangyun looked up at her, listening intently. Is it about the fan incident? Actually, I joined because of Liruha, Izumi said, turning to him, her voice filled with sincerity. Even if I can't meet her directly, just being closer to her is enough for me. Sangyun finally speaks. When Limu 99 disbanded, Luha was still with Parang, not blown, so it's natural they couldn't meet often. Not to mention she's busy because she's famous. Izumi, surprised by what she heard, asked him, Jiru hasn't been here long, so he probably doesn't know, right? She leaned in close to Sanjion and whispered, I heard Liduha almost debuted here. Seeing his puzzled expression, she mysteriously added, then happily handed him a stack of photos. But it's just a rumor. Oh, and since I've met a fellow fan here, I'll give you my match. Sanjun felt he couldn't refuse and reached out to take it. Thank you, he thought. There's even more now. Suddenly, Izumi curiously probed him. But Jaru, for your winning solo performance, are you planning to choose a song by a male idol group? Sangjiun asks indirectly. Is that okay? It seems Izumi has heard something. Is it because you wanted to perform a boy group song but couldn't? Sanjun looks at her, a little surprised. How do you know so much? Seeing his reaction, Izumi smiled and explained, Land's rumors are already out. I heard people say Jiru's a bad dancer but keeps wanting to do male dances. Izumi, on the other hand, is encouraging him. Jiru is handsome, though. I think you'd be great in a boy group song. Meanwhile, in a break room, Minji is talking to Suryong. Have you chosen your solo song yet? I'm still hesitating, she replied vaguely, looking at her manicured nails. Hello, Min immediately perks up. No wonder. You've been watching Lua's videos a lot lately. Isn't that Lua's famous song from Next 9? I think it would suit you well. What to do? Should I cover a song by a male idol group? Sanjin, oblivious, happily chatted with Izumi. What song would Sato choose? She smiles and replies, We can prepare for the individual competition later. Right now, we need to prioritize the group performance, since I'm the leader. Hearing this, Sangyun was surprised. You're the team leader? Cool, Izumi happily shares. And my team is full of lovely people. Aren't you jealous? Suddenly, a voice rang out in front of them. Hey Izumi, Hajinang 18 and Manhwa 15 from Group B are over there. They both looked exhausted and were trembling uncontrollably. As you said, we've reworked the parts that were wrong. Seeing this, Yumi approached them, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Let's begin the inspection. If it's wrong, just fix it again. No big deal." Songjun stood behind, his mouth twisted, wondering to himself, "Are those pitiful wretches the cute ones?" Their racket has attracted Suri's attention. She opened the door and turned to Minnie, saying, "I told you about that, right?" She seemed confused and simply replied, "Yes." She smirked, elaborating further, the incident where a member of the debut group had a huge fight and was kicked out. Minji now understood. It was Satoya. "It feels like I'm going to be drained," Suri hummed in agreement. "The kind that makes everyone around you tired, right? Oh well, whatever." Just then, she clutched her stomach and stepped out, her face contorted in discomfort. "My stomach hurts so much." "Does anyone have some Tylenol?" Suri replies indifferently. "Not Minji," she waved and said with a smile. "I'll go get it." Dab, a little curious, stepped forward and asked Suri, "Didn't you bring it?" Yuri was also curious. "Didn't you say you had terrible cramps last time?" Suri coldly replied, "My period stopped 2 months ago." Her answer left the other two speechless. Dab awkwardly asks, "Shouldn't you go to the hospital?" Swang, seeing her reaction, explains, "Don't make a fuss, it's just stopped because I'm watching my weight." Meanwhile, Sanjun was tossing and turning in bed. It was the 3rd day of his period. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure the throbbing pain all over his body. First cramps, now back pain. He wanted to curse. "Please, just let me get some sleep." He angrily sat up and threw his pillow. "What lasts from 4 to 8 days? I've been practicing expressions all day until my face is about to cramp." Sangyun rummages through his bag, worried about staining the sheets, even though he bought the largest size. "But what's this? Should I buy an even bigger size?" Suddenly, something falls out, stopping him in his tracks. A thought suddenly occurs to Sangyun. Did he really have to endure all this pain? A twisted excitement crept across his face. I'd already bought a folding bathtub to use. I could change back right here if I wanted. Only when I'm home. Only at times like these. Why couldn't he just go back to being a boy? He immediately stripped everything off. Normally, I would never do such a thing, but that day I was especially out of my mind. Sangjun shifted back into his male form and drifted into a deep sleep, only to wake up filled with regret. And the next morning, I faced the consequences of my actions. Sangyun stared at the empty box in his hand, lost in thought. "So I used all 3 sets. Well, I guess I should have seen this coming. I really am an idiot, using them without thinking of the consequences." His face turned pale. "Crap, I have class." Sanoon immediately grabs his phone and makes a call. "Manager, this is bad." Manager Du sighed. "I knew this day would come." "All right, it's perfect timing, as I was about to tell you about this. She seems quite busy, so I'll have to come up with a temporary solution for Sangoon. But, I'm about to go into a meeting, so I can't help right now. First, tell team leader Yoon you're taking the morning off, then wait for me in the director's office because there'll be people coming and going in the manager's office." Sangun quickly dressed and replied, "Yes." As he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. "Wait, a concern just popped into my head. Will I be recognized or caught by Chairman Gong in this state?" In the next moment, Sangjun puts on a mask and a hat, looking like a stalker. Much better. Sanyun then rushed to the management company, where Manager Du carefully instructed him, "Don't go through the main entrance. Use the one I told you about. I've already informed the staff there." Sangjun complied, his eyes darting around cautiously, surprised there was another entrance. Just then, someone stepped into the elevator, startling him. The elevator. He rushed towards it. Footsteps echo clearly as the elevator doors slowly close. By the time San arrived, the doors had already closed, leaving him standing there in shock. What the hell? It closed just in time. Did she not see me? Sangyun finally reached the director's office, wearily removing his mask and collapsing onto the sofa. When did the manager get here? Sangjun had no idea someone else was in the room. A pair of legs appeared before him, and he froze, quickly pulling his hat down to hide his face. What's this? Someone's here? Suddenly, Sangyun froze, his face etched with shock. The owner of those legs was Yoon. She sat cross-armed on the adjacent sofa as Sangjun cautiously glanced over. Yoon seemed indifferent to his presence, silently sitting there, her profile perfect. Sangjun is clearly shaken, his hands clenching tightly on his knees. It's Liu Ha. His eyes widened in alarm. Why was it in Brown's director's office? Could I be in the wrong place? Why are they sitting next to me? Or perhaps she simply wanted a seat. He decided to text his manager that he had arrived, but as he reached into his bag for his phone, Sangjun clumsily dropped a pile of photos, including one of UW. His face paled as he reached for the photos, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. The elevator seemingly closed on purpose, trapped in the same space. Luha even deliberately sat next to the sofa mentioned in the live stream. His hand froze in midair, a strong sense of unease rising within him. And with these photos falling out at just the right moment, anyone would think. At this moment, Yang Wan approached Sang-yoon, his eyes as sharp as knives, making him break out in a cold sweat. After a thorough search, Yang W forced Sang-yoon to stand up and began rummaging through his bag, likely the second biggest crisis in his life since being falsely accused of bullying. After searching and examining, Yang Wan coldly says, "Nothing strange on the phone, but you're the same age." Sang-yoon, looking annoyed, replies, "Are you done yet?" "So, I really was led here by an acquaintance, and running into you was just a coincidence." Yen eyed him suspiciously. With looks like these, she's no trainee, and definitely not an employee. Unless he knows someone here. She held up the photos that had fallen from Sang-yoon's bag. "If you'd just told me you were a fan, Kim Sang-jun, we could have avoided all this." But he vehemently denies it. "But I really wasn't." He thought to himself that he had brought this on himself. Yang tossed the photos back to him, turning towards her seat. "I knew from the start you weren't." She was sure he never dared to show his face, only playing dirty tricks behind the scenes. So for a demon like that to suddenly appear here in public is strange indeed. Standing behind her, Sang-yoon was secretly disgruntled. If she knew all along, why did she try to scare him half to death? Hearing Yoon's words, he asked out of curiosity, "Can't you report him to the police? Doesn't his company have any control over this?" She gracefully sat down, gently tossing her hair back. "I told you, that guy's cunning. He's particularly good at tormenting people, but clever enough to stay within the law. If you can't make direct contact like you just did, it's hard to identify him, and even harder to punish him. A form of victim torment, and while the company initially provided bodyguards, it was ultimately just for show." Y's voice lowered. "I only mentioned saying fan in a live stream and was told I was damaging their image. What makes you think a company like that would help?" Sang-yoon was surprised to hear this. It was different from the Parang Entertainment he knew. "I thought big companies like that would be more tightly managed. Guess I was wrong." He stared intently at Yan, while La, whom he'd just met, was already sharing such stories without hesitation. His lips curled slightly downward, just like the Lua he'd seen in the video, a world apart from the person on stage, of course. Suddenly, Yan tilted her head and said to Sang-yoon, "Amma, you said I was here to meet company staff, right? I accidentally spoke ill of the company." He immediately recalled Director Bun's words, "You and her are alike." From the moment I saw Lua's performance after hearing those words, I knew there was no turning back. Finding someone else or just watching videos has its limits, so there's only one quick and sure way left to think. He mustered his courage and hesitantly asked Yan, "Lua, we've only just met, and this might sound strange, but—" He moved closer to her seat. "I have a favor to ask," but Yan Wen immediately refused. "No." Her voice was icy cold, carrying around a stack of photos, yet denying being a fan, and now asking a celebrity for a favor upon first meeting. "You dare say you have no ulterior motives?" Sang-yoon despaired. "I'm really not suspicious," Sang-yoon said, only for Yoon to distrust him even more. "I guess I should be suspected again." Sang-yoon sighed, out of options. He spoke up, taking a risk. "Then," Sang-yoon said clearly to Yoon, "I will help you catch the X-fan." His face was utterly serious. "I'm not an employee of Parang Entertainment, but I'm not exactly a civilian either, as I'm still somewhat involved. So if the company can't handle it, would it be all right if I took care of it personally?" He narrowed his eyes, glancing at him. "So, what exactly are you asking for?" Sang-yoon stated bluntly that he would train one of the interns, a response that left Yoon speechless. Later, after the meeting, Manager Du immediately went to the director's office, opening the door and speaking hastily. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she suddenly cried out, startled. Liu Hadwan peeked out from behind Manager Du, looking rather surprised. "Yoon's here?" I stepped forward, his tone incredibly nonchalant. "He said he was just a fan, so I stayed to chat for a bit." Duan laughed. "Wow, she never does fan service, so what's with today?" Before leaving, she turned back to Sanjun and whispered, "I'll contact you later." He stared at her, lips pressed into a thin line, offering no response as Yoon walked out the door, prompting Duan to playfully tease Sang-yoon. "She seems to be in a good mood today. That young man must have hit the jackpot." Manager Du then smiled, pointing at him as she introduced, "This is the Kim Sang-yoon I mentioned." Seeing her lack of honorifics, Sang-yoon wondered, "Is it okay to speak like that?" Then she introduced Duan, the CEO of Parang Entertainment, whose past life and circumstances he knew all too well. Startled, Sangjun quickly greeted him. "Pleased to meet you, sir." He was pleased to meet him, though he couldn't help but feel nervous under his unwavering gaze. "So this is CEO Parang?" He looks older than I expected. Dua stares at Sang-gyun, sizing him up, then bluntly says, "Why are you so short?" Manager Du, seeing this, steps forward to help Sang-gyun. "Director, out of the blue, you don't seem to care about her, but you're putting your hand on him like you're measuring him. He looks a little shorter than average, doesn't he? Were you a picky eater as a kid? But your body is quite sturdy." Soon after, Duan left, leaving the two alone. Manager Du asked Sang-gyun with concern, "Sang-gyun, are you all right? Sorry that rude old man came all the way here just to see your face." She then questioned him in a demanding tone. "So why did you suddenly change back into a boy? It must be something important, right?" she said, her smile dangerous. "Tell me that," she says. Sang-gyun trembles as he answers. "I wasn't really thinking straight at the time, so I told myself I absolutely couldn't say anything." Manager Du didn't press me, just reminding me that I'd contacted team leader Yun, right? Having already dropped out of school, he decides to take a little more time off, and the two quickly leave the company and arrive at a traditional medicine shop. Sang-gyun slowly followed Manager Du, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The smell of medicine? Is the manager perhaps the daughter of this shop? He wondered, then asked her, "Is this your parents' shop?" Welcoming them was the boy, Theon Wong, who had finally arrived. Sanoon stared blankly at the boy, utterly confused, as Manager Du stepped forward and smacked him on the head, explaining to Sang-gyun, "Looking for a beating? Why do you pull that stunt every time a male customer comes in?" "This is my cousin." Hearing her words, he breathed a sigh of relief. Startled, John Wong leads the two inside. "Manager." Du asked the boy, "Where's your grandmother?" The boy replied, "She went to the market with my aunt after her morning checkup. The thing you asked Grandma for is in the fridge." Manager Du immediately heads off in another direction, leaving Sang-gyun in the reception room. Then Sang-gyun, "Just wait here for a bit." While she went to get the medicine, John Wong and he sat in silence in the room. A few minutes later, the boy glanced over at Sang-gyun and asked, "Are you and Ms. Duan dating?" Surprised, he answered directly, "No." John Wong rubbed his chin and replied, "Never mind then. I was just wondering how someone who works with celebrities all day could have such poor taste." John Wong then suddenly asked, "Are you bored?" Sang-gyun turned to him and retorted, "Aren't you the one who's bored?" The boy quickly pulled out a book titled The Legend of Mount Uong and offered it to him. "If you're bored of waiting, would you like to read a fairy tale?" Looking at the name printed on it, Sang-gyun thought to himself, "This name sounds familiar." He takes the book, examines it, and asks, "This is pretty famous, right?" John Wong replied, "You know it? It's pretty famous in my line of work." With time to kill, Sang-gyun opens the book and begins to read the legend of Mount Wang. One day, a man from the outside world came and cut down the sacred tree of the mountain. From then on, anyone or anything carrying yang energy into the mountain would incur the wrath of the mountain god. All this because of one madman? That fate also befell the men of the Mountain Keeper tribe. So they turned to something called the pre-life herb, a plant on Mount Wang that could revert the body to its past life using the soul's memories. A man turned woman can fool the mountain god and live on in the tribe, forced into celibacy. How awful. I should sleep. Only when they bear children can they leave the mountain and return to their original bodies. As time passed, the tribe dissolved, but occasionally descendants would try to continue the tradition. However, most of the herbs on Mount Wang had lost their spiritual energy and become ordinary plants. Aside from the reincarnation herb, even if its effects aren't as potent as before, Sang-gyun thought to himself, but for some with heavy karma or regrets from their past lives, it still works. The rest is as I know it. He then closed the book and returned it to Wang, who eagerly reached out and asked, "So, interesting, isn't it?" He replied nonchalantly, "This isn't some fairy tale, it's clearly folklore. Don't read too much of this stuff." Despite his words, a seed of doubt begins to sprout within him. But should he really believe in such superstitions? Just then, Manager Du returned, having kept him waiting. Holding up a small bottle, she winked and said, "What do you think? What does it look like? Once it's in this bottle, it looks real, right?" Sang-gyun eyed it curiously, asking, "What's that spray?" Manager Du immediately replied, "What else but perfume?" Sang-gyun seemed to realize something. The color blue. A suspicion arose in his mind. Could it be that Manager Du used that moment to spray the small bottle on his face to try it out? In the next second, Sang-gyun had returned to her youthful appearance. John Wong, sitting next to him, was startled, his eyes wide and his cheeks flushed red. Manager Du clapped her hands with joy, exclaiming, "It worked! This is the perfume version. One spray is all it takes to transform you." It's not limited by space or time, so it's really convenient, right? He looked at his hands, now slender and soft, and complained to Manager Du, "Why didn't you give me this sooner?" "You've only just bought a bathtub." She frowned at him, replying frankly, "Airing your dirty laundry after so little time is just not done. Who knows if you'd take advantage of me because of it?" She looked at the perfume in her hand and continued, "Actually, this was only created recently. Because it's so easy to use, I wasn't going to tell you. But after watching you lately, I've changed my mind. It's better for you to know the side effects and be more careful." Sangjun was taken aback by what he heard. Side effects. Manager Du presents 2 perfume bottles to him, explaining that unlike the bath bomb version, this only requires a small amount, but it has a 24-hour time limit, after which the drug will wear off and he will return to his original form. Sangjun happily accepts, but what's this? Simple. Just reapply before the 24 hours are up, right? Manager Du smirked, impressed with his calculation. Suddenly, she grabs his hand, leans in close, and whispers, "Listen carefully. Actually, there's one more side effect. I still recommend you use bath bombs. But if the circumstances require it, I have no reason to stop you," she said mysteriously. "As for the other side effect, you'll have to find out for yourself." Sanoon mumbled in agreement, thinking to himself, "What is this? Don't tell me it's some kind of half-transformation or something weird. Now, what am I supposed to do with this?" John suddenly blushed, pounded his chest, and introduced himself to Sanjun. "Hello, I'm John I. Wong, and I'm in the 3rd grade at Injosi Elementary School." Surprised by the boy, Sang-yoon quickly says, "Hey, did you forget I was a guy just now?" But Manager Du, unconcerned, urged him to just ignore it and go outside. Leaving the pharmacy, Manager Du turned to Sang-yoon, as if remembering something. "Oh, right. I meant to ask you in the director's office, but forgot. She seemed pretty curious. Are you a fan of Lee Ruha?" He hesitated, unsure how to answer. "That's actually..." He recalls his conversation with Y before Manager Du arrived. After hearing his condition, she was quite surprised. "Training?" Sang-yoon continued. "There's a trainee I know at Blood. She's worried about performing on a stage that doesn't suit her style at all. Her skills aren't bad, and she's quite pretty. And according to someone, she resembles El Yun in some way." Yun listened silently, a flicker of complexity in her eyes, and then immediately agreed. "Is it really that easy to get her agreement?" She gets up, her tone utterly indifferent. "I don't care if you catch Safan or not, and I'm just curious about the trainee who's like me." "Thank you. Laruha, I'll find a way to investigate Safan's identity." She cuts him off. "Lai Yangwan." She reached out to shake Sangjun's hand, saying, "La is my stage name. Li Yangwan is my real name." He smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm Kim Sangjun." She must have seen my ID, right? Little did I know Liruha's true intentions behind her agreement. Something I wouldn't even dream of. Yun, seeing his calm demeanor, teased him. "Shouldn't your hands be sweating right now? Are you really not a fan of mine?" Sangjun nearly screamed, insisting it wasn't real. No, it was the worst first meeting between Han Yoi and his mentor. Duan seemed surprised. The director suggested he model himself after Li Duha, and he decided to learn directly from the source. She suddenly realizes, wait, he asked her for help as Kim Sangjun. "So his identity is exposed?" Sangyun explains. "I only said I was acquainted with Han Yoi. Was that wrong?" Duan understands, so he introduced himself. It's not wrong, but she found it strange. And Lai Duha agreed. That's even more surprising. Yoon had previously said not to tell anyone in the company about Sa Fan, especially manager Han, whom he knew. Her attitude is hard to read. She seems close to Director Parang, speaking to him informally. Are they more than just colleagues? Remembering this, he made it clear he didn't like Manager Han at all, and Sang-yoon tried to get more information. "What do you think of Lua?" she asks, only to be met with a smile. Putting aside personal feelings, her abilities and influence are truly undeniable. Try learning from her. He also sensed that she didn't particularly like Lai Ruha either. Duan hesitated, saying she wasn't the type of person the company would like, right? "I didn't tell the manager. In exchange for training, I have to catch Sa Zung Fan for Lai Ru." Sang-yoon, frustrated, bangs his head against the locker. What can he do to catch Sa Zung Fan? He heard it from Yan World. At first, during the live stream, a secondary account sent a message, and mentioning private matters like that was still somewhat acceptable. But after that, I'm not sure if it was the same person. She's been through a lot. Then they started doing things like slipping notes into the manager's car door, ringing her doorbell. When I opened the door, there was no one there, and sometimes food would be delivered even though I didn't order it. Yang felt helpless. Checking the security cameras didn't identify the culprit, so it was all in vain. "So I had to move houses recently. The situation was more serious than I thought, and I was a little stunned." Sang-gyun, curious, asks, Is his reach really that far? Do you suspect anyone around you? She pondered, suspecting someone? Yang Wei tried to remember, but nothing came to mind. I don't know. I don't pay much attention to my surroundings, but isn't investigating this your job? Why are you looking at me like I'm a detective? All right, I understand the situation. San Yun is now feeling very confused. I only recently met Luha. I've been in the dark about this Sa fan thing from the start, and I don't even know normal fan culture. Liru Sayang seems to have figured something out, but Izumi doesn't seem to believe it. Really? Is that right, Jaru? Has she already fallen for Luha? Is that why she's so interested in personal details about him, the kind only a fan would know? Sang Yoon feels uncomfortable being stared at. What's going on? What's so strange? Yumi's been acting weird this whole time. Drew said she only recently learned about Liuha, right? Well, with Luha's charm, it's not that surprising. She bluntly points it out, but Jaru's hasty demeanor shows no affection for Luha at all. It's like watching a child do homework. Hio rushes to the rescue. Izumi, Ioi has been working hard on N9 since yesterday. I'm surprised. Hojang is trying to defend Sang Yoon. She's never been interested in female idols, but Luha is special. Izumi finally relents. I'm just asking to prevent something similar from happening again. I'm curious about what that similar thing is. She emphasized the name, implying that Hee-young might know about Dongsui's situation. Sang-yoon's lips twitched as Suryong's name rolled off her tongue with perfect clarity. Hee-young then remembered and asked about Suri. Izumi wondered aloud if the two were close back then. She hesitated, then admitted they weren't that close after all, but Izumi continued to press the issue. But when Sui first arrived, Hee-young took great care of her, Izumi spitefully recounts. Her personality wasn't like it is now. Not just her personality, but the way she talked and even her gestures changed. Others might not notice, but I knew right away. After being in the same group for last month's evaluation, I was certain. She even claimed that she was imitating Liruha, and it started when rumors began circulating that Liruha would join the debut group. He stood there, frozen, as Hyung found himself in a state of confusion. That's just speculation. Sangjin refuses to stay silent any longer. That's right, she's probably just using Li Duha as a reference. Yumi puffed out her cheeks, saying the truth would come to light someday. Now, it's time to test Jaru. She shifts the question, asking what charm made Jaru fall for Luha. Yumi pressed him further, insisting he simply answer the question, leaving Sang-hyun frozen. This is a fandom initiation test. He quickly thinks, knowing hesitation will expose him. He had to answer perfectly. Sang-hyun chose the most plausible reason. So, he gave a less than sincere answer. A smile she'd rarely see off the stage of the Moon Theater. Yumi was touched and nodded in approval. But Minji-ji wasn't impressed. It wasn't good enough. Sangjin forced a smile. Is this still not right? She didn't approve of your performance. I told you to strike the cutest pose possible, and all you did was poke your cheek. Just a simple pose. Take your time to think about it until the dress rehearsal. Sangjin grunts, yeah, I know. He thought to himself that he had carefully considered this choice, while Min continued to strike poses. By the way, this is my signature pose. What do you think? She's cute, isn't she? Seeing Sangjin's lack of interest, she calls out to him. I'm asking her, and you're answering for her. How cute. But Sang Ji-yoon secretly thinks he's no different from her. John informs him that the practice room will be open until 3 a.m. during the monthly evaluation preparations. Aside from the underage trainees, Sang Ji-yoon is thankful that his body is in much better condition on the 4th day of his cycle, just in time for him to focus. But Suri seems bothered by his attitude. I should go outside then. But Sang-jun refused, hoping he wouldn't be mocked like the first few days. Anyone watching would think I was doing badly, but it wasn't on purpose. I just wasn't prepared yet. Dungsui must have been angry and critical of me then. He can't dance, he can't sing. Frankly, besides his face, he's useless. I've only realized it recently, but perhaps my feelings for Cha Gong-woo are similar. He glanced at Suri. They were the only ones left practicing late into the night. He had no reason to hate her. Then, Sanyeon realized the song was Halo Arrow, right? Luha's first competition song in episode 1 of Next 9. I don't remember it being that popular in Korea back then. Is Suri planning to use it for her solo performance? Izumi's sure to make a scene. She's copying Lua again. Is she really that similar to him? I really can't see anything. Suryan is still practicing, but suddenly glances at Sang-yoon. He turns back to his own training. Guess I should focus on my own work. Sangjun is focused on his training, rotating his shoulders with impressive flexibility. Meanwhile, Suryung watches Sangyun intently as he swings to the left, performing a difficult move. This surprises her, and neither of them speaks. Suddenly, he stops. What is this? Sangyun looks at his hand and feet, noticing something feels different today. No, I've felt this before. If it's not an illusion, is that shock in his eyes? Is my old body returning? Suri is calling Sangjun. What does she want now? Come to think of it, he went inside with the manager earlier, didn't he? He was confused. Why was she suddenly asking that? Suri was deliberately provoking Sangyun. Nothing. Just that you two seem awfully close. How could a regular intern be so friendly with a manager? He quickly understood. So, are you implying I'm some kind of privileged nepotism baby? She feigns innocence. If I gave you the wrong impression, I apologize. Suri covered his mouth and laughed. But if that's true, then there's a reason you're so close to Beihang. Sangyun looks grim. She still won't shut her mouth. How pathetic. Normally, someone that old would have been cut a long time ago. So why are they still around? There's definitely some connection here. Why are you raising your voice? Sangjun said with a frustrated growl. What kind of way is that to talk? Where did you learn to disrespect your elders like that? I have no respect for you either. And drop the act of feigning innocence while subtly insulting others. It's transparent. Oh, I'm still acting all high and mighty. Am I not allowed to say that? Then Suryong laughed. Oh, I'm getting more arrogant. Respecting my elders is great. It's good to be older. Hi, Jang. Remember to say that in front of her later. Sangyun wanted to scold Suryong, but suddenly Yan opened the door and entered, wiping the smug look off Suryong's face. She asked softly, Which of you is Han Yoi? Suri stammered. Li Ruha quickly answered, It's me. I find that strange. Why is Luha here? Yun wondered. Is it really you? You vaguely told me to come here to keep a promise. Come out here. Suri's face is twisted in a very unpleasant way. What? Why is it Han Yoi? Sangjun followed Yan outside, and though he didn't look back, he knew what Suri was thinking. Dong Sui is staring daggers at me, probably convinced I'm just some privileged kid. She asked Sangyun if he's already told her everything. He said cautiously, Well, I just didn't expect you to come so suddenly. Yun knows Sangyun is worried, so she tells him to speak freely, as she's busy during the day, and it would be troublesome if others saw them like before. She leads him to another room, saying, From now on, I'll come here early in the morning when I have time. Is this all right? Sangyun is being so polite, I'm more than grateful for Lai Du-ha's guidance. Suddenly, the place feels familiar. Isn't this Parang Entertainment's idol area? Yang replies nonchalantly, I rented it. She cut right to the chase. So, what is it you want to learn from me? I listens and asks, Hag, why? It's been a while, hasn't it? This is your group's song, right? She wants Sangjun to perform the dance. Could he do it right now? He, of course, doesn't dare refuse. Perhaps. Sangyun dances with focus, but he seems a bit unnatural. Yun notices this and stops him, asking how long she's been a trainee. Sangyun sits down to rest, probably not even a month. Yun gives him a compliment, saying he's good. Sangjun finds this hard to believe. She comments that even from a glance the dance seems a bit seasoned. And she's never even had professional training before, but then Y says, that's all there is to it. She bluntly points out the flaws. Beautiful, dances well, but that's it. The song's emotion isn't conveyed at all. Yoon also found it strange, even more so that she seemed to know and calculate every move in her head beforehand. This part needs to be stronger. This hand motion is the focal point. Even knowing that, he still falters at certain points. I can see it clearly. He quickly explained that it's just not his natural personality. Those cute or slightly seductive parts don't really suit me. So Sang-yoon quickly changed the subject. You're the same, aren't you? Your personality on and off stage is completely different. If not for the personality transformation, there must be some secret to acting like that. Are you saying I'm acting differently than my true self? Yang moved closer to him. It seemed she and that Kim Sangjun guy were misunderstanding something. She emphasizes that it's not acting, and looking down at Sang-yoon, she says, For me, the stage has always been about sincerity. I've never had to force myself to do something that didn't feel right. Suddenly she asks him, Then why can I do it but you can't? But Yoon doesn't let Sang-yoon answer. Is it because your sincerity has limits? She echoed his thoughts. I hate acting cute, I hate being charming, but I'll endure it to become an idol. If that's your resolve to learn acting from me, then fine. I only intended to get acting tips, but I keep overwhelming Sang-goon. Is that really enough for her? Then what was the point of calling me here? But what is this feeling of being spiritually enlightened? He stood up, determined, and said, I truly desire it. If I wasn't serious, I wouldn't have sought your help in the first place. I want to become an idol. Sang-yoon even cried, thinking that's why he accepted becoming a girl. She avoids his gaze, clearly annoyed, leaving Yoon feeling somewhat disappointed. I heard you looked like me, so I came to see for myself. How can you say you're not fit with a face like this? Then, after a moment of silence, Yoon suddenly grabs Sang-yoon's face and pulls him to the mirror. Yan asked softly, Do you often look in the mirror? Sang-yoon felt awkward. Huh. But you look in the mirror all the time when you're practicing your dance. She continued, asking if he often put on makeup. He mumbled something about basic care, but what does that have to do with anything? Yun deliberately dragged out the sentence. Does she suspect plastic surgery? Yun then releases Sungyun. No way, right? People like that usually become obsessed with their new looks pretty quickly. He tried to deny it. I don't. Sangjin thought to herself, could you even call this a full-body, non-surgical makeover? He was curious, but why was she asking that? His words startled Sangjun. It was as if she had just obtained this face. She seriously commented that her expressions and mirror practice were still awkward, and she didn't think things like acting cute suited her. I don't know how she lived before, but it's strange to be so insecure with that face. Yun turns and leaves, the lesson over, leaving him utterly confused. That's it? What about the acting lessons? She's just reminding Sengyun. He's not ready for acting lessons yet. Yun tosses him something, telling him to take it and learn to perceive himself correctly before worrying about others. A hand mirror? Suddenly, Yun says, if you need an example, I'll show you a type of disease. A rather unpleasant nickname I often hear, Sangyun wondered. What disease? She asked with a sweet smile. Princess syndrome. He blushed, thinking it was too good. Yun quickly returns to his previous expression. What is it? Does this look like acting to you? Sangun felt indignant. What's wrong with being coquettish? Why call it princess syndrome? Those people have issues. She replied nonchalantly. So you're aware of that too? Yang sternly ordered. Then your assignment for today is to take 100 selfies and submit them. Sangjin froze, took 100 photos, handed him her phone, told him to save the number and send the photos there for her to review later. Sangjin took the phone back and complained that 100 photos were a bit too much, but then he fell silent. He notices Sangjin acting strange. What's wrong? Hurry up and send them. Of course, he wouldn't dare admit he'd already exchanged numbers with her. Sangjin avoids the question, saying he can't directly send her number. She finds it strange. What is it? He tries to persuade her, how about I send the picture to Kim Sang-yoon and have him forward it to you? A suspicion arises within Yoon. Are the two related? But the name and face are different. Could it be? Sang-yoon insists there's been a misunderstanding, that he simply asked an acquaintance for a little help. Just an acquaintance. He returns her phone. What is my relationship with that person? Is that even important right now? Yoon doesn't press the issue, letting it go as it's none of her concern. Sang-yoon breathes a sigh of relief, glad to have made it through. So ends his first lesson with Lua. Izumi seeks out Jaru and his sister, allowing for another study session, while he stares into the mirror, forcing a smile. She kept asking questions over and over. Is she looking in the mirror? Did you do everything I asked you to yesterday? He reaches into his pocket for something. Just a moment while I check. You've listed the things you've already done. I've installed the communication app and joined the fan club. I've also watched almost all of Sato's fan cams you recommended. This is actually helpful. Izumi was very pleased and happily said, I didn't think Jaru would be so serious. How touching. Actually, I forgot to mention one more thing yesterday. Sang-yoon continues talking to her. Is there anything else? Yumi waves her phone. Yes, Jaru. You don't have any social media accounts, do you? I'm surprised. Aren't trainees prohibited from using social media? She eagerly searches. It's okay to just browse, right? Well, let me show you some official accounts that Duha has appeared on. Izumi scrolls through social media as Sang-yoon intently watches. He reads the comments. Are all these people fans? She nods, agreeing. Probably. Izumi then mentioned Uin, saying, Jaru, I don't recommend you look for accounts other than the ones I gave you. Lately, since Blindspot 99 disbanded, there's been a lot of strange talk going around. It could really hurt Duha's fans. She tells him that while not everyone is like that, many people speak without thinking, which is why things are so complicated. Now this place has become a battleground for extreme love and hate towards Duha. Sang-yoon thinks it's extreme? Wait, he glances down at his phone. This could be useful if used correctly. Sang-yoon politely apologizes, saying she has a message to check. Okay. Izumi doesn't see any problem either. It's okay. Suddenly, she noticed his expression. Jarua, is there something wrong with my face? Sang-yoon acts like nothing's wrong, saying it's just a message about her assignment being graded. Cyan receives a message saying to lower her chin in the second photo and just look up at the camera. The expressions are too repetitive and the angles are all the same. Try a few more hand gestures. Widening your eyes isn't the only way to sharpen your face, you know. Send it back to UI for me. More messages keep coming in. But are you working for Hane? Meanwhile, in the restroom, Yuri asks, Is something wrong, Uni? Dab wonders why they always gather in the women's restroom when something happens, as Suri's face scrunches up in displeasure. Hearing that, a thought suddenly occurred to me. If we consider Sang-fan's past behavior, what if he's the type who wants Lai Duha to know he exists? Wouldn't someone like that leave traces on social media? Sangjun was focused on reading online posts, so I created an account and started following anyone who seemed extreme in their hatred or obsession with Lee Ruha. Reading through some posts, he realized it wasn't as bad as he thought, though public sentiment was generally unfavorable. Sanon read through some comments, but most of the haters just cursed and moved on, or intentionally said harsh things to make others uncomfortable. Surely they wouldn't stoop to harassing Lee Duha. I'm a little disappointed. Even among the fans, no one seems extreme enough to be suspicious. I haven't found the clue I was hoping for. Izumi excitedly said, "Jaru, check out what I just retweeted." She seemed very excited. "The fan cam channel I told you about yesterday just posted new photos. Check it out, it's crazy." Sanjun quickly opened it to take a look. "Where do I look? Just a moment." Izumi notices his fluster. Jaru really doesn't seem like he's ever been an idol fan, does he? She wonders again, "Jaru, why did you choose this path?" "You've got to have an idol to motivate you," Yumi rambled on. "Don't tell me it was a male idol. Is that why you've only danced to male songs until now?" Sangyun quickly denied it. No, it was a female idol. His mood dampened slightly, but back then she didn't know anything about Do Idol. Although she was inspired by him, she wasn't a fan of the group. Later, when she remembered and looked them up, she realized that the performance she saw was their last promotion before disbanding. She added that he was the first idol she'd ever paid attention to, and Sangyun seemed a little sad, so she briefly considered doing something for him, but it was just a fleeting thought. Suddenly, Yumi blurts out that Jaru seems simpler than she looks, and Hyo-jeong wonders if the person entering is Soy. "Hey there, did seeing Soy remind you?" Sangjun is suspicious of himself, wondering if he told Soy about this before. He quickly reminded her, "Izumi, remember to keep what just happened a secret for me." Izumi, unaware, asks what's wrong, and Sangyun quickly makes up an excuse. "Well, it's because I'm shy, but the atmosphere seems lively. What are you all talking about?" She quickly replied, revealing her reason for choosing this path. "And what about you, Haijang? Why do you want to become an idol?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, she asks, "Oh, me too." Haijang candidly reveals that her cousin praised her voice when she was younger. Yumi gushes, "Oh, how cute." As for Dung, she was captivated by a group called L Flower back in elementary school. They're a legendary third-generation group. As for Olivia, her reason is much simpler. It feels good to be noticed and liked. CNY points to Olivia, recalling a time she followed her to a pop music party. Izumi was happy to hear everyone's stories, though she was a little embarrassed to talk about such things so early in the morning. "Does everyone get sentimental as exams approach?" Dung-ae asks Soy. "What about you, Soy? I've never heard you mention anything like this before." Sangjun awaits Soy's answer, but she hesitates, ultimately keeping her secret. Dung is all too familiar with this, see? And again, she refuses to tell. Suddenly, the door opens and Min peeks in. "Where's Team C? Let's go practice." "The girls are calling for each other. Let's go too. Goodbye, Izumi." "Well then, Jaru, let's go fangirling together again next time." Sangjung politely replied, "Thank you." He watches them leave. Why is Dung Sui so quiet? I thought she'd caused some trouble after yesterday. Is she really okay? After practice, Min tells everyone to stop here for today and to pay attention to what she said. "See you all tomorrow." Sangyun is suddenly calling out to her. "Oh, Minnie, I came over to tease you. You're acting strange today." Why isn't she correcting me? Have I improved that much? She hesitated, then said she thought I could handle it myself, and Sangjun smiled and left. "What's this? Well, bon appetit to you then." Min mutters to herself in her room, wondering how to handle this. He's eating alone at home, scrolling through social media, and needs to decide on a song for the solo performance, so we'll have to book the music room soon. Then Sion pouts, remembering the selfie assignment he hasn't done yet, and decides to tackle that first. Speaking of which, he picks up his phone, thinking he needs to quickly deal with this whole pretending to send it for someone else thing. Sangjun then noticed another oddity. What is that? He muttered to himself, how can this be? John frantically asks, "Lua, what's wrong all of a sudden?" "Accompany him?" She stares at Sangjun, sizing him up. And to top it off, it's just some regular guy. Yun was not pleased. He's a friend who wants to gain some real-world experience. Ron keeps staring at him, and she's not happy about it. Hopefully this won't cause any strange misunderstandings. Even though I'm just the temporary manager, they should at least give me a heads up about these things. She doesn't mind it much. He's just going along to observe. "It's all right," he muttered. "This isn't the first time she's done things her way, is it?" Sangjun asked Yon, covering his mouth. "What do you mean by following along?" She replied calmly. "Didn't we have an agreement? You said you'd help me catch that Sazung fan." He couldn't be happy about it at all, especially since he had to rush to find a place to spray cologne because of this. He couldn't refuse, having already promised. Duan, in the driver's seat, wanted to apologize to Sanjun. Hey, don't take what I said to heart. It's just the first time I've ever seen Lai Ruha call someone a friend. She carefully explained, it's not that I think you're ugly or anything, but think about it. Standing next to someone as famous as Lai Ruha, who would even notice anything else around. Wouldn't you feel the same way? But inside, Sangju thought, why add salt to the wound? He said, yes, you worry for nothing, unlike other idols who bring staff or assistants. If someone like me suddenly brings a strange man, it's sure to attract his attention. So she informs Yang that today she has a photo shoot scheduled for a magazine. Sangjun follows behind her. Hey, by that guy. Do you mean Sa's fan? Yang is looking forward to what happens next. Well, it's just bait. I want to see how he reacts when I use a new strategy like this. You can never understand what she's thinking. She's trying to provoke X-Fan, but why this way? Inside the photography studio, a buzz fills the air as Luha arrives. Let me take you all inside. Adjust the top light so it casts a soft shadow. A girl urges the makeup team to fix a spot as she observes El Duha working. A rare opportunity indeed. The man approached Yan World, explaining that today's schedule was tight, so the shoot wouldn't last long, just 3 poses before moving on. She begins to pose, and Sanjun observes her expressions. That's the expression. No matter how many times I see it, I'm always impressed. The woman next to him whispering, isn't one of our employees, is she? The man says she must be Lai Ruha's assistant. He scanned the room, deciding to check for any suspicious individuals while she worked. I made a promise. Sang-Gyun left alone, but finding that guy won't be easy. Suddenly, he heard a noise. No one from the outside could easily get in here. Bunun caught sight of Sanjun and recognized him. Bunun paused, trying to figure out who he was looking at. It quickly comes to him, and Bunun points at Sangyun. Sang-Gyun, what are you doing here? He asked the same question. Director, what are you doing here? He explains that this studio is a business partner with Parang Entertainment. I'm here for a meeting. If Hane is chosen for the debut group, her profile pictures will be taken here as well. Bunun gets back to the point. So what are you doing here? Did Han's manager bring you? And in that form too. Sanjun doesn't answer, but instead scurries away, saying he'll explain later. Yang W of Cloud. You know someone like that? He's out of breath while she tells him not to let the company know about him chasing after Saseng fans. She leisurely drinks her coffee, knowing that rumors would cause trouble, but Yang isn't too worried. But if it's Director O, it's fine. He's not the gossiping type, so explain it however you want. Sangjun looks unconvinced. Does she really trust Director O that much? Since Duan finished early, she suggested moving tomorrow's challenge shoot to today and offered to drive over. Just wait here. While you do, tell me, were those the only people you met today? I don't know what to do. The only suspicious person here is an employee. There's no one else. Sangjun looked around carefully, realizing he needed to be vigilant outside. Suddenly, he fell silent, which Yoon found strange. What's wrong? Sangyun swiftly knocked away the object about to fall on her head. His hand trembled from the impact while Yoon stood in shock, a water bottle in a black bag rolling on the ground. Sangjun raged, yelling that it had been dropped from above. Someone had intentionally thrown it from the balcony. He urged her quickly and ran off. Get in the car, I'll go check it out. Meanwhile, she just watched Sangjun, who quickly ran upstairs. He opens the rooftop door to find it crowded with people, and Sangjun stops short as the man with glasses approaches, asking, "What's going on?" "We're filming right now." He gets straight to the point. "You're the person in charge here, right?" "Excuse me, I need to talk to you about something." Sangjun retrieved the water bottle, explaining it fell from above as we were moving, and he only offered an apology. "Yes, this is the brand our team usually drinks. I'm truly sorry about what happened. Are you all right?" But he insisted on investigating thoroughly. "I'm fine." But was anyone near the railing at the time? It felt like someone dropped it on purpose. The bespectacled man seemed unwilling to continue. "Which artist are you in charge of here?" Sangyun was clear. Luha from Parang Entertainment. He seemed surprised, but the man with glasses still tried to refuse. "But as you can see, there are so many people, and they're all just focused on their own work. It's nearly impossible to find someone who knows anything." He suggests it might have just been the wind. "Besides, only the crew is allowed here. Could you come back later if you need anything else? We haven't finished filming yet. I only stepped away from the car for a moment after filming, and this happened." "What? Well, at least no one was hurt." Sangyun thinks of a way to prevent things from happening. Could they request a CCTV check? She smoothed her messy hair. "But I'm not Lua's direct supervisor. This also involves quite a few procedures." What a headache. John turned to Yan for her opinion. "Laruha, what do you think? If you don't feel well, we can cancel today's shoot and you can go home and rest. You don't seem to be in good shape, so I'll head home." Duan helped Y into the car, saying with a displeased look, "I suppose I have to take you all the way back to your company too." "It's okay. I can get home on my own." Sang-gyun heads to the street to catch a ride, wondering if there's a bus. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Sang-gyun. A black car approaches Sang-gyun, and behind the wheel is Bae-jun, ready for a chat. So, I'm the one who introduced Luha to you. Sorry for the trouble. Dragged all the way out here. Why don't you ask him if he can keep this a secret for me? Jun agreed without hesitation. He recalled having spoken with Liruha once before. He recalls a conflict with Manager Han at the time, so he warns him to be careful, but Sang-gyun remains silent. Suddenly curious about Yoon, he asks the director what La's image is within the company. Bae-jun thought about it, but his image of her was also unclear. That was the only time we spoke. They must be from Parang Entertainment. Her agency would know more than I do. Even though it's a subsidiary, I'm not fully aware of their situation in or atmosphere, but Lua seems to trust Director Bae-jun's concern for Sang-gyun's well-being. Between keeping ex-fans at bay and preparing for the monthly evaluation, can you even handle it? He chuckled. Actually, there are a few awkward situations, too. Sang-gyun thought about the mess. He means well. Looks like Han's manager is slacking off. In that case, let's prioritize creating a new way for you to communicate. Banun suggests a solution, saying he should explain that A thought trainees shouldn't freely exchange contact information with artists, and that it's only allowed now. Sang-gyun then asked, how should I explain my relationship with Hanyoe? He told him to just go along with it. How about this? Tell them I'm preparing to get a job in the entertainment industry. Sang-gyun isn't so sure about this plan. He's become a henchman now. But will anyone believe such a sudden explanation? Boonin reassures him. If you need to, just use my name, he says. Sang-gyun politely thanks the director, saying, I acted on my own and caused you trouble. He's easygoing and doesn't mind, so it's fine. On the contrary, I find this very interesting. Boonin chuckled as he drove. Han-I was the public face, while Sang-gyun worked in the shadows, offering support. Sounds cool. He seems very knowledgeable, but playing two roles in front of one person won't be easy. He not only has to remember which role he's playing, but also how he feels about that person and when he's listening to Bae-jun. Sang-gyun indifferently says, you know a lot. He casually replied, anyone would think that. As soon as he finished speaking, the car fell silent. He knows exactly what I'm thinking. Didn't you just wonder if he's also taking the pre-life drug? Sang-gyun bursts out laughing. He joked back, I suspected others besides myself were using past life medicine. Bae-jun chuckled. Goodness, I'm happy with my body. I wouldn't change a thing. Sang-gyun gestures, musing that they might still be using it now. Suddenly, he feels a pang, and Bae-jun drops Sang-gyun off on the side of the road. I'll get off here. It's just a 10-minute walk from here. He bowed in farewell. Yes, I sprayed perfume in the car. As Sang-gyun walked, he thought about the rumors that would spread if anyone saw him getting out of the director's car. I see the bruise on my wrist is gone. It's still a little sore, so the pain must still be there. Sang-gyun checks his messages. Are you home? Are you all right? Yuha hasn't replied. Was the incident just a coincidence, like that employee said? Lua's plan got a reaction so quickly. He arrived at the company, still lost in thought. But if Sang-fan was really behind this, something was wrong. If it was a place outsiders couldn't access, there was only one possibility. Sang-gyun recalls Byun's words. He enters the practice room wondering who he can even ask. Yuri is thoroughly enjoying the video being played, saying this pre-lunch video is the best. They're working in the same building as me. What am I going to do if we run into each other? Even though they're from a different company, I should still greet them, right? But Minji thinks it's unlikely. She's incredibly excited, hoping the debut date will be announced soon, while Senoon remains silent amidst the noise. Oh my god, who turned this on? Who authorized this in our sacred practice room? Sina decides to try it with his eyes closed. That's the message Gong just sent to Cyan's phone. I've run into her a few times outside of work too. Lee Duha lives near our dorms. This revelation shocks him. What? He texted back. I used to pretend to jog to get close to her, but people told me to stay away because of the rumors. Sang-gyun quickly replied. What rumors? Gyeong answered. I heard from someone at the airline that someone saw him and told him to get up and prepare to leave, instead of sitting there texting. Startled, Gong quickly ended the conversation, realizing he probably shouldn't have said anything at all. Annoyed, he trailed off mid-sentence again, but then sent another message. But what about Lee Duna? Don't tell me you're a fan of hers. Sang-gyun was annoyed just thinking about it. Wait, is this guy trying to hit on Lee Ruha? He really can't help himself. Gong remembers meeting Yang Lee Ruha. He greeted her often at the company, but gave up because she was so cold. He found a jacket she dropped, but she coldly walked away when he tried to return it. Another urging voice calls out to him. He gets up to leave. He's frustrated. In the end, he couldn't get any information out of him. Sang-gyun scours the internet for clues, his only option now to search for information online. He pores over the comments only to find a barrage of malicious remarks aimed at her account. Though most were secondary accounts, Sang-yoon stumbled upon some nasty comments and read them carefully. Yan wondered what San was up to. But suddenly, seeing her familiarity with the director, I could guess what was going on. A mere intern with such extensive connections. How scary. Looking at her, you can't even tell what she's thinking. Is she really okay now? She looks like nothing ever happened. Now that it's Han Yoi, I can't exactly ask Han. Why continued to question. So, you've been groomed since the beginning? You don't seem to believe it, but there really isn't any romantic interest? Is it possible you're the only one who thinks that? Young W wondered suspiciously. With a face like that, who would believe you're just friends? I bet Kim Sang-gyun has feelings for you. Sang-gyun explained. We've known each other for so long, nothing like that could happen. She then cautioned, it never hurts to be careful. Just don't let him use private training as an excuse to ask for too much later on, he muttered to himself. Just hearing about it makes me tired. He steers away from Iwan's personal life, but after knowing someone for so long, you can tell right away. Don't you have any other close friends? Does that startle you? Y stares at San, then nonchalantly replies, well, I've never been in love before, so how would I know? It was as if he had foreseen it. Is that it? Sang-jin thought of the stock question. What's your ideal type? Then he knew the familiar answer. I've never been in love since I was born. How would I know about that? A textbook answer, the kind idols give when asked about love. Sang-gyun clearly doesn't believe it. You don't have to keep up appearances here. Not many people believe that kind of talk anymore. Yun didn't want to continue. It was too noisy. Enough with the small talk. From today on, we're getting serious about training. He's pointing at my outfit. Don't tell me you want me to wear a dress here because of that? What does this have to do with the lesson? She can tell just by looking. Just as I thought, it's obvious you don't usually dress like this just by the way you carry yourself. Yang then asked Sang-gun if she could imagine how others see her after taking a selfie. She reminds her to always be aware of the image she projects and find ways to make herself more appealing. He reluctantly replies, understood. Yun moves on to commenting on the previous song, HCK, which, while not fast-paced, is still not easy to dance to. Every detail must be seamless, smooth, and exquisite, leaving no gaps. She suggests how Sang-gyun can best control his strength in his dance moves. I limited the outfits. Honestly, that gray tracksuit was really old-fashioned, but his reasoning actually made sense. Though their relationship began as a transaction, Lee Do-ha is genuinely helping me prepare for the monthly evaluation. Yet her public image is terrible, though it doesn't stop her from being a sought-after superstar. Was the staff's strange behavior towards Lee Do-ha just a matter of personality? Even the mastermind behind this hesitated. Everything is proceeding according to plan. If the water bottle thrower was a Sa fan, chances are they're in the industry. Don't you have anyone suspicious around here? Oh, and is your hand okay? Something like that happened, and yet she's still here, calmly helping me practice. The more I think about it, the more I feel like Lee Do-ha is hiding something. Because of Lee Do-ha, I made sure to watch Nai whenever I had free time, and today I'll finally be watching the last episode. The final stage will determine the official debut lineup. In the 111 team battle, the winning team gets extra votes, and of course, Lee Do-ha is still the center. Youngye looks panicked, and a teammate is equally surprised. Jury is no exception, but it's also the climax of her performance. Laruha makes a mistake and freezes for 3 seconds as Yang shares her expertise. There are countless details that contribute to a stage performance, but the most basic is eye control. Yun pointed to Sang-gyun, saying next, each and every finger joint. She flipped her hair confidently, adding that even a single strand could be used if needed. Sang-gyun sits and stares at himself in the mirror, finally understanding why he needs to look at himself so often. He carries many worries. I've always compared the image I see in the mirror to a different person. If I make this expression with this emotion, this is how I'll look to others. Once you get used to this way of thinking, it feels more natural and less awkward. Sang-gyun recalled Yang Yi's words. Luha's guidance had truly been effective. He stared down at the black phone screen under his bed. Sang-jin still had his doubts, but how could someone who strives for such perfection make such a mistake on the most important stage? The host's voice announced the next segment, the ranking announcements. The third N9 debut member, as voted by the audience, is trainee Luha from Parang Entertainment. Despite the controversy surrounding her personality, Luha's talent is widely recognized. She continues narrating, but she messed up the last and most important bear paw, the only underrated member who made their debut. An event that sparked a wave of criticism and suspicion immediately after the show ended. The host looks out at the audience, and even as a member, her indifferent attitude towards any controversy only fuels both fans and antis alike. Yuri monologues to herself on the way to school. I told you, none of those girls were right for me. She turned to Min and asked, what about your group? You're the leader of your group, right? She replied softly. Well, who else could do it besides me? Yuri continued, oblivious to Min's already burdened state. I've never seen Suri cry like that before. And there's something suspicious about Han Yoi. What was that anyway? She recalls the image of her crying. She just brushed it off, saying there were enough headaches already and not to mention Suri again. Yuri wondered in surprise. What's going on? What's wrong? Min called out, opening the classroom door. Team C, practice starts in 5 minutes, so get ready. Team D, prepare yourselves as well. So I asked, dejected. So early? Hyoang frowns and sighs. Another morning practice? Soon, everyone was in the dance studio, panting with exhaustion. Sangyong stopped when he noticed her movements were off, and he criticized her harshly. Snai, why have you been half a beat behind this whole time? She worriedly touched Nai's forehead, realizing she had a fever. So I suggests she rest or get medicine from the office, but she trembles, unwilling to go. But Min spoke up, reminding her that it was all right to go alone. Olivia asked worriedly, Is Snai sick? Are you sure you can go alone? Should I come with you? She angrily retorted, Hey, why are you helping someone from another team? We're still in training. Ignoring Yuri, she retorted, Sorry, Yuri, but I already ran for 20 minutes. What's wrong with helping her for 5 minutes? Olivia's attitude was infuriating. Oh, this is unbearable. The monthly evaluation is coming up and someone's already sick. This isn't good, but we've had more time to practice than the other groups. A moment later, she returned to the practice room to announce, Team C, I've taken CNY back to the dorm. She also got carsick, so the training leader told her to rest. So anxiously asked, What do we do now? Should we continue with just 4? She's worried about that. But the movements are so complex, missing one person will throw everything off, Hang said, suddenly struck with an idea. Then how about Hojun fill in for CNY? His girl group dances are strangely good. Min agrees that it's a good idea, but Mr. Hun seems a little lifeless today. So she gives her the task saying, Why don't you ask Yoi? Sangjin is startled and confused. Why her? Cut to Hound's studio. He's sitting there, dejected. Oh, my head. Hojun recalls the terrible events of yesterday when Jareem dragged him out for a night of heavy drinking. He knocks on the door. Is Mr. Hosen here? Hound quickly regained his composure. What's going on? Remembering Minji's words, Sangyun asks if he wants him to come to CNY's empty classroom. But he feels a little, if it were Yoi, she could just beg a little more. He was hesitant and confused in front of him. What do you mean? Oh, Min, what am I supposed to do? Sunan musters all her courage to explain. Even just one person missing will ruin our entire practice. Is it really not possible? Horun slams the table, stands up, and immediately agrees. Guess there's no choice. Who said your students are struggling? Let's go. But as he stood up, he clutched his back in pain. His foot had just kicked something. But the situation didn't improve. Even with Hojun's help, the atmosphere was so heavy that practice was unproductive. She decides that today, they'll just have a light practice and put in extra effort tomorrow when Sinai feels better. He recalled his conversation with Hojang, who said this often happens in team competitions, advising him not to worry too much and just focus on his own work. Sangyun reached the door and sighed in relief. It was finally time for vocal practice. But as he opened the door, he saw Soy in the room. Soa's face was grim, as if something had happened to her. She suddenly moved closer, staring intently at Sangjun's face. He warily stepped back. What's going on? Soai approached, warning him, Watch your step, I just dropped my contact lens. Sangjun freezes and he bends down to pick up her contact lens. Is this it? Soai happily takes it. Oh yes, thank you. It's then that Sanyun remembers. She's nearsighted, isn't she? She says emotionally, I thought I'd have to buy another new pair. I need to get them cleaned right away. So I continued to chatter on with a laugh. It seems like it was the day before the group assignments last time. She had to buy new contacts because she tore one. He listened to her story, dumbfounded. A day before, Sangyeon asked, You went out to buy them? She told him everything without hiding anything. Yes, in the middle of practice? Did you see me then? So I confessed in embarrassment. I'm sorry, but am I so nearsighted that I can't recognize someone standing right in front of me? Hearing the truth from her, he felt guilty. It couldn't be. I had no idea, and just misunderstood everything. And then he tries to sort through his feelings. Noticing Sangjun's bad complexion, she asks him worriedly, Is something wrong, Chi-Yoi? He awkwardly turned away, avoiding her gaze. Oh, it's nothing. She sits down to talk. Actually, I haven't chosen my signature pose yet. I was planning to practice my vocals while thinking about it. Soy smiles hopefully, wondering if a deeper understanding of the song might spark some brilliant ideas. But since I don't have a personal analyst for this song, I can only look at the lyrics and ponder. Sang-yoon nods in agreement. That's a good way to do it. He recalled what Y had mentioned, realizing Luha had said something similar yesterday. She shared her experience, saying that this song has a story behind it. If you capture the songwriter's intent, you'll score big points, she muses. Actually, I've always wondered about this when singing. If you just look at the lyrics, you'll see. This is a love song about a playful girl who pretends to tease in order to flirt with someone she likes. Soy stares intently at the lyrics in her hand. Turning to Sang-yeon, he asks, but why call it HCG? Crack means to break. So a broken heart? Soy shares her theory. The girl desperately wants the other person to notice her, but their lack of reaction breaks her heart, leaving her to feel the emotions alone, over and over again. She has deeper thoughts, or we could interpret it as wounded feelings hidden behind that cheerful facade. He bowed his head, silently pondering Soy's words. Soy points to a lyric, explaining that her part could be interpreted as a painful defense mechanism, feigning indifference to hide true feelings. She chuckled, marveling. Interesting, isn't it? Both cute and heartbreaking. I didn't realize this song required such complex emotional expression. There. Sang-jun nods in agreement, having learned a great deal herself. Did they stay in the practice room until the sky was full of stars? Soy bid farewell. I'll head back first. It's almost curfew. Thank you for being with me today. He stood at the door to see her off, but really she should be thanking him. She still had something she wanted to say, her face expressionless as Soy poured her heart out. I always thought you hated me, but after talking today, I'm glad we've become closer, Yoi, and I have something I want to say too. Reminiscing about the past makes me so happy. Sang-yeon responds, I don't hate you at all. Her voice trembling as if she were about to cry, she said, I'm sorry, I'm just not good at talking. I didn't know how to face someone like you. Sang-jun then shared his thoughts. I wish we could always talk this freely. Soy, touched, exclaimed, Ah. She smiles softly, complimenting him. You're really cute. Soy laughs, saying that the more she gets to know her, the more different she is from her initial impression. At first I thought you were the cold and aloof type. Sang-yoon blushed with embarrassment. It's not that you're not cute. His face turns as red as a tomato as Soy, flustered, turns to leave. It's late. Don't push yourself too hard. Sanun remained frozen, his face downcast. She left the practice room and returned to the dorm, where she stopped, wide-eyed in surprise at the sight before her. Yang stares at his phone and says, No, she only looked up after Soy bowed to her. I pauses, then continues the conversation. Oh, right. The person who was with me that day is a friend of mine. I think they're preparing to apply for a job at an entertainment company. She remained there, overhearing the conversation. What? A name? She widened her eyes in surprise at the name Yu mentioned. Is Kim-san okay? She looked up, turning her head to follow his retreating figure. Yun quietly opened the recording studio door and entered, asking Sang-yoon, who seemed lost in thought, What are you spacing out about? He shook his head, flustered. It's nothing. Oh, right. Do you want to? Sang-jun then offered to exchange phone numbers. He asked, confused, what's with the sudden change? He recalls this morning when he received a phone specifically for Han Doris. A company phone, no less. Sorry, I got chewed out by the director. She looks at her phone and asks if exchanging numbers now means she's had a change of heart. Sang-yeon shakes his head, explaining that he just wasn't sure if he should take a celebrity's number so casually. He asked, Oh, you haven't been a trainee for very long, have you? With good intentions, she reminds him that anyone who knows anything about idols would know that. Anyway, I already know my image isn't great. He asks, surprised, Do you care about this? Yoon immediately denies it. Not really, just a little surprised. Sano inwardly admired his strength, a painful defense mechanism of feigned indifference to hide true feelings. Why do I care so much? His clear voice echoed, confessing that he hadn't known her for very long either. I've heard bits and pieces about Next 9 and IMU 99. Sang-gun is a little worried, but who really gets used to being scolded? She questions him, so you accepted this job without knowing anything about me? He honestly shares his thoughts. Who would bother with something so troublesome and pointless? Despite the rumors, I'm truly grateful. Sang-jun wondered if she was annoyed to have to train him. She coldly extinguishes his hope, saying, Don't misunderstand, I'm only doing this for Kim Sang-jun. She silently rolls her eyes away, and Yoon stares into Sang-jun's eyes, revealing that she, too, lacks confidence in her facial expressions. I have my weaknesses, too, she confides in him. I'm really not suited for group activities, Yebu said sadly. Am I a perfectionist, or am I simply unwilling to trust an unreliable opponent? Limu 99 and Ni9 worked together. She recalls that time when everyone simply trusted and had high expectations for Yubu W. Yeah, if it's her, it should be fine, because it's Liru. She lacked confidence before things worsened, and sometimes wondered if she should have talked more with the other members. Yun confesses honestly, admitting that she ultimately couldn't trust them. Sangjin's eyes widened in surprise. What's this? So she really does care. She's really opening up. What am I even saying? Why am I talking about this with a newbie who knows nothing? He followed up, wondering if she was planning to go solo since group activities didn't suit her. Yanggang W is also unsure about this. She doesn't know if going solo is even feasible. She reveals that she's aiming for Bru's girl group. Actually, she was planning to join them. Sanggyun now understands, so Izumi was telling the truth. No wonder the director knew so much about her. He still had his doubts. So, if all goes well, wouldn't that make us members of the same group? Yun said with a smirk. Not necessarily. She changes the subject, asking if she's heard anything about the group. Sangyun hesitated, but Yun cut her off. I know. The more I work, the more I realize something. She reveals that because I already had a name at Limu 99, I'll be pushed to the center. From concept and image to screen time, everything will revolve around me. Yang knew that I would inevitably stand out on my own again, acting as I pleased. Even worse than with Limu 99. She had no intention of hiding anything from him. This entire project was planned for me from the start, so how could they cancel it midway? Right? It's only dragged on this long because I didn't want it to happen. Sangyun is truly enlightened. A female group was created based on the image of Lai Ruha, and he recalls the rumors about himself. Is she imitating Ruha? Does she need someone to reference? I can introduce you. Could the director be her? Is that why Yoi resembles her so much? Yun says this to make Yoon worry as he stares at Sangjun's blank face. What's wrong? It's as if she read his mind as she leaned in and whispered in his ear. Is the company planning to use you as a replacement for Lai Duha? Have you ever suspected this? Sang-Ji-yoon dazedly leaves the studio, knowing Ruha didn't say it with malice. Perhaps it was then, amidst his racing thoughts, that he realized why he knew nothing about Ruha or the Nei program until now. Sang-yoon recalled that around the time the show aired and became popular, he had to drop out of school due to false accusations of bullying. And for a long time, I just stayed cooped up at home, doing nothing. Back then, I cut off all connections to the outside world. TV, social media, everything. Just seeing idols made him angry, sad, and heartbroken. But then something happened that changed Sang-yoon's mind. But what if Star Agency had seen Ni back then? He changed his view of idols. Even with a terrible personality, even after making a serious mistake on stage because she's beautiful and famous, she still has opportunities, she's still loved and blessed. If Sangjun had seen that side of Luha first, he would have had to ask himself if he would have grown to hate her. Snapping back to reality, Sangjun stares intently at her phone screen. For a moment, Sangjun almost understood how the haters felt. He frantically scrolls through social media, wondering why he's suddenly having such negative thoughts. Is my mind getting influenced by constantly reading these posts? I need to quickly find clues about the XOXO fan and put an end to this. A user named Na-min, dreaming of getting rich, posted something that caught his eye. Sangyun paused. The ID looked vaguely familiar, but from where? Sangyun tilted his head, trying to remember, and then it hit him. That ID was the same as the one from the malicious comments on Liruwama's Instagram. Sangjun remained skeptical. Could it be the same person? Confused, Sanjiun wondered what a secondary account was, so he asked Izumi, who explained it to him. A sub-account is used to secretly say things you wouldn't dare say on your main account. I don't have one, though. He's confused again. What about the Anti's burner accounts? They've already dared to curse directly on their main accounts. Izumi is annoyed when Sangyun mentions the word anti. Anti's alternate accounts, they're definitely plotting to sling more mud, because they could get sued for direct insults. What a detestable bunch. He froze, bewildered. I had the same thought, which is why I turned on notifications for new posts. But when he checked it out, it was full of mundane content, like what a normal girl would write. Disregarding his disappointment, it was terrifying. Why is she acting so normal? Min suddenly appeared and reminded him. Let's get to practice, Sangjun quickly replied. She's right behind you, cheering you on. Has Yoi's team been practicing since morning? Do your best. Upon entering the room, he noticed CNY's face was still flushed. Anxiously, she asked CNY, "Can you practice today?" She nodded, answering that she could. Okay, Min, let's get to it. Let's start. The 5 girls began training together, followed by CNY and Hojung carefully reviewing their practice. Swai carefully observed the video, looking at everyone with a bewildered expression. Why so quiet today? Sangjun glanced at her, noticing through the screen that CNY couldn't keep up. but decided to bear with it since she wasn't in good shape today. But if they keep practicing like this, the monthly evaluation will be even worse. He frowned, knowing that with his current skills and experience, his words would carry no weight. It's better to stay quiet and let Min speak up. Her input seems pretty good. She agrees, adding that everyone is doing well. She glances over at Connie's expression, and Min speaks up with her own observation. So let's just pretend there's no problem. Sang-gyun remains silent as she says to continue as usual tomorrow. He recalls Y's warning before things got worse. What if he had talked to the other members more back then? She walks to the door and asks if they're done for the day. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, startling Min, who recoils as it touches the door latch. She looks up at Sang-gyun. What is it? Hyang asked, bewildered. What's wrong? So speaks up, asking, is there something you're unhappy with? He thought long and hard before speaking, knowing he'd be criticized no matter what he said. But someone has to speak up, Sang-gyun stated frankly. Anyone can see something's not right, right? That's why I'm speaking up since no one else will. Sang-gyun spoke up, wondering if everyone was just too kind to say anything. So he decided he'd be the one to throw cold water on the situation, Sang-gyun provoked. Or is it just you who feels so uncomfortable that you want to give up on everything? After exchanging numbers, he asked Yoon, so, does that mean I don't have to bother Kim Sang-gyun anymore? She frowned in displeasure. Why not? Sang-gyun suddenly remembered the unresolved Sa-fan issue. He frowned and glared. What's this about? It's not what you think, okay? He denies it, flustered. I wasn't thinking anything at all. Min-jae asks in confusion, is that all you're unhappy about? He nods in agreement. That's exactly how you people are. Sang-gyun bluntly states the truth. He can't scold a sick kid, but he doesn't want to ruin the atmosphere either. Or maybe he wants to wait until she wets herself on stage during the evaluation, so the judges will be impressed. Still, he worried he might have been too harsh, but if they didn't know how sick he was, Sang-gyun would keep criticizing him. And oh, Min-ji, what's wrong with you? Ion asks, bewildered. Are you guys fighting? She stammered in bewilderment. What? He bluntly remarks, aren't you usually one to offer blunt word-for-word advice? Why are you suddenly so soft-hearted today? Min-jae took the feedback and asked, oh, so how exactly do you want me to handle this? Sang-gyun turned to CNY. Tell me the truth, Kot. When did you start feeling unwell? She responded blankly. Yes, she finally confessed. Yes, I think it started about 3 days ago, Hoja exclaimed in surprise. 3 days ago? Soy asked worriedly. Why didn't you say anything? She mumbled, I'm sorry. Connie hugged her shoulder and said softly, at first I just thought it was a physical problem, and I didn't want to make things difficult for everyone. He said, Kodni, what's the point of stopping practice now? Even if you recover by the monthly evaluation, it'll only get worse if you don't rest, right? Sang-gyun leans in, offering, how about this idea? Give it a listen. His voice is gentle. In your part, what's the most difficult? Be specific. She hesitated. That part. Sini pointed to the tablet screen. My group can still do the choreography, and here, Sang-gyun confirmed, are all repeated movements, right? She nodded in agreement. Yes, it's after this part that I start to lose energy, which slows down the tempo. He quickly made a decision. They would change it. Sang-gyun outlines the plan, indicating where she should step back and then, during the solo, where she should sit and stand. He enthusiastically discusses, suggesting she just sing from the start. How about that? Can you conserve your energy that way? San suggests that during her solo dance, she'll move from the back row to the front. Okay, we're keeping the group choreography as is. Everyone listen carefully. With this adjustment, we can pull it off even without much practice time left. She speaks up, suggesting they reduce the Connie movements and have Yoi fill the empty spaces. Is that too risky? Even though you've improved lately, Minhee seems frustrated that you can't remember everyone's positions with so little time left. Sanoon chimes in, not because she hates being called the group's weak link, but because she's already memorized everything. Lucky us. If you don't believe me, I can show you right now. In the end, he still respects everyone's opinion. That's my opinion. What do you all think? Sang-gyun is sincerely seeking guidance, knowing that this is her first monthly evaluation and she hasn't proven herself yet, so she may not seem trustworthy. But if it doesn't work out, we can always find another way. CNY nods in agreement. I agree. I'm counting on you, Yoi. She turns to him, asking if Yoi will take responsibility if things go wrong. Sang-gyun cuts to the chase, his tone serious. This is a group assignment. How could I be responsible? If we fail, none of us will escape. Soai silently observes everyone's expressions, finding these arguments familiar. Hiding weaknesses isn't always a bad thing. There's no shame in using tricks on stage. It reminded Soy of an old high school friend, and she voiced her agreement. Then let's try it out first. Soai confessed honestly. Actually, I was a little distracted today and didn't pay attention to the others. I'm sorry. Hyojang also admits her fault, saying, no, it's okay. She feels the same, as the oldest one there. I should have stepped in to defuse the situation, but I was afraid of getting in the way. She lowered her voice apologetically, regretting her silence. The 5 girls exchanged awkward glances, and Min agreed with Sang-Yun's plan. Okay, so she turns to assigning tasks, saying she'll split Yoe's task in half with her. Min Jae pouts, feeling like she'd be taking advantage if she let her do everything. Sang-Yun then asked, is that okay? And she quietly apologized. Minji frankly admits that she chose the song and constantly directed and gave feedback to the members. She admits she pushed everyone too hard, and perhaps CNY got sick trying to keep up with her demands. She awkwardly denies it, saying Minji did a great job. It's all in the pursuit of high achievement. There's a midterm this afternoon, right? Then try practicing the changes, and Jerem will give you feedback after watching. Oh, I see. Aside from Soy and Hojang, the rest of you have changed a bit, haven't you? They're still holding the Fairy Enzing pose for her to see. Jerim comments that it's not much different than before, but this will reduce CNY's spotlight. Is that okay? CNY shakes her head in response. Yes, it's okay. She bowed her head shyly. Is it my fault for not taking care of myself? Still, she's a little worried. Luckily, this midterm checkup wasn't so bad, but is this really okay? For now, it's best if CNY goes back and gets some more rest. Yes, Soy said with a sigh of relief. Yoi, the atmosphere is much better than before, right? I'm relieved to hear that, he humbly replied. It's all thanks to everyone. Sang-Yun then explained, I apologize for being so forceful earlier. When I said good, I didn't mean anything negative. Does he unconsciously think of Yan? And it's also thanks to Lee Duha, right? She looks at Sang-Jun with surprised eyes, and after the 5 girls practice again, Dabin comments, overall, it's good, but the armor part seems to need some adjustment. She enthusiastically makes corrections for each member, Yuri and Dabi. Your tones and writing styles are too different. It changes the whole feel of the song. It's not unified. Why don't you two talk it over? Gabby glanced at the lyrics. In the end, it turned out exactly as Yuri had said all along. Frustrated, Yuri scolded everyone. See? I told you to do what I said, but you wouldn't listen. I'm sorry, Gabby. Ji sadly thinks to herself that she knows she's not as good as Yuri, so she has to accept it. She sadly watches everyone leave the practice room, but then Minji calls him back, clearly only intending for her to be a shield, right? She could read Sang-Yun like a book. Who would actually scold someone who's sick? Those who can keep up are good, and those who can't, well, it can't be helped. He stopped and turned to look at Min. Sang-Yun's next words froze her in place. She always acted tough, but who knew she had such a sentimental side? He turned and left, saying it was best to return to normal. Words he didn't need to say. B-Min is left alone in the practice room. What's going on? Isn't Hai the one acting tough here? Sang-Jun walks to the vending machine to buy a canned drink. He sighed and muttered, the midterm results were good, and I'm in a good mood, so I'll make an exception and have a soda today. It's been a while. Sang-Jun takes a swig, but his face pales in confusion. Is this soda gone bad? Sang-Yun wondered if his body had changed, but he'd always drunk this brand. Whatever, I'm done with it. Suddenly, Go-Eun appears and scolds him. You're throwing it away after only one sip? What a waste. He rushes over and speaks to him. Or you could give it to me, he says, his expression darkening with displeasure towards Gun. Sang-Jun left without a second glance, leaving him stunned, and Gun hurried after him. Wait a minute. He reaches out and grabs his hand. It was as if Sang-Jun's weakness had been grabbed, and he cried out involuntarily. Gong awkwardly released his hand and stepped back, stammering, Sorry, I didn't even squeeze that hard. Sang-Jun clutched his wrist, glaring daggers. Why did he have to grab the injured spot? He almost cursed out loud. Gong stammered, He awkwardly explained himself. Actually, I felt like I was a bit rude on the rooftop last time, so I wanted to apologize, but it seems I left you with a bad impression. He grimaced, glaring at Gong-go, but Sang-Jun chose to let it go. Oh yeah, it's fine. He beams at the response, and Gong-go speaks up again. Really? Sang-Jun reacted to his tone. Hearing that saccharine voice again, just like on the rooftop, it seems he's already... Min's voice echoed in his head, saying that if it were Miss Yoi, all she'd have to do is earnestly ask. But Sang-Yun thought, wait, if that's the case, then as Han Yoi, he might be able to get information about Luha that he couldn't get as Kim Sang-Yun. He says exactly what he's thinking, and he hates himself for even considering this. It's practically using his looks to get ahead. But Sang-Jun can't help but think about what Y whispered in his ear yesterday, her words sparking his curiosity. He awkwardly replies, Me too. Sang-Jun sheepishly apologizes. I overreacted on the rooftop. You're still my senior, but I was dealing with some personal issues that day. Sorry about that. Gong eagerly continued the conversation. Personal issues, you say? Oh, no worries, I understand. You awkwardly changed the subject, so then. Sangjun still decided to speak up, asking if they could talk privately because he had some questions for him. He agrees immediately, and I'm more than happy to oblige. This took him completely by surprise. What's going on? That was easy. I feel a little bad. Just as he was about to get to the point, Gong-o interrupted and suggested, Not here, let's go over there. Sangjun followed his gesture, surprised to see the fire escape. Why there, he wondered. Gong subtly replies, Wasn't she worried about being caught on the rooftop before? He's inwardly surprised. Huh? He smiled as he opened the door. Don't worry, plenty of people have done it here without getting caught. This information is enlightening. What? From a young age, Gonggu was constantly being confessed to by girls. Cha Gonggu, will you be my boyfriend? She was really boy crazy. I'll buy you a ton of snacks and even let you borrow my video games. He immediately nodded in agreement, saying, Okay. Even Gong World knows it. It's not like I didn't know I was handsome from the start. For some reason, I'm surrounded by kind and friendly people. This world is beautiful. An old woman is kind to him, giving him pocket money, and an older girl teases him when she sees him. This kid's definitely going to make girls cry when he grows up. A young man said something incomprehensible. Why does this chapter have such a strange opening? The girl with the ribbon asks, annoyed. Hey Cha-gong, I heard you went to Yumi's house yesterday while you're dating me. What's that about? Because she said she liked me, I decided to date her too. Gong was confused when he saw the girl with the ribbon sniffling. Why are you crying? He gently wipes away her tears. Don't cry. The girl with the ribbon whined. Then don't see her anymore. Just play with me. But Gong remained indifferent, as if anyone would do for him. Why don't you two just settle this yourselves? And he just stands there, watching the two girls interact because of him. In that moment, Guo realized a truth, that the most beautiful thing wasn't the world, but himself. The principles of this life are unbreakable, perhaps until death. But then he met someone who would change everything. Sorry, you dropped your wallet. Seeing Sang-hyun's face shook Gong's resolve. Or was he wrong? Back in reality, he smiles brightly. So, why were you avoiding me earlier? And running like a bullet, too? He stammered, dumbfounded. Oh, that. Sang-hyun sweats, his mouth contorted, and he pales as he stammers. He just felt too embarrassed. Gong still wore a friendly smile. Well, I wasn't expecting her to react like that anyway. In his eyes, Sang-hyun looked weak and embarrassed. Gongwo realizes that Yue doesn't seem interested in him at all, but he's still deeply impressed. Her expression left a lasting mark. That gentle expression couldn't possibly be for me. Though being disliked by a beautiful woman is a novel experience. But whatever her purpose, the moment she spoke to me, today was destined to be the end of everything. So Gongwo secretly resolved, never thinking this girl would be easily conquered. This will be the last time. He's known your intentions all along, you fool. Does he really think I can't see through him? Sang-hyun thought to himself, but Lai Ruha's information is still my top priority. The only problem is whether I can endure it. This will be the last time. Earlier, he'd received a message from Gong Wan about the rumors surrounding Lua. What am I thinking? I probably shouldn't be talking about this with you. Everyone has their own agenda, and he secretly resolves to use all his skills. Sangjun is up to something, and I need to win this girl over too. I'll quickly gather the intel I need and then disappear, just as Gongju suggested. Talking might make your legs tired, so how about we sit on those steps over there? He politely declined, saying his clothes would get dirty. He asked, You mean the suit I'm wearing? Sanjun nodded stiffly. That's right. Gong-o decided to take off his outer jacket, gallantly placing it on the ground. Is this better? He cursed inwardly. What's okay about it? Just get rid of the jacket. That's what Sang-hyun thought, but he sat down looking sullen. Gong gives a gentle smile. So what is it you wanted to ask me? His voice trembled as he stammered. Well, I just wanted to talk. Is that okay? Even though we're in the same building, it's not easy to run into Blue Entertainment people, he said, trying to comfort her. We're different companies after all. Besides, Aoi is also a trainee over there. Sangjun skillfully led the conversation. If we were in the same company, I'd probably get to greet more celebrities on a regular basis. Gong mentions Luha, but then dismisses it, saying she's probably much busier than they are. Sang-hyun cautiously asks if he and Laruha are close. He waves his hand dismissively, saying, No, I haven't even spoken to her before. He cursed inwardly. Don't lie. Sang-hyun pressed on. At least greet her like you greeted me, he awkwardly explains. Yeah, I don't think I'm a good match for her. She's not my type either, he grumbled inwardly. Hey, who asked you about your type anyway? He continues to explain. At first I thought I should try to be friendly with my future co-worker, but something felt off. Gong recalls the rumors. She was already known for her unapproachable personality. But according to the staff in the salon, Sang-yoon listened in silence. The reality seemed much worse. Unconsciously, he felt uncomfortable. The topic had naturally shifted to Lai Ruha, just as he wanted, but hearing it made him uneasy. Perhaps he'd been around Lai Ruha too much lately? Songjin defends Yun, but she doesn't seem ill-natured on stage. He counters that talent and personality are two different things. He nods in agreement, adding that he's heard she's been suffering because of obsessive fans lately. Perhaps she's just too sensitive to notice those around her. Seeing Jui Wonder's expression, Sang-yoon asks, "What's wrong?" He revealed with confidence, "Actually, I heard rumors that his face is expressionless." Luha orchestrated the whole Sa-fan incident herself. Ji Wonder stares into the distance, wondering why now, during such crucial contract renewals. Could this be why the staff ostracized Lua? I bet what he says next is even more shocking. Perhaps she just wants to quit being an idol. What nonsense is this now? Sangjun imagines himself arguing, "If I were Lee Duha and said I wasn't tired, I'd definitely be lying." After being cursed at so much, she still has to keep going. He's annoyed and grabs him by the collar. Good grief, he's just making assumptions and stating them as fact. But Sanjun Chi sighs, unable to believe the reasoning, that using Sa as an excuse to quit would at least garner sympathy and maintain his image. He felt uncomfortable, annoyed even. If that's true, was it pointless for Lua to ask me to deal with Safan from the start? And what about that bottle? Sangjun forces a smile, but realizes he hasn't directly witnessed anything yet. That bottle can't be considered evidence either. All we have is Luha's testimony. Gong continues to ramble on, oblivious. Is this story really that absurd? If it doesn't suit you, you can just quit. What's so strange about that? Maybe you got bored or felt the job wasn't for you. Unable to bear these words any longer, he interrupts, causing Sangjun to lash out in frustration. Could he say such things because he looks down on this profession? He never considered lacking talent or effort. Sang Ji-yoon goes into full fanboy mode, defending his idol, yet he still managed to climb to this position so easily. He must think everyone's like him. He flinched, breaking out in a cold sweat. This is bad. I've let my emotions get the better of me, and I've said too much. He scratched his head in response. Maybe so. Gong confided, admitting that he didn't have any grand motivations at first. Sang-yoon listens intently as he confesses, "It's true that I started without much thought, but even now, despite the difficulties, I've never considered giving up." Gong speaks with a hint of sadness, perhaps thinking of a friend and wondering if that friend even considers him one. Remember the owner of that wallet you found? It was him. Attending the same academy, they both became idol trainees, but soon Gongwan blossomed with a radiant smile. I wonder if anyone who saw his ID photo would think differently. His face is so ordinary. Ha ha, oh, he replied with a bored tone. Sounds good. Say more. He forces a laugh to cover his awkwardness. Huh? Ha ha. It's nothing, really, Gong continued hesitantly in the silence. Yeah, he's a great singer and dancer, and he's tall for some reason. Well, living with a face like that can't be easy. Sang-yoon sighed, thinking, I knew it. Still the same as ever. Gongwo's voice trailed off, but he had to admit that he was perhaps the most hard-working person he'd ever met. He stared in bewildered surprise. What's this? Are we having a heart-to-heart? Or is he just trying to keep up appearances in front of the girl? Gong continues the conversation enthusiastically. Let's change the subject. We can get to these deeper topics once we know each other better. Sangjun is already bored. Sorry, but today will be the last time I want to meet you. He kept rambling on, asking very little about me and only talking about other people. He sighs in disappointment, having gained little information. Seeing Sangyun's silence, Gong W turns and asks, Oh, is it over? He raises the question. What purpose could possibly drive someone like her? Gong cuts to the chase, putting on an act in front of someone he dislikes, making Sangjun flinch at his question. Huh? Sangyun couldn't hide his surprise. How does he know? It's as if he can read my mind, he thinks. You've been wearing that expression since we met, Gong teases. You tried to be friendly, but it was so awkward. Sangyun thinks to himself, was it that obvious? Gong teases him, changing his tone. Oh my gosh, did I really guess right? Even so, I still tried to answer you properly, he denies, flustered. Is Sangjun doubting himself? Can this guy really see right through me? He doesn't press the issue, though. Never mind. Gong offered that if she would repay him with something small, he would let it go. He was flustered that he had thrown away all his pride and assets. He changed the subject, asking Yoi how old she was. Sangjun coldly replied, 20. He still had his doubts. Was he really that obvious? It was that obvious, Gong exclaimed happily. Oh, so they're the same age? Well, he realizes he needs to be more careful about his expressions from now on. Gong suddenly blushes and stammers, "Yeah, try calling Gun Appa for me, just once." His face darkens as he grits his teeth. Hey, what the hell is this bastard doing? Having one Hyung at home is enough. Who would be crazy enough to get another one like him? Gongjon points at him, exclaiming, "Ah, there's that expression again." He laughs, teasing me. With looks like that, doing nothing is a crime. But if a celebrity makes that kind of face, it's a crime, Yoi. Though he admits Yoi is cute, Sanjun inwardly curses in annoyance. Is this guy lecturing him? Gong grows serious, concerned that Ioi, despite his acting talent, is easily swayed by his emotions, leaving him vulnerable. He's shocked to hear him talk so expertly. That's called emotional control, you know. If he doesn't address it now, he'll be easily misunderstood later on, Gong continues. He recalled the judge's comments during his audition at Parang. I don't know if Gong was aware, but there's a shortage of talent among male idols these days, so they're recruiting all sorts of people. Few of them are prepared. They simply assume their looks will guarantee success. Arrogant and smug. I really can't stand people like that. He expressed his regret, and every time I meet someone like you, gee, I can't help but wish that beauty belonged to someone with both talent and drive. He tried to remain calm as he listened to the judge's comments. Gong sadly recounted, "At first I was shocked. I didn't intend to work seriously just to be lectured by some bald old guy." He changed his mind, and G excitedly recounted, "At the last minute of the PR, all I had to do was wink and I passed. The reason was exactly what Sangyun predicted." As expected, Gongo sadly confessed, "I admit I got this opportunity because of my face. And those serious worries like, why am I even doing this job? Well, let's be honest. It just gives me a headache." "Now I only have one thought," he confessed. "Everyone envies this face, but only I can maximize its potential, and I've decided not to think about anything else." A moment later, Gong Wun was flustered again, changing the subject, saying, I'm being serious at the wrong time, aren't I? I don't usually talk about these things with other people." Sang-gyun shook his head in denial. "No," he said apologetically, bowing his head. "Perhaps I misunderstood you, Cha-gong-ji. You're trying in your own way. I was too emotional just now. I'm sorry." Gongun blushed with embarrassment as he looked at Sang-gyun, who stared directly into his eyes. "Cha-gong-gun, I don't think your way is wrong either, so let's both try our best. And from now on, it's best if you don't talk to me." He was shocked by Sang-gyun's thoughts. Gong gets up and leaves first, saying, "Well, I'll be going. Wait a bit before you go out." He was left sitting there alone, having gained no new information. I shouldn't have bothered talking to him in the first place. Sang-gyun dodged the blow, but figures he should still thank him for the advice on his expressions. "Anyway, good luck, and let's never meet again," he thought, looking down at the jacket he borrowed as Go ran back to the practice rooms. As he walked, he replayed the staircase encounter in his mind, realizing he'd botched it, only managing to say half of what he'd intended. So pretty, truly. Facing him head-on like that made my brain feel like it was drowning, and I couldn't remember what I said. Gong had another plan, but this can be considered a backup. His jacket is there, so I still have a chance. He imagines Gun coming to him. Sang-gyun confronts Gun, asking if Gongo is here. Why was he so careless to leave his jacket there? He asks, flustered. "Sorry for making you bring it all the way here." But Go innocently teases, "Why the change in style? Could it be I said something that touched your heart last time?" Embarrassed, he shouts, "It's not like that." He imagines them sitting together on those stairs. Actually, I did. Gong Guanji had no idea that Shang Yun was running towards him with terrifying, murderous intent. He instinctively turned to see a jacket flying towards him as Min tiptoed down the hall. "Hey, what if we get caught by an employee?" Yuri said firmly as she walked. "Oh, Minji, aren't you curious what Gong World Appa looks like in real life?" She feigned indifference, showing no curiosity at all, stubbornly dragging Min along, but still trying to make an impression before things got too hectic. "Our work environments are already so different, and now you're our only chance." She sighed, assessing the situation. "There's no reasoning with your obsession with guys." After returning the jacket to Gong W, he stood in the elevator, replaying her words. Maybe Lai Duha wants to quit being an idol. I must be talking nonsense. Deep down, Sanun didn't believe those words. She had admitted it herself. The stage has always been her truth, earned through fierce competition and relentless effort. That seat wasn't just given to her. How could she just throw it away? Sang-gyun quietly opened his closet, only to be met with a barrage of notifications on his phone. They'd piled up in no time. He picked up his phone and read a post from Nam Min-kun's alternate account. Silently cursing, Sang-gyun thought, That Kiki is such an annoying anti-fan. I turned on notifications to monitor them, but all I see are nonsense posts. Do they just hold their phone all day? Growing calmer, Sang-gyun continued to scroll through the person's other posts. Lost in doubt, did his actions even matter? Just then, Sang-gyun received a call from Ms. Du, Luha's manager. He barely answered when she spoke like a machine. Hello, is this Kim Sang-gyun? I'm Luha's manager. We've met before. After that call, Sang-gyun rushed to the records room in the director's office, as instructed. If there's an emergency and you need the perfume, just come to the records room in the director's office. As soon as he entered the room, he took out the perfume and used it, and only after returning to his true form did Sang-gyun dare to speak in his real voice. Hello? What's so important that you had to call me? Sunwoo said, looking at the computer screen in Management Room 2. Ah, here are the approved versions A and B. Which one do you prefer, Mr. Yang? Yang softly pleaded for him to just decide for her, and he nodded in response. Why the long face? Sunwoo said with concern. Yang, don't keep running away like this. He looked her in the eye and offered his advice. If you're tired, lean on others, Yang. There are people around you who genuinely care. Yun gets up to leave, saying she's done here. Sunwoo's colleague sighs, lamenting that she never takes good advice. He cautioned, don't be like that. She's going through a difficult time. She thinks Sun Yu is just faking being pitiful and will soon be dropped by the company. Sun Yu's colleague rambles on, not giving him a chance to interject, thinking she can be arrogant because of her current position. He knows Parang hates disobedient artists, and with media attention needed now more than ever, the company's assigning her only minor tasks. It speaks volumes. Sang-gyun rushes off, recalling the words of Duha's manager. I'm just a temporary manager. Besides Duha, I also handle other artists, and our schedules overlapped, so I couldn't pick you up. Sang-gyun wondered, is there really no one to replace her? She sighed, replying that it wasn't that there was no one, but whether they'd accept the job. Are you the person Duha trusts enough to bring here? Wufang refused. Sorry, but I don't think we're that close. Du's manager insisted. Fortunately, I can go after my first schedule ends, so can you just accompany her until then, Sang-gyun? Even if it's just for a bit, people will talk if the artist goes alone, Sanoon grumbled inwardly. What's this? You acted like you didn't care about me before. He agreed immediately. All right, where do I need to go? That's why he rushed to her side. Manager Du added, oh, and about that water bottle incident at the studio the other day? I heard that an artist from Parang was filming there at the time, so I'll ask the staff if they noticed anyone suspicious. But many people don't take this seriously, so who knows? Sang-gyun wondered to himself. The rumor that she was a Saseng fan was spreading faster than he thought. Why is Luha keeping silent? Her voice echoes in his mind. I wouldn't normally tell an outsider this, but I feel the need to tell you, Sang-gyun grumbled inwardly. What kind of major company operates with such irresponsibility? I guess I'll have to skip my private lesson tonight. As if time wasn't already running out. I stood alone in the park beneath the sunset sky. His voice called out from behind her. Lee Raha-yun turned to face him. Sang-gyun was out of breath. It had been a while, hadn't it? She asked, why are you here? He retorted, annoyed. I rushed all the way here, you know. So what's with that frown? Yun guesses. Did the manager tell you to come? I never told her to call you. She lowered her voice worriedly. Oh, but Yubyu's eyes fell on Sang-gyun's arm. Is your arm okay? Your arm. He finally looks down at his hand, realizing it's the first time he's been back in his old body in a while. Sang-gyun sighed, noticing the bruise on his arm, and worriedly moved in for a closer look. Let me see. That's a nasty bruise. No wonder it hurt so much when Father Gong grabbed me. Did you ice it? Sang-gyun gasped as she touched the bruise, and Yoon's eyes fell with sadness, surprised by her rejection. You should go back. Yoon turns away. What good are you to me injured like that? Sang-gyun calls out. Is she planning to go alone? He tried to persuade her. Wasn't she worried about that Sang fan? She coldly replied, I'm going with you. I've already called a taxi. Y figures it's just a short distance anyway. Everyone's making too much of this. Sang-gyun silently watched her back, still trailing behind her. I'm here for the deal. This little thing is nothing. Yan grumbled, annoyed. Are you misunderstanding something? This deal is to catch Sayak Sang fan, not to manage me. Understood. Sang-gyun tried to persuade her. Yeah, the Sayak Sang fan thing took longer than I thought because he apologized. But compared to what you've done for Han Yoi, this is nothing, so at least let me do this. As Yang W settled into the car, he asked, what were you saying just now? Compared to what I did for Han Yoi, it's not even worth mentioning. Sang-gyun nodded in confirmation. That's right, because you trained her far better than I expected, and it really helped her a lot. She replied coldly with those words. Still a long way to go. Yun rested her chin on her hand, looking out the window. It's only been a few days. That's not even close to a professional's toe. Sometimes I wonder if she even knows what pride is. Now it's his turn to feel weary. Please, just stop talking. She turns to Sang-jun, saying that she's trying her best in her own way, so don't be so harsh. He's taken aback by Yang's next words. He's better than them. She pictures Sunwoo compared to those fake schemers, so he's better after all. Ai asks, resting her chin on her hand. Isn't that right? At least you had a clear goal, to help me win Han Yoi's favor. Huh? Oh, I guess so. The corner of her mouth quirks up slightly. At this point, I'm starting to get a little curious. Why are you going to such lengths for Han Yoi? From what I've seen, she doesn't even know who's running around for her. He chuckled nervously, thinking to himself, I'm doing it for myself, what else can I say? Wai became more serious. Tell me the truth, what are you hoping to get from this Han Yoi girl? Sang-yun replied, annoyed. Nothing at all, really. He pondered whether to address the rumors head-on, but the timing felt off. Sang-yun entered the building with her, saying, the elevator's too crowded. Sang-gyun was bewildered when Yun headed in a different direction. Hey, the studio's on the 4th floor, you think walking is better than being crammed in the elevator? He cursed inwardly. Damn, this expensive fire escape. She silently climbs the stairs, with Sang-jun trailing close behind. Breaking the silence, he asks, about what we discussed in the taxi, even if it's fake, isn't help still help? Sang-gyun shared his thoughts. I know you're asking me for help because the company is useless, but in the end, I'm still an outsider. Even if you catch the Sasing fan, there are still things that need to be dealt with. Other problems will require outside help. Vu Pham refuses, saying, it's not necessary. He angrily retorted, if that water bottle had hit you, it would have been a disaster. Anyone can see that things are taking a strange turn. And what about all these ridiculous rumors spreading around? Are you just going to sit still and do nothing? Yun stopped and turned to Sang-jun, explaining, once an image is set, nothing can change it. It's pointless to do anything, so I'll just ignore it. She stubbornly raises her voice. If you knew anything about me, you'd know I'm awful, rude, and selfish. But he thinks differently. She's not really funny. How long have you known me? Not even a fan anymore. A smile creeps across her face. What if it's true? Sang-yun is lost and bewildered. What's real? Yang continues onward. What if I'm not really a victim? All of this. The online hate, the rumors at work. Her voice grows sadder as she mentions even her obsessed fan. Doesn't he think this is all karma for her past actions? He raised his voice. Hey, stop it. What are you suddenly saying? Yun paused, hearing San's annoyed outburst, killing any desire to help. Then don't follow me. But Wai lost his balance and stumbled backward, his eyes wide with surprise. Sang-jun instinctively caught her, shouting in alarm. Did I just hear a crack? Are you all right? Wai responds nonchalantly. Did it break? Sang-jun asked, bewildered. Broken? She shakes her head in denial. Oh no, it's not me. Yang looks down at her heel. It's the shoe. She worried again. It was a sponsored product she was supposed to wear for her schedule later. He sighs in frustration. What now? What should we do? They decide to have Wai sit in the waiting room. Sang-gyun makes another call, and Manager Do is surprised. The heel is broken, and he's worried. Weren't they scheduled for a sit-down interview? Can we just continue with the schedule? She immediately interjected. No, if sponsored items are damaged, they must be collected and returned to the company immediately. Manager Do grumbled, annoyed that there wasn't a stylist around. Sang-gyun was at a loss, but she readily took the blame. Kim Sang-gyun, I'm so sorry to ask this of you, but could you take those shoes back to the company and give them to the styling team for me? He asked, his voice laced with concern, that he would head to the company now that he was finished with his tasks. What did she just say? He looked at her, bewildered. Training a dog isn't this difficult. Sang-yun looks down at Yun's bare foot. He decides to give her his shoes, knowing he'll have to wear the broken heels back to the office. Yun watches Sang-gyun's actions carefully, but for now, they need to solve the transportation problem. He places his shoes in front of her, saying it might be a little uncomfortable, but please bear with it. She wondered what he would do. She wonders if he's planning on wearing those shoes, but Sang-gyun shakes his head, saying he's not crazy. He takes Yun's shoes, saying the manager will bring new ones soon, so please wait a little longer. She got up and followed Sanun. I understand. I'll return these shoes to you later. Good luck, Yun. Okay. Good luck with the interview. She stood silently, watching his back as he entered the elevator, the high-rise shrouded in a moonless night. It's all right. Sang-jun just entered the room, the employee said. Oh, you're here. I've received instructions from above. Please wait a moment. She hands him a bag, saying, Here are the spares. Sanun was flustered and surprised. Huh? No, the manager usually picks it up directly. I'm just bringing this along. The blonde employee's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? You're not the manager either? Well, I'm getting confused since fewer people are following Lua these days. Sangjun then wandered down the hallway, overhearing Chief Key's voice. Does he think someone leaked internal information? Chief Key paused to ask. He means that Lua's personal schedule was leaked and there's probably going to be an internal investigation. But he doesn't care. If it were Lai Ruha, it wouldn't matter so much. Luckily, no other artists were involved. Team leader Kai worries that the leak could affect Blue Planet's upcoming debut, depending on who's involved, but director Han chuckles, noticing Key's unusual interest in this boy group. He has the same intentions as him, and there's no helping Ruha's situation. Even she seems to have given up. It's best if both sides quietly wait for it all to end. Thanks to Sang-yoon's shoes, UW arrives at the studio just in time, sitting with elegant poise. Manager Do receives new shoes from the blonde employee, watching her leave in a daze. Sang-yoon steps in to block director Han and the man he's with, asking if they don't care about Lai Duha. You guys are going way too far. You're not even pretending to care about Sei's fans anymore. He angrily retorts that she's their artist. That's someone you're responsible for. Department head Key wondered. Who is this? Do you know him? Duan suddenly appears, asking Kim Sang-yoon, "What are you doing?" Chief Key marvels in surprise. Oh, Manager Han knows him. She suddenly pulls Sang-yoon away, leaving the two men stunned. He chuckles, asking, "Is he your boyfriend?" But he didn't think so. It didn't look like it at all. Duan pulled him aside, scolding, "I didn't give you the perfume version to do these things." Sang-yoon remained silent, offering no explanation, and sternly reminded him, "Haneo is an intern at my company, Bruce Entertainment. We can take responsibility for what you do as Hane. But what about Kim Sang-yoon?" She points at him, reminding him, "You're nothing now. You're responsible for whatever you do as Kim Sang-yoon," John continued, leaving Sang-yoon bewildered. "I don't know what you're doing outside, but don't act rashly like this in the company again." "I apologize." She sighed helplessly. "You're not planning on training as Han Yo-yoi in this state, are you? Go home and rest today." Sang-yeon called back just as he left, saying he thought I misunderstood something Lee Ruha said earlier. With her hands on her hips, she reveals that Parang acted immediately after the San incident, even discussing internally and considering police assistance. But he's stunned to hear the truth. Lai Duha herself said not to get involved with the Sasang fans. What? Manager Du rushes over with a gift for Y. Lee Duham is late, isn't she? I brought new shoes. Change into them and let's get going. She refuses, saying she'll change when they arrive, and Sang-yoon returns to his room, collapsing wearily to the floor. Exhausted, Sang-yoon recalls the image of himself standing up and scolding Director Han and that section chief. He buried his face in his hands, regretting that he should have remained calm. Sang-yoon couldn't understand why he kept acting so rashly. He recalls Duan's words. Duha herself said not to get involved with the Sasang fan incident, and Sang-yoon hesitates, wondering if he should contact Luha. Someone claimed to suffer because of Sasang fan. How could she do that? Why hide this from me? He recalls his conversation with Gongo, wondering if she just wants to quit being an idol. Sangjun collapses onto her bed, exhausted. What is she even thinking? This is so annoying. His phone keeps buzzing with notifications. Sangjun checks her phone. Izumi, Aioi, have you seen the news? What will become of my La? Sangyun's eyes widened in shock as he read Yumi's message. Apparently there was some kind of leaked interview. Does she really intend to quit? Entertainment news. Rumors swirl that Lai Duha wants to leave the group and has no desire to continue activities. Contract renewal remains uncertain. I didn't expect this either. Is it true? What's going on? How did this become a real-time trending topic? Sangjun scrolls through the public's reaction. What are they saying? Oh my god. Luha is about to be abandoned by Parang. Please support our 30-day group purchase. Ha ha, how ironic. Abandoning someone only to be abandoned yourself. He stopped at a familiar anti-fans comment from Nam Min Kun's backup account. Beneath it, they're arguing amongst themselves. I really want to see their faces. Ha ha. Sangjun thought to himself in annoyance. What is this? Who needs this knife? How annoying. Is it him again? He frowned. Tonight would be another moonless night. It's all right. As Yang relaxes at home, the phone rings, and she picks it up to check. Then she answers the phone. Hello, it's me, Sang-yeon. Are you still filming? She replied, No, I'm done. And I just got home. He sighs on the other end of the line. I see. I'm just calling to ask, when San was bothering you, did he ever ring your doorbell and leave food deliveries at your door? Sangjun asked worriedly. Not anymore recently? Yun nodded in response. Yeah, it completely stopped after I moved. He pauses at a post from Nam Min Kun's secondary account. If it's really him, I might be able to find his address. I should go check it out. Sangyun decided to click to see more, but the content was gone, leaving him surprised. What's this? Why was it deleted as soon as it was posted? Sang-gyun called out. Liruha, are you going to answer me? Yun was surprised by his question. Where did she live? Just tell me your address, she questioned him. So sudden? Is something wrong? Annoyed, Sang-gyun urged, don't ask, just hurry. Just text me the address. Sent, he warns loudly. Maybe I'm wrong, but just to be safe, you absolutely must not go outside. She froze, confused. Is he coming here? Is he here for the shoes? The taxi stopped in front of the address Yon gave, and Sang-gyun rushed out and ran to Yon. Amidst the sea of hate, one reaction stood out. Not just this time, but in Kiki's previous posts, there was a difference from the usual anti-comments. He ran, his mind in turmoil, realizing he should have seen the signs sooner. He really should have. It was then Sang-gyun realized those were the very emotions he had felt not long ago, and he stared in stunned disbelief. Sang-gyun stops and calls out, "Excuse me. Have I seen you somewhere before?" He froze for a moment, and the figure covered their face and hurried away, saying, "You've mistaken me for someone else." Sang-gyun frowned, grabbing the man's hood and pulling it down, revealing his identity. Indeed, those posts could only have been written by someone who, like me, had their dreams crushed. And that person was Yang Wei. She blushed and broke out in a sweat upon being discovered. He was right. It was the same face he'd seen in N9 and caught red-handed. Yang Wei screamed. Sang-gyun is bewildered by her reaction as she cries out, claiming he's stalking her. His face contorted in disbelief at the false accusation as passers-by rushed to intervene, hearing the cries for help. "Hey you, what are you doing to that girl?" He directly accused him, unable to believe there's still a pervert like you around here. Sang-gyun was confused and bewildered. A pervert? Seeing him distracted, she bit Taeyun's hand to escape, and he angrily yelled for her to stop. The man angrily cursed, "Damn it, you little brat, you're done for." "Stay right there, kid, and I'll teach you a lesson like a man." Sang-gyun sweats, confused. What now? Alone, Gongo jogs through the night, wondering how he could have been rejected twice. Unbelievable. This is humiliating. But Go sighs, already wanting to see her again, berating himself. Men are such fools. Gong looked on curiously as someone ran past. It was the man who had been chasing him. Sang-gyun ran, cursing under his breath. Damn it, how did things turn out like this? He ran and shouted, "Dan this!" as he glanced down at his feet in dismay. And to make matters worse, he's wearing sandals. Sang-gyun never saw this coming. Am I really going to get caught because of a stupid misunderstanding? What should I do? The clinking of the perfume bottle in his pocket suddenly gives him an idea. No, even if it's a deserted alley at midnight, this would be the 4th time today if I used it. I have to change clothes right now. The manager was right about Liu-ha's side effects. That man is still chasing Sang-gyun. If he keeps running, things will get ugly. He immediately turned and changed direction before the man's astonished gaze, and Sang-gyun quickly jumped down below. The man frantically chases after him. How can this guy run so fast? He used the perfume to transform into a Han-Yo-ai beneath the bridge, stopping the man in his tracks, captivated by Sang-gyun in the guise of a young woman. He recalls Manager Duoi's warning about being easily swayed by emotions and exposing weaknesses. That's what you call emotional control, you know. The man stared intently at Sang-gyun, remembering Yang's lesson that the most basic skill was controlling one's gaze. He watches Sang-gyun intently as he puts his lessons into practice, next focusing on each of his fingers. Sang-gyun gently plays with his hair, remembering every detail down to a single strand. The man was sweating bullets, his ears ringing with thunder as he stammered nervously. "Excuse me, did you see a man run by here just now?" Sang-gyun asked softly. "A man? Yes, someone just ran past here. Freak now has a chance to act superior, having just chased down a pervert. A big problem was narrowly avoided. I almost caught him. I feigned surprise." "Really?" The man forced a smile. "If you're scared, I can take you somewhere safer. I do love helping people after all." "Ha, ha." Sang-gyun tilted his head and gave a radiant smile. "You're so kind, but I'm fine. Is it all just rosy around him?" "Yeah, and she hurried away from here? What the heck? What the heck? Even now someone recognizes me? She flees in a flurry of worry. I only came to snoop around. I need to get home." Suddenly, a hand pulls on Yan Wei's hood. It's Sang-gyun, looking like Han Yi, and even she's smitten. Yan Wei is shocked. Who is this woman whose house is still lit, pacing with worry? He's coming here? All Yo can think is, I was going to return it tomorrow. Are these shoes really that precious, or is that the only pair he owns? She rummaged through the shoe cabinet, regretting throwing away those paper bags. Why can't I find any when I need them? Is there a nice box anywhere? Yan gets up to look outside, hearing a strange noise. Curious, she approaches to investigate and hears shouting. What is she doing here at my house? Wei wonders. What's all the commotion? Did she go out to open the door for Kim Sanjun? Yoon's eyes widened in shock as he heard Yong Hee's trembling voice. I really just happened to be passing by, she exclaimed in surprise. Han Yun stops and glares at Yeon, muttering in annoyance. Idiot, I told you to never come outside. Her eyes widened in surprise. Is this really Lua's house? She recognized her at a glance. So it really was her? He questioned her, wondering, indeed what? Sanjun looked up hesitantly, thinking to herself, Laruha? Suddenly, Yongyi became enraged and mocked her. Ha ha, you look much brighter. Now that you're famous and making money, you're thinking of quitting to make things easier, huh? I haven't forgotten that day. Not even for a moment. Yes, that face is worthy of the position I risked my life to obtain. And I suppose that position is just something easily discarded for you? Yango's face darkens as he looks down at her, his voice strained. However much you hate me, it's of no concern to me. I'll be stopping soon anyway. This hateful face will disappear, so you won't have to see it anywhere. Is that enough? Rewinding to Yuan's past, she's now in a room talking to a talent scout. From now on, we'll assign Lai YW a character that only she can play. She maintained her cold and serious expression as she asked again. Yes, he added. Like a caricature, exaggerating the character's traits to highlight their personality, sometimes twisting it for entertainment. But the most important thing in an entertainment program is still the character. And in a knockout competition like this, a story is even more essential. Without a character, you're just an extra, and no one will remember you. When we looked at Liu's portfolio, we immediately chose a character for him. Liang, perhaps? Luha is an indispensable character in Next 9, and the IP production team will take care of the rest of the story. Luha's early success is partly due to the production team's efforts, but it also requires talent and looks. With few exceptions, no one could deny it. Reading those words stung Wai, making her wonder if she really was that rude. Having chosen this path early and becoming a trainee, I didn't get a full education. I focused on training and other skills. Well, I guess you could say I'm not very socially adept. I'm only now realizing how clumsy I am at building relationships. I was just talking normally, but looking back, my words were a bit sharp. Watching the show and seeing people's reactions, I started to reflect on myself. The host then introduced me as a controversial, cold, and heartless figure, but trainee L proved herself with her skills. So that wasn't me. Someone as good as her could be affected by the rankings. She needed to change now. At this time, the interview questions for Yang Wan and Luha were, What? She gently replied to the camera, It's a stage where you can't hide your true abilities, a place where my skills shine. When the song ends, regardless of my reputation, I can see pure admiration in their eyes. Only then can I show everyone my true feelings, and I'm happy because of that. But when she rewatched her interview on TV, she realized her words had been deliberately cut. That's where my abilities shine. When the song ends, I can see pure admiration in their eyes. She stared at the screen, realizing her words had been cut, while those around her gossiped about what they saw. What high self-esteem? Yun silently turned away. Yeah, saying that really wouldn't fit my character. Ever since that day, I've been trying to get back in their good graces, so my screen time has decreased and my ranking even dropped once. The scene shifts to the trainees being guided by their coaches, as today is the final check before the final stage. Right? Focus your minds and show us everything you've got. Seems okay. So Jury will be the team's center? Jury quickly responds, thanks to the privilege from yesterday's victory, and another member chimes in to support her. Because the dance is long and she fits the song best, the other members agreed. The coach, seemingly disagreeing, asked, Really? But Ha seems like a better fit. The staff are talking during the dance break. The dress rehearsal for Team A's finale is over, and there are no problems. Yes, good. Lee Do-ha looks great as the center, but it still feels like something is missing. The changes to Yangwoo's group's choreography seem to be causing some friction. What's going on? He's changing the choreography after the rehearsal? He said the other members will stay the same, only Do-ha will change. Before the final chorus, there will be a 3-beat solo, and I want a really impactful close-up shot there. An Owan Sot is a close-up shot of a single member, and it could be key to making the team's finale memorable. Well, can you do it? Yang hesitated, bowing his head slightly as he spoke slowly. Yes, I can. He sounded like he already knew the answer, while Giori stared at her in astonishment. Good. That's the Liruha I know. No one would make this offer if you didn't have the talent. I'll give you all an hour to practice the choreography, then one last rehearsal. Just minutes before performing on stage in front of thousands, the team members are on edge. Guys, let's do a cheer before we go on stage. Jury finally said what she's wanted to say for a long time. Honestly, I don't really like you, and giving up the center position was only out of obligation. But seeing you rehearse in that short amount of time, I knew the change was right. I chose the team over myself. This final performance will decide the debut lineup. I believe you'll make it a resounding success. Yang felt a surge of happiness being trusted like this. Well, the reactions of others don't matter anymore. After all, Lai Duha, the center stealer, will be the one taking the heat. If my changes don't make a difference, I'll just do what I do best. Then, as she danced, the world suddenly went dark. Why can't I see anything in front of me? There was no special reason for my 3-second daze. It was probably just low blood pressure from fatigue. At the same time, a ringing in my ears blocked out the music, but I snapped out of it and tried to fix it right away. But the host announced that the final rankings were about to be revealed. I had debuted in the worst way possible, an omen of things to come. We hope you'll continue to support these contestants as they pursue their dreams, and thank you for joining us for NAEC 9. Having debuted with Limu 99, she's grown accustomed to the hate. Has Yang become desensitized to the malicious comments she reads? Maybe you become immune to the hate after a while? As Y World registers for fan sign-ups at school, a girl suddenly approaches and expresses her feelings. You've changed. I've been following and supporting you since episode 1 of NAEC 9. But lately, you seem colder. Her mind was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. What are you talking about? Haven't I always been like this? But what if I do change? You hate me just because I'm not the character you want me to be. Now you want me to stay the same? Who are you to say? Yoon suddenly realizes her own discomfort. I couldn't control my expression just now. I probably won't see that girl at the next fan signing. In the following practice sessions, she seemed to have thought a lot and told her manager, surprising him. What? Want to see? She lowered her head and slowly said, Lately, I've been unconsciously losing control of my emotions. If things continue like this, I'll end up blurting out my true feelings someday. Just 1 week off is all I ask. But Y's words were like a passing breeze as he tried to find reasons not to let her rest. Oh well, even if that really happened, everyone would just think, oh, that's just Lai Ruha, so it's normal. If things get serious, we'll take care of it. Just hang in there a little longer. Who is the most indispensable member of Limu 99 now? It's times like these when you need to cherish what you have and keep striving. Those words ring true. Complaining about this is shameful, especially coming from myself. And so ends this time of group activities, short but long. As the finale concludes, the production team expresses their gratitude and bids farewell, thanking everyone for their hard work during this final activity. Take today's fan meeting home with you. When Y got home and opened it, she found a stuffed rabbit with something attached that made her wonder. Something stuck to the tag. With the message attached to the stuffed rabbit, she fell deep in thought. You may have forgotten someone like me, but I clearly remember the difference those 3 seconds made on the final stage. This doll... She recalls a girl bringing a stuffed rabbit not long ago, her voice timid. Hello, Ruha. Will you finally understand if you feel the pain of losing everything in an instant, like I did on that stage? She continued. Thank you for your hard work. Yun thought to himself at that moment, that voice sounds so familiar. I just wanted to see you as miserable as I am. Just once. She picked up the paper, noting the carelessness. The staff doesn't even bother to check these things, and this handwriting is familiar. Am I really that hated? Even I am ending Yubayu's bitter past memories to return everything to the present. With a displeased look, she turned and went inside, prompting Yang Iwan to call out after her. Hey, Liruha. Soon after, Sang-gyun followed Yang Iwan into the house and called out to Liruha. Are you all right? I suddenly learned you might be in danger, so... Startled by his sudden entrance, she quickly replied, I know. Was it Kim Sang-yun who called you here? Yes. He's unable to move. Yang's expression remained cold. Is that so? Deep down, she's worried about him. I hope walking home barefoot won't hurt her, Sang-yun asked, standing nearby. And what should we do with that Sa-fan kid now? Y clenched her fist. It's up to you. Send her home or leave her be. Were you about to say something? But Y interjects, saying this should be enough to teach them a lesson they won't forget, and they won't dare do anything again. After all, they're not normal people. Sorry, it's late, so you should head back. Suddenly, she leaned against the wall with a seductive look. Or do you want to come inside? The thought of his male body and mind made Sang-yun quickly refuse. No, I'll head back. His face flushed slightly as he wondered if she was wearing pajamas. Was she wearing that outside earlier? What is she thinking? Meanwhile, Yoon is just as lost in thought. How can these two still be in contact so late? And wearing the same clothes as Kim Sang-yoon? What is going on? Lost in thought, Sang-yoon looks down and notices his shoes. Those are Kim Sang-yoon's shoes. Perfect. I'll return them for you since I'm going that way. Suddenly, Y's expression darkens and turns cold. I'll return them to him. Not wanting to say more, he agreed. Yes, let's do that, Y responded. Thank you, and be careful on your way home. Outside, she sat curled up, muttering to herself in dismay. What is going on? Anyone watching would think I was threatening you to quit. I'm the bad guy, and you're playing the victim. Sangyeon, hearing her muttering, grows even angrier and confronts her. Lee Ruha told me to let you go, but after hearing all this, I can't ignore it anymore. Harassing her at home, throwing water bottles from above, this is way out of line. My friend was even mistaken for a pervert because of you. He was cursed at, and all he could do was cower in fear and start to cry. Why are you saying that? I suppose I should apologize to that guy. But I really didn't mean to hurt Ruha. At most, I just sent a cursed letter during a fan meeting. Oh, and I'd occasionally write some nasty little comments, but that's it. I never thought I'd actually meet Lai Ruha here. Suddenly, Sang-yoon remembered something. The water bottle incident had to involve someone from the company. Meanwhile, she just sat on the ground, muttering in fear. Can I have my phone back now? Sang-yoon ignored her and continued questioning. You mean this was the only time you approached Luha recently? That's right. And how did you find out this address? You said you bought it from someone? Yong suddenly asked, Oh, how did you know that? I only wrote about it in a private group. Sang-jun looked up to see a figure fleeting past on the steps not far away. So, Wai confessed to all their sins, and a group of Luha haters gathered to discuss everything. Apparently, some even knew Luha's secrets. Perhaps it was an employee of Moonlight Broadcasting. Sang-jun, now curious about the figure, tossed her phone back to her. Anyway, Luha told you to leave, so I'm back. I can't believe Wai forgave me. Lai Duha? He said to her coldly. I know who you are. You were on the same team as Luha in the final round of N9, right? Luha probably knows about your little games. If you have any shame, you'll stop right now. That's impossible. She's never cared about anyone else. Sang-yoon is furious that people like her exist. What are you even saying? Even if Luha is like that, who are you to criticize her? Just because she doesn't care, does that give you the right? The more she spoke, the more her voice faded, as if she were trying to defend herself. What do you even know? Sang-jun's disgusted and contemptuous expression sent a chill down her spine. I said nothing. As he walked home, he rubbed his forehead in frustration. Another fruitless trip. What did she mean by stopping? Just a heat-of-the-moment thing when she met Kiki. And that strange article? Should I subtly ask her about it later? But the next day I still couldn't reach Luha. Sang-yoon used his own account to message her. I heard everything from Yoi. Are you okay? Now there's another problem. The person she met yesterday might not be the Sa fan we're looking for. I told him there might be another Sa Ig's Seng fan. Sang-yoon was anxious all day, constantly checking his phone. The red receipt disappeared, but still no reply. I thought she'd contact me about the shoes. Wandering around trying to persuade him must have been tiring. Bae Hojang happily waves when he sees him. Hello, the others in the group are just chatting. She only comes for group practice. Min-jae sees that everyone is here, so let's get started. Oh right, have you two decided on your signature poses yet? Buxi replies, not yet. Sang-yoon tells everyone, I changed to a new style. Bae Hojang excitedly says to him, I really want to see Aoi's. Sang-jun happily thought to herself that this had been changed while learning with Lee Do-ha and told everyone to give it a try. After practicing that part, Sang-jun asked, What do you all think? To the amazement of the other members. Min-jae shares her thoughts, saying the moves are similar but the atmosphere is different. More feminine. Not that I wasn't feminine before, it just feels that way. As everyone ate and chatted, they realized there was less than a week left. The remaining practice can probably be once a day like today. Everyone needs time to prepare their individual acts. I wonder who will be watching this month. I have a feeling Prang's boy group will be here. Sang-jun froze, food halfway to his mouth, and asked Minji, What do you mean? Minji answered while drinking her milk. Parang's idol group sometimes attend the monthly evaluations. This time, the soon-to-debut boy group Blue Planet will likely be there, which makes Sang-jun, with a blank look on his face, recall a past scene, suggesting he hasn't given up yet. Why, Minji calmly explained. What else? Are you bringing them here to put pressure on the trainees? EOI's solo performance is a boy band song, right? This is a great opportunity to get advice from people in the industry. Sang-gyun listlessly replies that he's not really interested. Min nodded in agreement. Me too. After finishing her meal, Min said her goodbyes. Well then, goodbye everyone. He tells me, Come to think of it, is this the first time you've eaten with Min? Min-jae silently turns away, knowing that with the monthly evaluation approaching, urgent meetings are unavoidable. Sang-jun chuckled softly. Is that so? As they left, they overheard others complaining about work. It's definitely not easy, being called back to work right after eating. My department is in chaos. Stop complaining about the obvious. Work is work, and you have to be responsible once you've accepted it. I don't know who it is, but this makes me worry about Y World. It's understandable if she says strange things during this difficult time, but perhaps we were wrong about her. If Saing Fan really exists, why bother with attention-seeking words? Sangjun, intrigued by their conversation, secretly follows them. What? Are they talking about Liruha? Which department are they from? Well, I guess I'll follow them and find out. As for Real Long, I don't know what's suspicious, but something just feels off. Bunan noticed Sangun lurking around, deep in thought, so he walked over and patted him on the shoulder, startling Yae-san-yoon, who screamed in fright. The director jokingly asked, "Was that you screaming just now, Yoi?" He awkwardly replies, "I just happened to be passing by." "Hey, Bijun, calm down a little." He still doesn't seem to believe what he heard and asks about the scream again. "Did I really just scream?" Hearing those words, Sang-yoon sinks into thought, remembering someone once told him he'd become more feminine. Could I have somehow grasped a secret to acting more naturally in everyday life back then? No way. He seems surprised himself. Even if his body turns female, it's absurd to become so natural that he doesn't even realize it. Remembering with a sly grin, he thinks it's good for the other guy to know the side effects of the perfume version and be more careful. As for the other side effects, I'll let you discover them yourself. Impossible, right? Bijun consoled him, saying that sometimes getting too into character can lead to this. Isn't this Parang's management unit? If it's Division 2, that's Luha's department. Sangjun wondered if he could trust the director enough to talk about this. After Bijun learned everything, he analyzed it with him. So they failed to catch Sa Sang-fan? Among those employees, is there really someone suspected of being Sa Sang-fan? And what's the reason? Sangjun added that he probably wouldn't believe it, but he insisted it was impossible. Chen paused, recalling the events of the previous night. Last night, I saw someone pass by Lee Duha's house, and I think I've seen those shoes somewhere before. He added, Huh, is that all? So what are you planning to do now? Don't tell me you're going to do what you did yesterday, rushing in and calling out that suspicious person. Otherwise, Manager Han will lecture me about responsibility again. Responsibility isn't about reckless actions and bearing the consequences, but preparing so things don't become reckless. Though Chief Han is right, if I may offer my opinion, Han Yoi is bound by her status as a trainee and can't get involved in this. But conversely, there are things only Kim Sang-gyun can do. Hearing Baejun's words, he felt more motivated and mature. That's right, he couldn't rush in without thinking now. For now, he would take action. The next day, Sang-gyun returned to his son's body. He's talking with Wai Ong Wai at a cafe. I didn't expect her to actually show up. Youngye frowned, clearly annoyed. Honestly, I almost blocked you the moment I got your DM. Tran-Tru then responds, thanks anyway. But Sang-gyun looks at all the pink around him in a maid cafe. Why did she call me to a place like this? I almost thought I had the wrong address, she explained, slightly flustered. I was really scared. Who knows what you might do to me? That's why I had to find a safe place to meet, and I was afraid someone would recognize me, so most normal places were out of the question. With a look of utter dismay, he thought to himself, I never imagined I'd end up in a maid cafe. Is this a place you know? The maid blurted out upon seeing him. Oh my gosh, it's Yi Youngyi. Business has been so slow lately. I heard you'd bring customers, so it's true. Thanks, Sang-gyun said, feigning ignorance of her embarrassed expression. Then let me order. Order whatever you like. I did invite you after all. But deep down, he had an ulterior motive, and there were things he needed to confirm. Thankfully, the side effects didn't affect his original body. I'm so relieved. I'll stick to bath bombs and ditch the perfume for now. Soon after, he broke the silence. First, I wanted to apologize for my somewhat rough behavior yesterday. I mistook you for someone else. And actually, there's something I wanted to ask of you. But just as I was about to speak, Sang-gyun's phone rang, cutting us off, and he excused himself. Excuse me, one moment. As soon as the call connected, I heard the voice on the other end. Kim Sang-gyun, is that you? It's me, Lua's temporary manager. Thank you so much for yesterday. I haven't had a chance to get back to you. Actually, I may have to withdraw from my position with Luha. As if sensing an ill omen, he suddenly asked something, and the other end of the line continued to explain. I just wanted to call and let you know this. About the falling water incident, I asked my staff who were there, and they said they didn't notice anyone suspicious. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. Could I ask why you're quitting? Sanjeon wondered if it was temporary, perhaps because a permanent manager was coming soon. The person on the other end hesitated, stammering, why did it have to fall tomorrow of all days? Inside the closed room, a discussion unfolds as Sanjeon asks a question. What kind of disciplinary program? He asked, and the voice on the other end immediately responded. I know I shouldn't say this, but I really don't know why I was singled out either, and there's no one I can ask. He asked again, what about Lee Dua? On the other end, he was told that Lua had no more scheduled events from today on and was probably resting at home. Finally, Sang-yoon found a way to end the conversation. "Sorry, can I call you back later?" He hung up and left the room, the waiter seeing him and saying, "I figured you were talking about something important, so I just brought the food." He politely replied, "Ah, yes, thank you." But she didn't think so and seemed very happy. I'm the one who should be grateful. Young rarely goes out. I worry about her being so melancholy. Meanwhile, Yeong-yi sat at a table set with a meal, head bowed in thought. Lee Do-ha quit because of who? Was it really because of me? No way. There are plenty of other people who criticize him besides me. He noticed someone approaching the seat across from him, and Sanjun pulled up a chair, ready to talk about what they were just discussing. Apparently, a Sang fan has been harassing Lee Ruha for a while now, and upon seeing him, Wai quickly looks up to confirm if he's the one Lua mentioned in her livestream. Isn't this just a ploy for sympathy? Sangjun then tells her what he knows. At first, they just lingered around Lua's house or neighborhood, but lately they've started dropping things from above. It's getting more serious. She seemed caught off guard by those words, and when it finally clicked, she nearly jumped out of her skin, vehemently denying it. "I didn't do that. You're getting flustered by Yi Young's attitude, too." "I know. That's why I said I mistook you for someone else." Sanun lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Perhaps the manager was framed, and if she's the one I saw yesterday, though hesitant, I'll share my suspicions. I think he sold her the address, but this is just a guess. But he sold you the address to pin all the blame on you. Yi Young couldn't help but look horrified. How could this be? So Sang-hyun continues. "Now do you understand why I called you here?" A heavy silence fell over the dinner table. After a moment, Yi Young finally broke the silence, asking why he was helping Ruha. He answered simply and truthfully. "It's just business. I haven't known her long." She responded as if she understood. "I see." Yi Young seemed to avoid eye contact. "Actually, I already knew that." Her feet fidgeted nervously as she suddenly asked a disjointed question. "Do you know what rank I was in the final broadcast?" Young lowered her head, seemingly shrinking in on herself. "Last place? Even if Lua hadn't messed up on stage, I probably wouldn't have been chosen anyway, right? Actually, I don't have any reason to hate Lua, do I? I must look pathetic and contemptible." Sang-gyun listens intently as she recounts the story, then asks if she can't stand it unless she blames others. He didn't deny it either, as Sang-gyun expressed his thoughts. "What you did to Lua was cowardly, but don't think that you're going to fail anyway. Of course, it was painful enough for me." She looked at him, seemingly moved. He recounts what he knows about Yeon, and so Lua was heavily criticized from her time in Net 9 to Lim 99. Her popularity soared, but she always acted like the hate didn't bother her. Her eyes softened as she recalled those days. "But you know no one likes being cursed at. I experienced a bit of that back in Next 9. I thought she wouldn't care what I said, so it would be okay. But I wondered how much longer she could take it before she broke down." She showed him what he'd always longed for. Perhaps I was waiting for it to happen. Sang-gyun didn't seem angry or upset at all. He remembered being young and hurt and how scary prejudice can be. The adults around Sang-gyun seemed very disappointed back then. Sometimes I think about that. Sang-gyun wonders if explaining himself would have made a difference, recalling how his friends treated him. Silence was an admission of guilt. Though Sang-gyun felt uncomfortable, no one would listen to his cries, like something stuck in his throat, suffocating him. He kept screaming alone, his resentment slowly eroding until he finally gave up. The image of Y's cold gaze flashes through his mind. Is that why he feels inexplicably angry when he looks at Lee Do-ha? I suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh, right. Isn't that pretty girl from yesterday with you? Is she Lai Ruha's friend or an intern?" Sang-yeon quickly replied. Almost, she felt a little shy, saying, "If she had called me instead of you, I would have hesitated even more, because then I would have been compared to her." Her words confused him. Why was she so insecure? "She's kind of cute." She blushed at the compliment, pursing her lips and saying nothing. After a moment, she regained her composure and smiled. "So, if I help you, what will you give me in return?" The dining table froze over once more, and Sang-hyun couldn't help but scold. "Look at your thick skin. You also contributed to Liruha's suffering. On the contrary, I'm helping you avoid being falsely accused of something you didn't do." His voice began to tremble. "It took all my courage to come here, especially after what almost happened yesterday." Hearing this, he darkens and raises his wrist, saying, "Look, I still have your bite marks from yesterday." Flustered, she grabbed her coat, protesting that he had stretched out her hoodie. What's she plotting now? I was trying to help, but I guess I was just joking. Her gaze drifted towards the waitress at the counter, and an idea sparked in Yi Young's mind. Then how about a simple punishment? Sang-yeon was puzzled. Yi Young explains the punishment, and after hearing her out, his face is full of question marks. Sang-yeon couldn't help but wonder, why does that sound so perverted? Couldn't it be something else? She's begging just a little, no need for photos, only I will see. Seeing him bury his face in his hands, she already knew the answer. He'd rather die than give in, right? Sanjun is now lost in thought, realizing this girl is his only source of evidence. If he can resolve this now, it'll save him trouble later. Even so, a man has his pride. Ah, no, I don't anymore. There's no other way. If forced to choose the lesser of two evils, his expression suggests a reluctant decision. If this goes smoothly, fine, but someone else will take the fall, not me. The sun shines through thick, dark clouds as a voice echoes within the meeting room. Today's hearing aims to discipline, verify the truth regarding the artist's schedule leak, and clarify the responsibilities of those involved. Manager Du, slightly anxious, waits with his head bowed. Director Han, holding a document, casually asks, "Oh, has everyone had breakfast? I had dried fish soup." Moments later, he couldn't contain himself and asked, "Director Han, excuse me, but who was that?" Manager Du quickly interjected, "Apologies for the late introduction. This is an acquaintance of Li Ruha. He brought me information related to this case." "Hello, my name is Kim Sangjun." Sangjun politely introduces himself. "May I join the meeting?" Sunwoo seemed unconvinced. "Are you acquainted with Yang W?" Chief Ki realizes this is the man who argued with him and the director the other day. Unable to refute, he's taken aback, but Director Han cuts to the chase, ignoring the trivialities. If it's important information, what could it be? Sangju swallowed hard, trying to keep calm. He rummages in his right pocket for an object. In fact, besides Luha's Saseng fan, there was another person who leaked the schedule. The whistleblower came to me and handed over the evidence, a pink phone that Sangun retrieved. Director Han complimented the phone, saying the case was cute, and reached for it. "So, you received the phone containing the evidence directly from the whistleblower, and you're certain the contents are enough to be considered proof?" Sunwoo watches on, then suddenly speaks up. "But is a device from an unknown source even admissible?" Director Han agreed. "That's right. Why didn't you give it to the investigation team yesterday?" Manager Du silently wondered who had tipped them off so suddenly, not giving them any time to react while Sunwoo remained skeptical. "The source is unverified. It could be fabricated evidence." Hearing this, she was suddenly startled. "What?" Sangjun tries to calmly persuade him. "Then first, could you confirm whether it's real or fake for me?" "So, you say your name is Kim Sangjun?" Sangjun shot Sun Yu a wary glance. Sunwoo stated, "I'm Li Ruha's manager. Director Han, may I ask this man a few questions?" Without hesitation, Director Han agreed. "Go ahead and ask." He went on, claiming to be an acquaintance of Li Ruha. That made me a little suspicious, but Yan W was on leave, so I couldn't confirm directly. But aside from family, she barely has any acquaintances, and she's not the type to make friends easily. Sunwoo began to question, "You're just an acquaintance? Are you an employee of the company?" He denied it, saying, no, he wasn't. He considered another identity, a person from the security company, but the answer remained the same. No. Sunwoo's face is almost expressionless. "So, you have a special relationship with Yun?" Sangjun paused briefly, then immediately replied, "Absolutely not." He wouldn't let it go, asking, "Then why would someone like you go this far? Don't tell me you're the Sa Zheng fan you mentioned." Those words darkened his expression. Manager Du quickly stepped in to explain, "That's not it. Lua personally introduced him to me." He remained convinced of his theory, that Y was vulnerable and this man's intentions were malicious. Sun Yu spoke as if he knew everything. "Have you ever heard of gliding? Approaching a vulnerable young woman, sweet-talking her and making her completely dependent on him. Isn't that a despicable motive?" Sangjun grits his teeth, wondering what this guy is babbling about. There's a limit to how absurd this can get. He clenched his fist, trying to calm himself. "No, I have to stay calm despite Sun's disparaging words. Shabby clothes, suspicious appearance, and unknown origins. How can you expect us to trust evidence from someone like you?" Sangjun reminds himself to stay calm, as losing his cool would be pointless. He repeated his request, just to look it over once, but Sunwoo wouldn't listen. "Who do you think you are to demand this of us?" Sangjun reminded himself to stay calm, picturing someone pointing a finger at him. You're nothing now." He repeated the words, but San just lowered his head, silent. Sun almost shouted, "Who do you think you are?" The door behind them suddenly opened, and a hand rested on San's shoulder, followed by an introduction. "Sorry to interrupt the meeting. This is an employee of Brute. I'd like to participate in this meeting as well." Bunun appeared, placing his hand on San's shoulder. Sanjun, caught off guard, glanced back before explaining. "Actually, he brought the evidence here on my orders, so I share some responsibility." Director Han chimed in. "So, he's not an outsider? Then can we assume you're vouching for this young man, Director O?" He looked at Bune in disbelief as he straightened his back and affirmed, "Yes, you can trust Sangyun completely." I'll take responsibility outside this building for everything said here today. Silence filled the room. Young sits and waits, telling himself it should be over soon, right? Inside, the meeting continues as someone holds up a phone and announces, "So, the identity has been confirmed. I'll double-check later. Now, let's continue the meeting." Hearing the request, the man immediately complied. Yes, according to the current investigation, the post containing Lua's schedule was leaked online. It matches the time a file with similar content was opened using Manager Do's company account. The group listened intently to every detail. Upon hearing her name, Manager Do quickly spoke up to explain. As Lua's manager, it's normal for me to view his schedule. But I never let it show. Run Yu exposes the truth. Actually, this isn't the first time I've found Manager Do suspicious. For starters, she's only been here a month. And when she first became Li Rua's manager, she was visibly annoyed, which surprised me. She was almost frozen when she heard him say that about her. Even San Ji-eun couldn't deny that. He felt the same way when they first met. Manager Do lowered her head, reluctantly explaining, "It's true that I wasn't very pleasant. But that's because when I first started, I heard a lot of bad rumors about her, so I was a little wary." Zunu wasn't ready to stop there and continued her story. "Oh right, you asked some strange questions before, didn't you? Something about whether anyone was acting suspiciously on set that day? Does he understand something now?" Sangjun turned to ask her. Could it be that the person she asked about the water truck incident was Manager Do? He admits that the team leader was in charge of the artist's shoot that day, raising suspicion. "This is strange. Why say things that don't need to be said? Ever since I handed over the phone, he's been talking a lot more, just like a crazed fan." Then, someone chimed in, thanking him for the explanation. "We initially planned to find the culprit using this information, but if this phone doesn't contain what I'm looking for, we'll have to draw conclusions based on the existing circumstances, right? Since the director himself guaranteed it, this could be crucial evidence." The Bun group was speechless, while Manager Do hung his head in silence. Sang-gyun caught the culprit who went to Lua's house. Cha asks how he obtained this information, as Director Han scrolls through his phone during their conversation at dinner, seemingly to confirm something. "And because he seemed remorseful, you convinced him to hand over his phone as evidence? Is this the chat log where the address was sold?" "A foreign anonymous messaging app. I use this too." Sang-gyun firmly replied, "Yes." Inside, they found a chat log detailing the sale of Lairua's home address. He added, "There's another crucial piece of evidence which I photographed." He stared at his phone as if discovering something, then read out the name, Yoon Sun-woo. Manager Do turned to look at Sun-woo, and Chief Ki also looked in his direction. Sun-woo, feeling the stares, grew flustered. "Yes, Director. Is something the matter?" Han simply smiles at him, saying it's just an account number with the name Yoon Sun-woo. Anxious, Sun-woo's face betrayed his worry as Director Han placed his phone face down, ordering security to check the login IP using Do's manager account. Someone may have impersonated her and stolen her account. But for some reason, Sun-woo is desperate to stop them. "Wait, Director, someone is clearly trying to frame me. Can't you see that?" He frantically tries to explain, but Director Han remains calm, reassuring him. "Calm down, Team Leader Yoon Sun-woo is a common name. I even have a classmate named Kim Sun-woo. And could you hand over your personal phone?" he asked, reaching out to Sun-woo. He was almost startled, frozen in place for a moment. "Yes, that's..." Sun-woo lowered his head, reluctant to cooperate, and reasoned, "That's my personal privacy. Director Han understands you as well, I guess. But I trust you'll cooperate, won't you? After all, you care deeply for Liruha." "Don't worry, we'll just check if your phone has the same messaging app and account as this one," Han explained. So the conclusion is that we need to check if Director Do's account was hacked and use the new evidence to determine who is ultimately responsible. While Sun-woo's face has gone pale, Director Han clapped, announcing, "Then this disciplinary meeting is adjourned." He suddenly spoke up. "I'd also like to call a witness." La Yong-won mentions a name, desperately trying to find a way out. "The direct victim. She can prove that I didn't do it. I'm telling the truth. Even for a short time, I took care of her with all my heart." Hearing Sun-woo's affirmation, Sang-gyun felt a little uneasy. He feigned innocence. "I've known Yanworld longer than they have. So my words aren't trustworthy." Sang-gyun could no longer hold back and spoke up. "And what about the water bottle incident?" Sun-woo eyed him warily. Sang-gyun continued his accusations. "Were you aiming for me?" But either way, at that close range, it almost hit her. Director Han didn't seem to understand. What kind of guy is he? Sang-gyun grinds his teeth in displeasure. "Damn it, I've had enough of this." But Sun-woo doesn't even flinch, remaining completely calm. "How dare you use such foul language in a meeting? Must be nice to have connections, huh?" Director Han, unwilling to listen any further, quickly made his demand. "Team Leader Yoon, you're being transferred to the investigation team. Even now he's persistent. Wait, Director, let me explain what just happened. Director Han, though subtle, was stern. Don't bark like a dog here. Go cooperate with the investigation. The meeting is adjourned. The Bun faction remained silent, not daring to make a sound as he requested, Chief Key, please send Team Leader Yun to assist me. Chief Key agreed, yes. Sangjin, caught off guard, asks, that's it? So fast? He called out. Director Byun turned to Sangyun, and the two whispered to each other. A moment later, Director Han received a call, and he turned to look back at them. He questioned, the leak and the sighing fan, both internal jobs, right? How do you plan to take responsibility for Liruha? He feigned surprise. Oh, Sangyun, are you trying to lump this in with the sighing fan incident? From the start, this schedule leak is a completely separate issue from Luha's sighing fan incident. Without clear evidence that Team Leader Yun leaked information and is a Sa-Sayang fan, it'll be difficult, unless Liruha confirms it herself. Director Han's voice echoed in the room as Sangjin seriously suggested that Lai Duha had her reasons for previously refusing the company's help. Anyway, from now on, please make sure that guy doesn't approach her again. This request was not immediately accepted. Director Han agreed that if the investigation threatened Lai Rua's safety, they would have to reinstate protection, whether she agreed or not, a proposal Sangyun did not object to. That's not unreasonable, yes. He smiled at him, seemingly satisfied, and Director Han, curious, asked, Liuha seems very important to you, doesn't she? Caught off guard, Sangyun and Beomjun fell silent for a moment before Sangyun awkwardly explained, well, I'm just repaying a debt. He accepted the explanation with a smile. Oh, you must owe quite a lot then. If news gets out that an artist's Sa-Sayang fan is a Lan employee, then Luha and Parang's breakup won't be so peaceful. The director must be regretting it, since they were planning to make her the group's main face. Director Han expresses a hint of regret, but Boonin tries to brush it off, not wanting to dwell on it. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. I feel like Liruha's passion has been forced out of her in unwanted places, and asking her to pour her heart out again would be nothing short of exploitation. So, I want to wait a little longer. He recalls his last conversation with Yoon. Anyway, I recently got another intern who's extremely promising. Sangyun, who was listening nearby, immediately sensed something was off, and Director Han realized it as well. Are you referring to that girl? Han, are you? Actually, I'm planning to go see this evaluation myself. Hearing that, he smiles widely. Is that so? It's about the family. He recalled Han Yo Yoi, feeling embarrassed but still praising her. I heard she's very pretty, and I could feel it just from her profile. Bunnan returned to the original topic, saying he wasn't sure since he hadn't been there long. But I think after this evaluation win, I can make a clear decision about Liruha. Sangyun eyed him cautiously, puzzled. The door closed behind them, their work done, and Bunnan sighed. That was exhausting. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but wonder, Director, what did you mean by saying those things in front of me? Sangyun looked at Bun and asked what he'd been struggling to understand. How did you know I was here? He looked back at him. Didn't you text Manager Han? The message read, I know I'm not supposed to act without permission, but I apologize for doing so again. I just wanted to know if she quit it because I was temporarily made Luha's manager. Sangjin finally realizes the message he sent before the meeting. So that's it. It's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. Suddenly a voice calls out. It's San, Du's manager, bowing politely in gratitude. Thank you both so much today. I have to go in for further questioning, so I can't stay long. I never imagined the team leader would be involved in this. I'll thank you properly later. Please extend my gratitude to the Esper as well. Manager Du added, remembering something, and thought to himself, ah, right. A dark future awaits this awakened one. At that moment, Director Han, holding the phone with a friendly smile, asked, You know who the owner of this phone is, right? This is against the law, but since you've provided evidence, I can be lenient. Sangyun pondered what to do, while Bijun, intrigued, struck up a conversation. By the way, how did you manage to convince the Sojak people? Outside the building, an old man sat on a long bench lamenting. When will this be over? I heard it's going to rain later. A sudden noise startled her. She looked down to see white hair billowing in the wind as Sangyun returned the phone. As he walked, he wondered why Liruha hadn't responded to his message about the meeting, recalling Director Han's earlier question. Liuha must be very important to you, he thought with disbelief. What is this about Lua? Sangjin frowned slightly, realizing he had been running around for her lately. Because of that, his free practice time was severely lacking, especially for his solo piece. With that thought, he sped up his pace. Now that the stalker issue is resolved, he could ask Liruha for help with his individual assignment. If I pour all my effort into training during the remaining time, I should make it. But will she have time? Now that the crazy fan is dealt with, it's only fair to ask for a little help. The sky was overcast that day, and Yang Win acted like nothing happened. Do you want to go on a date with me? Sang Yoon sat across from him, bewildered. On the table sat a gift box, inside which was a very expensive-looking pair of shoes. After a long moment, he finally spoke. Huh? A few dozen minutes earlier, Sang-jun had reminded Yoon. Why didn't you answer my text? She replied, I need time to sort things out. I also got the gist of things from your message. But why was that girl called in? He recalls the moment the director summoned her, and Sang-jun responded. Well, A provided the evidence, so he probably won't be punished too severely. Probably. With an emotionless face, Y spoke words of self-reproach. In the end, my assumptions were wrong, and I almost turned an innocent person into a criminal. He chimed in, that team leader really thought he was working for her. On the surface, it was hard to suspect him. Y coldly recounted the story as if it had nothing to do with her. Is that so? But from the moment he sold my address for a high price, it was clearly for his own personal gain. Sang-jun silently watches her, muttering as he walks. You didn't go through the company but asked me personally because you were afraid the others involved in the program would be attacked online, right? Yoon denied it, saying, No, I just wanted to avoid trouble. He suddenly spoke up. How very kind. She paused for a moment, a sudden thought crossing her mind. Lee Do-ha must be very important to you, huh? It's time you told me the reason I've suffered so much. Sang-jun opened the box and said, You could have just left it in the plastic bag. Why prepare a box? Seeing you out and about, you must be feeling better. Now that the Sasang fan's been caught, things are looking up, huh? And Han Yoi's monthly evaluation is coming up soon. You admitted that was the deal. Sang-jun was pleased. Thanks to her, she had improved a lot, and the group mission was almost complete. Actually, she was so focused on practicing that part that she didn't have time to prepare a solo piece. Y replied coldly. Is that so? He suggested, still holding his phone. Due to the time crunch, I'll discuss it with you before meeting Han I. The song I have in mind is also by a male idol group. Yoon is intrigued. Really? Let me see. He handed her his phone, and strangely enough, it was a song she used to dance to. She hasn't danced since becoming an intern at Bruce, but with time running out, she decides to pick the song she knows best. Suddenly, Y grabs Sang-yoon's outstretched arm. Is Han Yoi all you ever think about? Sang-jun suddenly asked, catching him off guard. What? What ridiculous misunderstanding have you concocted now? I told you, I need to help her debut. I know you don't seem to be faking it. She quietly looks at him. Yang recalls that time. After returning the shoes, after the stalker was caught, she coldly turned her head. And after I finished tutoring Han-ae, Yoon suddenly spoke up. Her next words caused Sang-gyun to drop his phone. Do you want to date me? He was stunned. Sang-jun, unsure, asked her to clarify, and Yoon casually replied, I want to date you. He tried to dissuade her. Do you know what those words mean? But Yoon insisted, I know, maybe even better than you do. Don't worry, I'll retire. Sang-gyun questions loudly. What are you saying? You've caught Sa, so who's bothering you now? Or is it because of what you said before, about how an image, once framed, can't be changed? Yen coldly turns away, saying that I think she's kind, but she's really not that nice. And my spirit isn't strong enough for that anyway. I used to think it was because I took the wrong first steps. But now that I think about it, maybe I just wasn't cut out for it. So if I'm going to give it up anyway, I want to try dating like a normal person. I'll try things I've never done before, and rumors will spread that Lee Do-ha quit being an idol to date. Then the remaining fans will leave, and I can finally enjoy my new life. He looked at her, puzzled and slightly flustered, as Yoon teased him. Don't you want to? Is it because of Han Yoi again? Sang-jun vehemently denied it. No, I told you, there's nothing between us. No matter how you look at it, this is strange. Sang-jun suddenly grabbed her arm, pulling her towards him. Sang-jun realizes, I see, you're trying to use me to escape, aren't you? Yoon is speechless with shock. What do you mean, deny? Are you saying I'm lying to you? He answers her question. Manager Han once told me that when things don't go well, I have a habit of pushing myself to the brink. He unconsciously frowned. Why bring Manager Han into this? Jung-shun continues his relentless assault. Be honest, the number of times we've met isn't enough for such deep feelings. You couldn't possibly like me enough to throw away everything you've built. That's right, not even close. He smirks slightly. I knew it, Young W casually retorted. But so what? It may sound strange, but the chance to date an idol doesn't come easily. You knew? Or are you worried you'll be too busy taking care of Han Yoi to date? Sang-jun tenses up as Yoon gives a faint smile. Don't worry, I'll be extremely free from now on. I'll help Han Yoi grow up so much that you won't have to worry about anything. The next morning, Hojang spotted a familiar figure who recognized her and called out. Why were you absent yesterday evening? Hyo-jiang asked as she entered the practice room. Jin-rung chimes in, asking how long he intends to stare at his phone. The whole team's got sore muscles because of you. Why do you even care if that Lie Du-ha person retires or not? The evaluation is right around the corner, and Yumi looks up, her face haggard as if she hasn't slept in a decade. Jin-jung was a little flustered and subconsciously took a step back. What was that about? Looking for a fight? Yumi rises and takes a step forward. Suddenly she stopped and said, Jin-jung is right, let's go practice. With that, Izumi continued on her way. Left on the sidelines, Mana had no idea what to do, waving her clenched fist in the air. Do your best. Let's all do our best. Time slipped away, and Sang-gyun in Yoi's form sat in a corner, lost in thought, replaying Yoi's words from the other day. Don't you believe me? I said I'd help Han Yoi grow so much that you wouldn't have to worry about her anymore. If Han Yoi gets a good evaluation this time, then go on a date with me. What should I do? Director Bun shrugged, saying they would wait for Liruha to recover. Before I could even wait, they gave up. What the director said at the disciplinary hearing must have meant that. If I perform well in the monthly evaluation, the director will abandon Liruha. But if I kick Luha to the curb, Sang-yeon will speak up. Why should I accept such a ridiculous request? She replied indifferently. Is that so? An unusual article surfaces. Failed training abandonment breaking news. After retirement, Lie Du-ha shocks with deviant behavior. He pondered, but ruining the evaluation just to avoid dating Lie Du-ha seemed absurd. Sang-gyun couldn't help but think of Yoon, and he raised a hand to his forehead. This whole thing has been distracting me all day. What if I actually fail? Little did I know then. Suddenly Yen appeared, saying, Don't worry, I wouldn't stoop that low. For the time we have left, I'll teach you with all my heart. In that remaining time, Sinan's lips twitched. A lesson with the worst mentor. The atmosphere seems to have shifted. The starry moonlit night sky is truly beautiful. Suri's voice echoed. Is your mom picking you up again today? Minji replied. Oh, and Suri, don't push yourself too hard. Min, you haven't been hanging out with us lately, have you? She paused for a moment. Min-jae casually replied that Landan's release this month was keeping her very busy. As the group leader, she has to worry about everything. She spoke up. Oh, right, that's rough. You're stuck with that troublesome heart again. By the way, have you heard anything new lately? She replied suspiciously. Yes, Suri reminded her. About 2 months ago, you told me something you heard from your oppa. Minju replied, Oh, that. Oppa's been so busy lately, I haven't heard anything new. She asked again, suspiciously. Is that so? Suri looked down, then suddenly spoke, only to retract her words. Is this? No, never mind. Suri walks alone down the hallway, pondering the situation. Lai Ruha's group without Lai Ruha. They can't suddenly change the concept they've worked so hard on, and they probably won't delay their debut. Being called a cheap imitation is fine, as long as it brings more attention. But why is someone who said they'd retire hanging around a trainee? Is it connections again? If it affects the evaluation, I won't stand for it. My skills are definitely superior. Besides, Han Yoi said she'd use a song by a male group. She pulls out her phone and opens a video. A recording of Ruha appears, and Suri thinks jealously that she's practiced so much. But there's no turning back now. Suddenly, Suri sees Izumi sitting and staring at her phone with a blank look. He thinks to himself that she seems down today. Ah, it must be because the news of Ruha's retirement has spread. Surian glances at Yumi without saying a word. Meanwhile, Yoon leans against the TV stand. A boy group song. I've seen the video you sent, now is not the time. But you need to realize you're different from the other trainees. Playing it safe won't cut it. What's different? I mean, how high the company's expectations are for you. Do you remember what I said? That you would be my replacement. Sang-gyun hesitated. Oh yes, I remember. Yang stated firmly, then let's cut to the chase. Instead of struggling with boy group songs that don't suit you, there's a much more effective way. You'll be my replacement. Sang-gyun was stunned. What about you? I almost blurted it out. He leaned slightly away, avoiding her gaze as he spoke softly. With only 4 days left, we can only meet for 2 hours each day. But with this plan, even if I don't see you, I think it can still work if you practice hard on your own. Yoon narrowed her eyes at him. If successful, the expected result would be a debut. Sang-gyun was taken aback, then chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Okay, are we getting ahead of ourselves? I've only been here for a month. There's no way I'm debuting anytime soon, right? Hearing this, she immediately replied, For me, the monthly evaluation is my debut stage. She put her hands on her hips, pointing out the most important thing was the first impression on the judges. She needs to make them know that they can't cut her from the debut lineup. In reality, it's not just about skill, talent, skill, looks. Sometimes it all depends on the judge's mood that day. She might think it's a scam, but don't worry, once she debuts, the company will make her talented by any means necessary. They'll be busier than ever, and with communal living, they'll barely have time to meet anyone. She suddenly pictured Han Yo-yoi riding on Sang-jun's back as he innocently said, "I'm just Han Yo-yoi's slave," and secretly resolved to prevent them from meeting, even if it wasn't that extreme. With that thought, Yun held out her phone to show Sang-gun something. The song goes like this. Sang-yun suddenly recalls being in the practice room with Surya. Wait, this can't be. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes. Watching Surya dance, he blurts out, "Why am I back in the present?" Sang-yun sweats as he looks at the phone in Yoon's hand. "You're overlapping with another trainee." Sure, she still looked at him coldly with that same expression. The next day, everyone gathered in groups during break time. "Aren't you going to lunch?" "I was planning to eat while practicing." So-ai trails behind Connie, then suddenly says she doesn't have much of an appetite and will head back first. Back at the table, Dong-ae and Olivia discussed Soi's recent lack of energy. She seemed out of it during morning practice too, and Connie asked if she was sick. Dong-ae suggests that perhaps the problem isn't her health at all. "Lately, Soi has been saying strange things," one of them remarked. "That's strange," she confirms. Dunga recalled a conversation with Soi, who suddenly asked, "Do you think the name Sang-jun is common?" "That's what Soi said," CNY thought suspiciously. "What's so special about the name Sang-yun?" Oliva chimed in. "That name sounds familiar." Dong-ae suddenly wondered if it was a common name. "Oh, it seems there's also someone named Sang-gyun in that rookie boy group from Parang." "Oh, so she must have heard some propaganda from Yuri." Connie chuckled. "Ha, that's right. She gets so excited whenever male idols are mentioned these days." Suddenly, Dong-ae looked up and saw a figure. She realizes Sato and Suri aren't that close after all. What a surprise. With only 3 days left until the monthly evaluation, he has no choice. Sang-gyun eats while watching his phone, but his mind is elsewhere. "Having a rival to compare myself to makes things much harder, and I really don't want anything to do with Suri." Hello Error Liuha's first test in episode 1 of N9. He offered a suggestion, saying there are plenty of reference videos to analyze in my absence. "Just these shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Sanjun asked, voicing his concern. "What about your other performances? Limu 99's too." He wondered at Yun's sudden silence, as she stared intently at Sang-yun. "That was the best performance I've ever given." Sang-jun stretched wearily. "Damn it, I need to practice, but I can't focus." And now Soi walks in on this awkward situation. Before Sang-yun could lower his hand, Soi apologized. "Sorry, were you practicing?" "If you're bothering me, I wouldn't let it slide." "It's fine. Stay here." "You got here so fast. Haven't you eaten yet?" She answered honestly, "Yes." I didn't have much of an appetite. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. Soi speaks up first, saying, "I really am being a bother, aren't I?" "I'll go somewhere else then," Sanjun says helplessly. "It's really okay," she suddenly calls out. Can I ask you something? How did you come up with your signature yo-ai pose?" This left him stunned, able only to utter, "Huh." At this moment, she continued to explain, "I'm running out of time." With only 3 days left, she still hasn't chosen anything, Sanjun thought helplessly. "Oh my God, what's going on? You startled me." Then he remembered how she had analyzed the lyrics a few days ago. Has she still not decided? Then San asked what was wrong. So-ai blankly replies, "That's not it." Then she quickly explains, "I want to keep the image of the song while also expressing my personality, but I can't figure out what that personality is." So Sanjun suggested, "Just do it," which surprised Soi. "Yeah," he continued. "Those poses are all pretty similar anyway. How unique can you really make it?" I struggled with the same thing at first. One day, while getting instructions before finalizing a pose, someone told him that signature poses weren't all that important. What mattered was expression, energy, and atmosphere. Stop wasting time on trivial things and focus on your acting. Sang-gyun then recalled that these were the words Lee Ruha had told him, and he reassured her. "Goi, you're the quiet type, not too flashy, so instead of trying to be meticulous in every move, just be natural." Hearing that, Soi felt much more relieved. "Just be natural, huh?" She happily replies, "That's a good idea. I'll give it a try." Sang-gyun turns away, secretly relieved, while Soi is more satisfied. Has the awkwardness disappeared? He still hesitates, but acknowledges it. Just because of the pose? She's been agonizing over it for so long. Soi really has a bad habit of getting too caught up in things. Watching her own performance, Sang-gyun wondered, individuality? Does that mean my individuality in this solo song is Laruha? He quietly lamented, tired of watching the video over and over. Without hesitation, Sang-gyun leaned over and turned off the video, while Soi continued to practice intently. "Is this right?" Sang-gyun quickly moved into position nearby. He flawlessly performs a few familiar moves. Hello Error was originally a popping song, not idol music. The bubbly girls swayed to the beat, and Sang-gyun lost himself in the song, moving with the rhythm. The current choreography only uses walking motions, taking the original music video's striking composition and rearranging it in a pop music style. Sang-gyun marvels, admitting that because the song has more vocals than dance, it does offer more freedom. A voice suddenly echoes in his mind, "Make sure you can replace me perfectly." After a grueling practice session, Sang-gyun was exhausted, panting for breath, and feeling a little dejected. He let his arms fall. Is Sang-gyun struggling because he has to push someone else out of the way to take that empty spot? No, this isn't some empty spot, I'm just a substitute. Maybe this is a matter of pride. He wondered, whose stage is this, and what does it have to do with me? Sang-gyun gritted his teeth in frustration, staring intently at his reflection. I want to express my true self. Staring into those beautiful eyes, Sang-gyun was momentarily stunned. He sighs heavily, realizing these struggles are meaningless now that he's Han Yi. What am I even doing? I even practiced the signature pose. So I suddenly called out from behind, and Yoi tilted her head with a gentle smile. Are you worried because this is your first monthly evaluation? Sang-gyun hesitantly admits. Well, even I, with more experience, still haven't gotten used to it, she added. She continued, saying the company's monthly evaluations are held on the auditorium stage, a small stage where many inexperienced trainees often make mistakes. Sang-gyun sadly understands. So that's how it is? So-I looks puzzled. Aren't you nervous performing in front of so many people? It's clearly different than practicing with you guys or being checked by the teacher, he casually replies. Naturally, Sang-gyun asked, confused. Wouldn't more people watching be better? Soi stared blankly at Sang-gyun and only nodded in agreement after a moment. Yes, I suppose that's true. So-I, looking a little sad, says, they say a little tension helps you focus. I think so too. The scene shifts to a large school where female students are competing in a dance-off to upbeat music. So-I sits huddled in a corner, silently observing them as a voice praises their efforts. You guys are doing great. So-I unconsciously looks up at the boy standing next to her. She stammered, Senior? Yes, Senior Yang and everyone else are so cool. They don't seem nervous at all with so many people watching. I definitely couldn't do that. Meanwhile, back in reality, the female trainees confidently showcase their talents. So-I slowly rises, affirming that while there's bound to be tension, some people perform better under pressure. Some people are just born to be idols. Sang-gyun is stunned by this. Why do those words sound so familiar? Who said that to me? So-I wistfully recalls that day when she asked quietly, Won't you be playing, Senior? He calmly replied, I did in my first year, but for some reason, rumors started spreading that I was an idol trainee. The students flocked to watch, buzzing with excitement. Someone's training to be an idol. Where are they? But when they saw him, they hesitated. Wait, that's him? It must be a rumor. The upperclassman sadly admitted that he really wanted to participate. Opportunities to be noticed don't come every day, and hey, I don't have some weird fetish for being called ugly. His face flushed as he looked in the mirror, and she shyly complimented him. You're handsome too, Sang-gyun. These words flustered him, and as he returned to the practice room, Soi watched him go. Yeah, it's coming from a handsome guy. Sang-gyun, still out of it, vaguely remembers what he used to look like. The Sang-gyun of the past scratched his head in confusion, then excitedly asked, You really think so? Sang-gyun smiled as he repeated the question. This reaction widened Soi's eyes in surprise, and she stammered, Did I say something wrong? Why would you think that? Sang-gyun immediately paled and explained, I misspoke. He mused, never imagining his past words would return like a boomerang. Looking at his phone, Sang-gyun guessed Lai Ruha would arrive soon. He suddenly remembered, that's right, why did he become a girl in the first place? Was it to debut? Sang-hyun mutters to himself, debut to debut. Just then, the elevator chimes. The door suddenly creaks open, revealing a faint blue silhouette. It's Izumi, appearing in simple clothes, bowing her head without any guard. Startled, Sang-gyun realized who it was and called out, Izumi! She obediently greets her, Hello, Jaru. Sang-gyun asks, You're still here? Izumi asks with a smile, What about you? Staying late to practice, I presume? He mumbled. He's right, the evaluation is coming up and they're sure to win. Sang-gyun suddenly remembered something, his eyes fixed on the floor numbers. To see Luha, I need to select Parang Entertainment's floor. Izumi's standing right here. I wonder if she suspects anything. Izumi whispered, Jaru, I heard Luha's retirement is pretty much a done deal. Sang-gyun turned to face her directly. I heard, but there hasn't been an official announcement, so don't worry too much. Izumi chuckled. Hihe, you're so strong, Jaru, she says, reminding Sang-gyun. Hey, when I first joined the fan club, you said you wanted to know more about L, right? Do you remember that? He shamelessly admits it, adding that she's learned so much thanks to her. Sang-gyun is overjoyed, even meeting Kiki in real life. Though she's not a Sa fan, Yumi smugly agrees. Right, I'm also happy to have a fellow diehard fan like you. With that said, she suddenly turns serious. So Jaru, if I had something to ask you now, you'd answer, right? Sang-gyun was instantly speechless and sweating. Yes. Yumi then flashed a sinister, mocking smile. Oh, you'll answer, won't you? Time rewinds a few hours earlier, to when the question was posed to Izumi. Really, Izumi, am I making you uncomfortable? She asked, puzzled. Yes, Suri said with a smirk. I know you hate that I imitate Luha. Izumi retorts, annoyed. If you knew that, why did you call me here? Ah, I raise my eyebrows provocatively. But you know I'm still being gentle. There are others who, like Han Yoi, don't hesitate to openly support him. Back to reality, Sang-gyun thought wearily. Well, I don't know why those two met, but saying this will sound more exciting, right? This girl hasn't been very clear-headed lately. If she could create some conflict between the two, perhaps she could shake Han Yoi's spirit somehow, Izumi thought sternly. Tell me, Jaru, is it true? Is it true that Rua told you to imitate her exactly? Izumi cuts to the chase. Was it a private training session, watching her practice? But you're not her successor or anything, so what's going on? Sang-gyun suddenly realizes. Could she think he's pretending to be a Lai Ruha fan to deceive her? Izumi sadly recounts that Ruha was more sincere with her performances than anyone she knew, recalling Ruha's Next 9 interview where she expressed joy in seeing others moved by her performances. She sadly lowered her head, wondering if that wasn't enough anymore for fans like them. Perhaps she was truly exhausted. Just then, the elevator doors opened and Yumi sadly departed. It's late. I should head back to the dorm. She turned back to say goodbye. Goodbye, Jaru. I'm really looking forward to your first evaluation. Sang-gyun stood there, lost in thought. Later, the scene shifts to the practice room, where Yoon asks, annoyed, Why is your focus so off today? She irritably points out, especially the expressions. Did you even watch my video closely? Why does it always mess up at the crucial moment? Sang-gyun, exhausted, collapsed to the floor, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Sang-gyun lay motionless on the ground for a while. He looked up at Yoon, wondering how he could focus with her staring at him like that. Is it that obvious I'm frowning? He emphasized. During the monthly evaluations, you'll face an even more intimidating panel of judges, he added. Having someone watch is good. It creates necessary tension. Sang-gyun unconsciously recalls Soei's words, that some people perform better under pressure. Without hesitation, he speaks up. I have something I want to ask. How long has it been since you were last on stage? Yoon was taken aback by the question. Huh? Why are you asking me that all of a sudden? She frowned, looking him straight in the eye as he wistfully recalled Limu 99's final concert. Sang-gyun asked in surprise, It's been that long? What about those little challenge videos? He asks, but he flatly refuses. I don't want to film those. Enough small talk. Break time's over. Get up, and this time you have to imitate it perfectly. He slowly rose, sighing that her standards were too high for just teaching. This suggestion annoys her. What? Sang-gyun frowned slightly and brushed back her hair. That's why I came up with this idea. This is your stage. Why not try to demonstrate it yourself? Yangworld hesitated for a moment. It's been a while since I've danced, so modeling now will be very different than before. That's why I asked you to watch the video. Your face darkens. Sang-gyun leaned in close and said, Just do it once, and I'll practice properly. With no other choice, Yen began to undress, and he immediately shouted, Hey, what are you doing? She stated her terms decisively. Just once, watch closely and learn. Sang-gyun was so nervous he broke out in a sweat. With a stern look, Yan-woon locked eyes with him, and in the next moment, she began to dance with transcendent skill. Her radiant smile created an entirely different aura, prompting Sang-gyun to exclaim, I've seen this scene in the video so many times. He admitted, satisfied, Yes, this is the feeling I had when I first saw Lai Rua's stage. Sang-gyun couldn't take his eyes off UW's graceful dance, and with that, she completed her performance. Ai takes a weary breath, admitting it's exactly like the video. The expression, the atmosphere, everything is the same. Yang adds, Of course at this level it's just normal acting. Sang-gyun asks her, Didn't you say you weren't acting? Yas falls into thought, recalling her words from their first training session. She denied it was acting. For me, the stage has always been about sincerity. I've never had to force myself to do something just because it didn't feel right. Yoon sighs, admitting, Yes, I meant it. It's not that I'm tired of singing or dancing, but so what? Sang-gyun frowns, confused. He thought to himself that when he first heard her say that, he thought it meant she never deceived herself on stage. Sang-gyun continued, When I was young, I used to pay a lot of attention to a female idol. He admired her, saying she was the first to inspire this dream, but he never considered imitating her because she was a woman, and he wanted to be a male idol. For me, there was only ever one female idol, the first and the last. And then, after becoming Hanrai, I even watched videos of girl groups to practice. But no matter how well I imitate her, I can't replicate the unique aura that only a girl possesses. To me, Han Yoi is just a tool to achieve my goals. A limit I set for myself, never meant to be real. And Yubyu's radiant face flashed through Sangyun's mind, a flicker of disappointment as that belief was shaken by the arrival of another. Sanjin hesitated, realizing that even if she hadn't tried to make him a copy, the moment he saw her on stage, he'd wanted to be just like her. Cool, cute, and confident. I want to be an idol like that. Yun was struck by these words. She stared at him in astonishment. Yan clenched her fist in annoyance, finding it difficult to speak naturally. Flattery will get you nowhere. I won't go easy on you. Songjun chuckled and nodded. All right, you've shown me how it's done. Now it's my turn to get serious. What suddenly calls out to him. Hey, aren't you curious why I've been training you so hard? Yun was a little sad, not even mentioning her confession. Then she replied, That's right. Yen thinks back, and if all of that was just to help her succeed in the monthly evaluation, it surprises him. Huh? Yun retorts, clearly annoyed. How could I not be angry? She grabs his collar, demanding answers. Even if she and Kim Songgyun say there's nothing between them, I can't believe it. Sangyun was speechless, and in his mind he was going crazy, wondering how to explain and why she kept misunderstanding him. Yun then asked if she just took Kim Sanggyun's devotion for granted. Embarrassed, Sangyun blushed. I did it for myself. Yun found it hard to accept, questioning, but why? Why would Kim Sangyun go so far for her? At this point, Sangyun was speechless, unsure of what to say. After a long pause, he stammered that Sangjun had once dreamed of being an idol himself, a revelation that made Yun release her grip. Lai Juha was stunned for a moment, then turned and left when the time was up. The next day, Lai Juha came again, training in silence. Then, the day before the monthly evaluation, John came to the practice room to give instructions. Oh, and no late-night practice tonight. Everyone remember to get some rest. Sangjiun froze. No late-night practice? On the very last day, and I can't even see Li Ruha. As the end of the month approached, everything seemed normal, but outside the practice room, everyone was incredibly tense. Just then, Duan came out smiling to announce that the rehearsal would proceed in the order of group songs, then individual songs. We'll start rehearsing in order at 10 a.m. Sangyun, standing before her, was shocked and looked up, thinking, more than 5 hours until the actual performance? Seriously? He glanced at Win and Izumi chatting nearby. Must be nice to be on the debut team looking so relaxed. Despite what happened with Izumi, Hojang suddenly approached him. Since the other teams have to wait, they won't be able to watch. What a shame. Sanjun tilted his head in surprise. Really? His expression instantly darkened. Does that mean Yongsuri and Izumi won't get to see his solo performance? Thank goodness. He could practically hear their taunts about how good Duha's successor really was. Why the same song? Are you stalking me? Meanwhile, Yuri suddenly exclaimed, Really? Her face flushed red, she asked, flustered. Blue Planet's Min is here too. Why didn't you say so? She smiled teasingly, saying it was because she was afraid you'd be like this. Didn't you already suspect? Yuri quickly makes excuses, saying that group is about to debut, so she didn't think they'd be able to make it. Meanwhile, Hojang notices Sangyun's silence and asks if he's all right. Seeing you check your phone, are you expecting a call? He simply laughed it off. Oh, I'm probably just a little tense. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. So, El Du Ha really didn't come? Rewinding to last night, Sanyun's voice echoed in the dark room, receiving only a reply from Han Yi, while his phone remained silent. Sitting on the bed, he frowned, regretting what he'd said, wondering if he'd been misunderstood, when a message from Yoon suddenly arrived. Can I call you? Sangyun's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly rushed to the bathroom. He'd only managed to send a message asking for 10 minutes before Yan W called. Hello, I got a message from Han A. She said she couldn't make practice today, so I just got the video and did a quick check for her. Sangjun, back in his male body, stammered a reply. Oh, thanks. He secretly guessed it was about what happened 30 minutes ago. On the other end of the phone, Yoon heard his hesitant words and fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, her cold voice cuts through. Don't worry. Sanyun is taken aback. Huh? Yoon narrowed her eyes slightly as she explained. The end-of-month evaluation will be fine, because I'm the instructor. It was then that he understood. Ah, she was talking about that? She seemed to be pondering something, then suddenly asked, "But why?" I cautiously spoke. "Hanyoi told me why you're helping her, but she made it clear that Hanyo-io, not you, will debut." Those words kept Sangjun thinking until the next day, and just as he was lost in thought, an announcement echoed. "Next, Team C will rehearse in 10 minutes. Suddenly, someone calls his name, and he turns around. Lee Sanoon sees John waving at him and calls out, "Manager Han." The two then head into the office, where Duan asks, "Have you been busy lately?" Standing before her, Sang-yoon replied with some remorse, "I'm sorry for everything." She cut him off. "That's enough. Just don't half-ass the end-of-month evaluation. Is the perfume I gave you still working well?" Hearing this, he suddenly remembered Hyang's feminine compliment and Bun's startled reaction. "Oh, right, there's something I wanted to ask." With that thought, Sang-yoon hesitated. Realizing his question, the manager speaks up. "About that perfume. It seems you used a bit too much, didn't you?" "How do you feel?" Sun asked, a forced smile on his face. "So the other side effect is becoming more feminine?" He looks to John for an explanation. "It's like your past life's feminine side is surfacing, like screaming when you're surprised." She rested her chin on her hand, pondered, and replied, "Yeah, you're not entirely wrong." But hearing this, Sang-yeon felt uneasy. What? But she wouldn't say it directly, saying it could affect the performance. After he was done, she would tell him. Though he was even more uncomfortable, he could only accept it. Then Ron suddenly changed the subject, giving him this gift instead. Sang-yoon takes the letter from her hand, words from young Yuang himself. "Hello, miss. I'm John Yuang, a third grader at Ingok Elementary. Ever since I saw you that day, all the girls in my class seem so childish." Sang-yoon imagines the boy somberly writing the letter, and his face twists. "What is this?" Seeing this, Ron feigned covering his mouth and laughed. "Oops, I meant to give it to you to encourage you, but did it backfire?" After a moment, San smiled, sighing in resignation. "Well, I already accepted it, so please thank him for me." Then he called out softly, "Manager." Sang-yoon hesitated, then asked seriously, "What if my past life belonged to someone else, not me?" He hesitated, searching for the words to explain. "Would it be better for you if my past self was someone who didn't mind being a female idol and knew AIO?" John was taken aback by the question and simply asked, "Huh?" Just then, Gong W's earlier words echoed in his mind, making him wonder why he even bothered with this job. It was just a headache. Only I can maximize the value of this face. With that, Sang-jun thought back to his training with Yeon and spoke with concern. "The reason a guy like me can't be an idol? I always thought it was my looks or my past, but even without those, I'm still lacking. Perhaps if I hadn't become Han Yoi, I would never have realized this." Sang-yoon didn't wait for John's reply before hurrying off. "Well, I'm off to practice." She didn't even have time to respond. "Yeah," she quietly said, watching him go. "I'll be waiting." A moment later, the practice room door opened, and Sang-jun was secretly reassuring himself. "Don't overthink it now. Just focus on proving what you want today." His eyes were filled with determination and resolve. The only one who can truly synchronize with Han Yoi's body is me. Meanwhile, Chief Key bursts into another room, urging them on. Hey, practice is over. Today, we're going to see the Plong W trainees perform. One teammate, who was resting his chin on his hand, was startled and looked over, while another happily stood up and laughed. No need to practice anymore. "What's wrong, aren't we going?" Gong was speechless. Then, in front of the company restroom, Yuri rushed out, clearly overwhelmed with nerves. At that moment, she was shocked to hear a muttering voice. "It's because you were so slow that we're late. Why were you so stubborn about not going?" Gong abruptly turns around, while Yuri shakily greets him as Soy emerges from the restroom. "Hello, I'm Hun Yuri." Just then, Chief Key burst through the door, urging, "Sanyun Gong, get over here now." Hearing the familiar name, Soy instinctively turned towards Gong Wo's white-haired teammate. Meanwhile, Gong W was talking to Yuri. "Excuse us for a moment." "Yes," she replies, a mix of bewilderment and disappointment in her thoughts. What a common name. A voice echoed in the dressing room a moment later. "Team D, get ready for makeup." Dung A crossed her arms, encouraging her two teammates. "Your rehearsal wasn't bad. Let's hope the real performance goes just as well." Dab looks up to see Yuri walking in. "Ah, Yuri's here." Dung A quickly followed up. "Yuri? The stage order is set, and we're number one." Despite the others calling out to her, she remains lost in her blissful thoughts. What a mess, Dung A wondered at the strange look on her face. Yuri Olivia, standing nearby, pouted as she listened to Dunga's flustered voice. "Hey, snap out of it. We need to get our makeup done." Yuri muttered, "I finally met him." Seeing the situation, Olivia indifferently says, "Well, this